Live, and the trial is just beginning. We made it just in time. They're going to do a little bit of a, what's it called? Like check-in with one witness. And Kim, they made a whole deal here. This witness is only being called by the plaintiffs because Dr. Bain is being questioned, and they have a right to, I guess, do a follow-up question. The question is whether they will try to get some other little final statement or zing in while Dr. Bain's on. Gwyneth's lawyers have already made it clear like multiple times they're not allowed to say anything but the question at hand. And it'll be very interesting to see if they follow their word. I guess the bets are, do you think Gwyneth's, the two bets I want to take, do you think Gwyneth's lawyer is going to object because they went off tangent? Or do you think they will go off tangent? What do you think?
I think they will. I think there will be objections. I think it's going to be hilarious either way.
Yeah, I think I think both are going to screw up. I think or he'll object and then he'll be sustained, or what's it called, dismissed.
Yeah,
we'll see. Anyway, we have a little bit of an exciting which lawyers are going to be sneaky with this first guest that's about to step in, and then we will have our closing arguments. I will either be adding chapters check as we're going, so you can fast forward through, or we may actually just do a recap at the end of this. So we will keep you guys at the end. We'll give you a recap of the closings, and then there will likely be a break, which we will take a break, and then we will come back and go live as soon as we have the word of a verdict, and then we'll be here to react to that verdict with you live today. So, Kim, are you excited? A verdict is at hand?
I am excited. I do think they're going to deliberate quickly. We're going to know pretty fast. It's going to be one way or the other. Especially when they have the opportunity to basically say the both of them did it, get them both out of here. If they don't have to pick one or the other, they can just say, screw you both.
Correct.
And I feel like after what they've had to go through in the past week, that is quite a possibility.
Oh, it's totally likely.
Right? Because, juries are human. So I could definitely see that being the case. But I also feel like any good faith Terry had with anyone on that jury, it died yesterday. May it rest in peace. And we're looking at a completely different trial now after the island comment than we were beforehand.
It really was weird. It was like he turned into a conspiracy theorist, like crazy person at the very end of the trial. And it's like, look, I believe in, there's some sketchy stuff goes down in Hollywood circles, and the island, it was real. Like, I'm not trying to dispute any of it, but no. It just felt very, little QAnon at the end there. He was like trying to, I was waiting for him to be like, Tom Hanks is there. It's in Greece. Go fight it. And it's like waiting for the spiral to happen.
And I feel like it's so serious because the island does exist. We know that this is a thing. We know how horrible it's been. We've seen the MaxiPad trial. Like, we know. But to accuse or compare anything to that is just absolute lunacy, because it's so incredibly terrible. And it really goes to show where Terry's mind is. And this is also where I kind of feel like perhaps as he's been obsessing with this, and this is my opinion, this is my speculation, as he's been obsessing with this case, that he's come to a place where his almost hatred for Gwyneth is that high because he blames her for everything, that for him, comparing her to that is completely reasonable. And this has been kind of my concern through part of this case, is that even coming into the case, I was like, I really don't like Gwyneth. I made this stupid candle a couple days ago.
We should sell that candle.
Making fun of her, of this smells like couch, because I thought it was hilarious. Because I was like, this woman is a joke half the time.
Again. Let me show it one more time. You're on a full screen now. Let them see your beautiful candle.
So it just says, it's Kim. Couch. This smells like couch. And it has notes of amica cream. Like, it's just, and I was so, this is so stupid. And I just thought the whole thing was so dumb. And I have absolutely roasted her at points in the past 7 days for the things that she sold in her shop and her business and everything else. But your dislike of someone should not be the reason that you rule against them. Because you can not like somebody, but that doesn't mean they did anything wrong in a specific situation. You can dislike Paltrow and think she's not at fault for this at the same time. And I think there's a lot of people that have difficulty marrying those two thoughts.
Well said. But since she just posted there, we have to take a moment to thank one of our own, the amazing Claire, aka Claire. Thank you, Claire, for all your amazing work. Member of 18 months. I can't believe it. Claire is amazing. Of Ahmad behind the scenes in our headline team. Always when she has time, helps us out. And she helped tremendously with this trial. Stepped up at the beginning, learned how to clip for us so we could get you those amazing clips. So please send Claire some love in the comments. Yeah. And so ready for closing arguments today. We couldn't have done it without you. This was a hard one for me. Yeah, Claire and Brandon both stepped up in the clipping department to this trial. And it was my goodness. Thank you guys so much, both of you.
Yeah.
And everybody in the group, but specifically just calling out Claire and Brandon for their work clipping during this trial, because we needed the help. This was a lot of work. We lost a lot of brain cells. I worry on this one a little bit, and thankfully they were there to help us do some of that to help you get the recaps and whatnot. So show some love to Brandon and Claire. Claire, I guess it's Claire. I got to do the. It was like OJ calling Gwyneth. He called her like a Spanish name. Anyway, my morning video. Who would have thought on the bingo card we would have had Jeffrey's Island and OJ Simpson coming in at the end of the Gwyneth Paltrow trial? But that's how this is going to end. Well,
I don't want to hear
we'll get something even crazier today.
Yeah, I don't want to hear anybody say that our circus raving was inappropriate, because I don't know what else to call this crap.
Yeah, I suspect more something else is going to happen. Something else. And I got in honor of Gwyneth, I got my own juice, my fruit juices, my blue machine.
I prepared. It's venti day today for me. I'm guessing probably first of a couple. Please don't judge me.
Yeah, I've been trying to do this I'd skip breakfast and do this fasting, but I get too moody on this trial. I needed something, so charging up with a blue machine juice.
This sounds good.
All right, the camera's moving now. I did see this, Sammy Bear. Thank you for your comment. Just want to say thanks for a superb week. Superb week. Haven't laughed as much in my life. Couch.
I'm
just a simple country lawyer.
We got more in store, and you guys, we're here every day. If you've been enjoying hanging with us, we're here every day going live. Not usually this long, so a lot of you got to discover us because we were here all day, and so you came in and out throughout the day. But we're usually here in the afternoons on the weekdays, so come hang out with us. We enjoy covering all sorts of fun stuff, sometimes silly, sometimes serious, sometimes ongoing. So you never know what you're going to get on Popcorn Planet. That's kind of the fun of this channel, is we really will pivot and have the weirdest stuff happen. Sometimes the witnesses themselves will call in. It's happened. So make sure, if you haven't already, hit that subscribe button, hit the bell for all alerts, smash that like button as well, and stay tuned for all the fun in store. Popcorn Planet, leave a comment, etc. Now, OO said something I wanted to bring up. OO, thank you. Andy, have you noticed that there's a cameraman and a person that looks like a director? These are two senior people come and go with him, with Terry, every single day. Now, I saw that comment, and I've been trying to find it. And then someone else messaged it to me. I don't know if it was the same person. But now, look, I have not noticed that, and I have not seen anybody report on that. So all eyes, let's keep an eye on, or someone that wants to go back and look. If there's something that happens that shows that Terry is doing that, well, let's find that out, because that's kind of strange. Is he making a documentary about his trial? Who knows?
I hope not. This is just... I mean, if he does, I think this proves that just does not help his case, in the sense that it's like, no, you thought this was cool. You wanted this attention. The whole, the joke of, you sang a whole song about it. You made a whole documentary about it.
Yeah, it's weird. All right, well, the camera's panning again. Thank you, Evelyn. Team of Popcorn Planet here. Welcome, Evelyn.
May be seated.
Whoa, sorry.
Are we ready to bring the jury in?
Bring the jury.
Okay. All right.
Sorry for your earbuds. Here comes Gwyneth.
Okay.
I need some good stills of her today, guys. Kim or Steph, if you can give me some good stills of Gwyneth as we're watching.
I'll do what I can.
And or Terry. I like that jacket, I gotta say.
Yeah, she looks very put together. I have to say, after everybody's been saying the King Kong comment constantly, I was joking in the chat about it earlier. I don't know if you know this song, Andy, but I keep on getting Chun-Li by Nicki Minaj stuck in my head because there's the whole hook in there of, yes, I'm King Kong. But it's so, like, the whole song is about everybody hating her and her being like, that's fine, but I'm still, like, the best in the game, so you could hate me. Yes, I'm King Kong. And I kind of feel like that's a little bit of Gwyneth energy. You know? Like, she's gonna be fine. She's gonna walk away from this just fine. And the whole just like, I know you all hated me, but can you all blame me now for fighting this? I don't blame her at all. I would have done the same thing. One of those things, if we could play copyrighted music without getting hit all the time, I would have, like, messaged you last night and been like, cue up King Kong! Cue up Chun-Li! Anytime we see her! Oh! Jennifer just said, Judge is back to the bow tie. Bow ties are cool!
Woo!
I love it. I love that he has fun with self-expression. Oh, Gigi says that she wore blue velvet.
How do you guys?
Ready for the jury?
We can hear you now. We can hear you now. Try to talk a little
Okay. Test.
Amy just said that the vest looks good. YSL jacket
Okay.
for
I
King
hear
of
you
Old
guys.
Money.
So how do you read?
Okay. And it looks like the video's a little slow, but we'll have your audio, so we're getting ready to bring the jury in.
Thank you.
Roger that.
Say, would counsel approach the bench?
Hi, Jami. Jami's watching.
I need to show you.
Oh, sidebar
Interactive
already.
TV. She gets to text me, and then I get to say hello.
Yay! I have
So
to
it's
say,
impressive
though, that-
because she doesn't always watch. I think everyone's sort of, this is like a train crash, this trial. Like, they want to know what's going to happen? How is this going to end? As much as I don't care, I have to see this ending. You know what I mean? It's like watching a season of a show you don't like. You're like, I got to see how will they hit the
I
landing?
made it this far.
Completionist.
Absolutely. It was funny though, actually, last night when Terry was on the stand. I after he said what he said, I like literally just I like WhatsApped my family. I'm like, please tell me you all just saw that. Please tell me, because they're not always watching. They go back and forth. But it was like my husband was like, yes, I did. We were all just laughing. It was just ridiculous. All right. So there is the poll that Andy just put up.
She's like, why do you look mad? Baby, I look mad because this has been the boringest trial ever in my history of life. And you weren't watching it all. You missed my rant yesterday, guys. She did. Well, clearly, she heard it from, but she wasn't watching. But yeah, no, this has been a tough trial to get through. I do get a little bored. It's hard. I don't usually stream for 8 hours just like this. Usually, Kim, as you know, I like to be prepared, like have a topic. We start the show and then we'll hang out. But it's hard for me to just be like, all right, we're just streaming. So I'm just like streaming. We're just I know you're watching them more than us, but you listen to us. I think hands up in the chat if you're multitasking. Rio baby, what's up? You are amazing. Thank you so much. You're amazing back. Karen Carson, I saw the photographer yesterday. Oh, so other people did notice that he has a camera crew. And are we sure that's his camera crew? That's wild. Wish we knew someone in the trial who was there. Anybody in Utah want to go try and get in that court?
I don't think you can probably now. They're probably at capacity.
Yeah, it's true. I guess that you got to get there early if you're going to try and do it. Next time we do one of these, we need to enlist a Planeteer, a local, to get in there.
I was actually thinking yesterday because they made the comment to somebody that if they had like a dramatic facial expression that they needed to leave. And like you had mentioned that, you know, you wanted to go so bad to one of these court things one day. And I was just thinking, it's like, I feel like if either of us ended up in one of those courtrooms, we'd have to have a mask on just so we could stay in the room. Because we would both just
it's true. They'd probably, it's like when Amber was throwing out the biased witnesses. When Eve Barlow, rather.
Yeah.
Okay, we're seeing a little bit of his shirt underneath. He didn't button it all the way. Come on, Judge.
Some like careless whisper.
You're gonna censor it or something.
Good morning,
Judge
members of the
gonna
jury.
fly out?
Sorry for the delay. Just be assured that we've been working very hard, and I think the rest of the morning, as a result, is going to go much smoother and much faster. So, thank you.
Liar.
I'm just a simple country lawyer.
Mr. Bueller?
Plaintiff
Bueller?
Terry Sanderson calls Dr. Richard Bain on rebuttal.
Bueller?
Mr. Boehm, I'm not sure if you can see me. This is Judge Holmberg speaking. If you could please raise your right hand to be sworn in as a witness.
I do not see you. I just see my.
Do you swear
he
that the
has a
testimony
fuzzed-out
you are about to
background
give in
now.
the case
No
now
more
before
green.
the court will be the truth,
We can
the whole
see
truth, and nothing but
who's
the
Pete
truth, so help you
Sorensen?
God?
And Lawrence Bueller.
I did
There's his
report.
icon.
Once
Who
again,
else is there?
Dr. Boehm, if you could state your full name and spell it, please.
Oh, okay.
It's Richard Bain, spelled B-O.
Uh-oh. Judge is like, we're going to be quick
think
today,
that's
except for that Zoom
B-O-E-H-M-E.
connection.
Can you hear me, Dr. Bain?
That's affirmed. I can hear you loud and clear.
Okay. Thank you. I understand you're on vacation, and we appreciate your time. Dr. Bain,
Yes, I am.
Dr. Bain, in trial testimony this week, the defendant's expert, Dr. Irving Scher, disputed your findings regarding the ski collision between Terry Sanderson and Gwyneth Paltrow on February 26, 2016. Have you had a chance to read his trial testimony?
No, I've been on vacation.
Did you say something?
Yes, I have.
This is
I
going
read
well.
his.
Okay.
We're losing a few of your words.
Bueller?
Yes.
Bueller?
Bueller?
So maybe Dr. Boehm, if you would start off your speech with something that will then kick in the audio, so here's my answer, something like that before you answer.
Oh.
Roger that.
Okay. Dr. Scher suggests that you made an error in your calculations. How would you respond to his suggestion?
Shirt? That's my shirt.
Here is my answer. Dr. Scher mischaracterized my analysis, which led to his analysis being misleading and incorrect.
Is he reading this? I thought you're not allowed to
Okay.
do that.
Could you explain that in more detail, what the analysis is that you want to correct?
Sure. Well, Dr. Scher first wrote up the impact force formulas, and he labeled one of them wrong and one of them correct. And both of them are wrong. And why? First of all, the equation F equals 1/2 mv squared over d, where he substituted 1/2 AT squared or 1/2 AT and then AT in the parentheses for
I
velocity.
miss math, Daddy.
You can't do that without solving for time or t first.
God, I would
Basically,
love to
what
see
you
these two
have
go head-to-head
from
in
a
real life.
Oh my
mathematical standpoint,
gosh, yes.
you
Pay-per-view.
have
I'd do that.
force and time, which you don't know. So you have two unknowns in one equation. So basically, the equation is unsolvable. So you have to first solve for time. And and you guys have there. So if you go over to the first one where you have x equals x0 plus
He doesn't have a green
b0
screen this
t
time,
plus
Kim. You
1/2
think he took the note?
AT squared, you have to know the height.
Oh,
at
he probably
which
has like kids or
Mr.
friends or
Sanderson
something that just went on
fell
Reddit
to the
and just
ground.
sent him all the
Dr. Bain,
links.
could you share your screen and show us your calculation? Let's see if I can.
So again,
I mean, he
this
could
is
have
the
at
guy,
least
the
brought
green
a
screen
whiteboard.
guy from before. And Math's Daddy
Here, and I'm
yesterday,
trying to-
or the other day, you know, crushed him. Oh, here's his work.
Have it. Let's
That you can't see.
pull it up. Over here.
Can I be an expert witness now? Look at all my calculations on my whiteboard.
Do you have it?
Not,
you have
not
it?
yet. We'll try to share it. No.
See that better?
Just give us a second.
Unblur our screen.
Just a
I'm
second.
going to show it to you. All right.
This is going very well.
Lawrence, he's got it. He's got it.
Oh, we can
Okay.
see it.
All right. I'm just had to unblur my screen. Show it to you, but for my exhibit.
Oh,
0
duh.
plus
Yeah, that's right.
AT squared for time. So the height at which Sanderson fell, which is x per t, and you can see that less than a
Oh.
4.6.
He's right. He forgot to.
Okay.
You know.
The second, are you substitute time in for?
If they can call back
determine
their
the
expert, can we
You are
call back
falling.
Math Daddy?
falling downward.
Last time he was on, it was an I
You know
Will Goat
it is
green screen
because
behind
it's
him.
her.
This time it's the fast food bit from Wayne's World.
Everywhere on this property is
Order up, Lart, and
Uh,
up,
if you
drink.
Dr. Bain, we're having trouble hearing you.
Yeah.
If you could avoid the pauses, it might work better.
I don't think that's it, man. I think it's the bad connection.
do that,
Man, that
Okay,
court
quick
is
question.
packed. Look how
It
packed
is.
that court is today.
It is.
the
Cloud
Guys,
chasers.
1/2
Would
With
you guys be willing to go another day if
there.
that meant that Math Daddy could come back?
No.
We're getting about
Been
a
working
fourth of what he's
I
saying.
more was asking
so
the chat.
This either needs to
Dr.
be
Bain?
fixed or stopped is our motion.
Yeah, Your Honor, let me just try one last thing.
Okay.
Dr. Bain, could you stop your
I'm just
video
saying,
and then
I
just
think some
talk
people would
once
love
you've
to see
shown
Matt
the
Daddy come
formulas?
back.
That
I think
way
a certain
the,
tinkle
signal might be
in the
clear.
chat would be interested. as well.
right IT guy. Well, now
Sorry, counsel, but it doesn't sound like it's going to work.
Why don't you call him on the phone, Lawrence?
Phone would work?
Yeah. Dr. Bain? Dr. Bain,
sir.
can you hear me?
Sir.
Yes, I can. I here.
Can we call you on your phone? And because we're having technical difficulties with the video and the.
Roger that.
Okay, should I call your cell number?
On the iPad. If that gives you.
I don't see that. I've got other numbers for you. Can you? Can I call your cell number? Well, I guess he's on. Okay. Just call his cell.
Oh my God, we're calling him.
We have the board removed from jury's view.
Boomer tech support strikes again from Tinkle Tits McGee. Where
Did they
is
try-
Dr. Sheldon Cooper when you need him? My goodies, I know Clarglin. Thank you. Digital Dorothy says, "Who is Stanley Tucci here? I thought we finished." No, sadly, no. Stanley Tucci here is the doctor.
Until it's discussed.
We're in court.
This is embarrassing. Oh, more Gwyneth, who's on her phone again. That seems so rude. She keeps like texting on her. Why is she allowed to do that?
I have a lot of questions about this trial.
And now, remember how they were? This is gonna be quick. This will be quick, Your Honor.
This is
Tinkle
going
Tits McGee. Why are
fantastic.
boomers doing tech support? I don't know.
Please
Okay,
tell me
Judge,
all of this.
take control. Take control of the situation.
You know what, though? Can this count towards their time?
It
The
should.
plaintiff's time? Then we lose for closing arguments, so we don't have to listen to potentially Simply Country Lawyer or whatever, ramble on about nothing.
Yeah, well, this should have never happened in the first place. The day's over. The Gwyneth's team got no time for witnesses.
No.
The whole trial was plaintiff's witnesses. I don't know how this works. Sure,
I'm
they
just
may have
saying-
objected from time to time, but I don't buy for a second. If you were to time out witness testimony, it was completely outweighed. Plaintiffs got way more time. Disa Mariah, what's up? Hey, Andy Kim, thank you for streaming this and for Celine Dion's
They know
birthday.
what their
She's
time is.
55. Ooh.
Happy birthday, Celine!
No, I sadly can't play her songs. They'll ding us, but. Oh, there's a good Gwyneth shot.
FaceTime or what?
No, we're just going to do it by
FaceTime or
audio.
what?
I'm just saying, I'd rather
Yeah,
listen to
just,
absolute silence
you're-
or tech rambling than have to listen to Simply Country Douchebag for another minute.
I'm just a simple country lawyer.
You want me to FaceTime or what?
No, we're just going to do it by audio.
Oh, no.
Yeah, just you're live in court. That the jury can hear you.
Andy, I can try to get that screen cap if you're having trouble.
Yeah, if you want to give me a good Gwyneth one.
I will. Yeah,
those-
go back to the live. It's cool.
We are. I mean,
Yeah.
we are. You didn't even notice.
I know.
It is.
Hey, give me more silence. Count it against the time.
Okay,
I'm very
Dr.
happy
Bain?
to do that.
Sure.
We've got your equations up.
Okay, so do you have the sheet where it starts off with x equals x0 plus v0t and so on?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. All right, so as I was saying, should I continue, sir?
Yes, please.
Roger that. So,
Roger that.
in order to make the equation work, you have to solve for time, which is t.
They hung up on him.
Oh
just
my
fucking
gosh!
hung
Did
up
they
on
just
him.
lose him?
You idiots. Even mob boss lawyer is like, dude, what are you doing, Bueller? Are you fucking kidding me?
I want circus emojis up in this chat.
He's not picking up. All right, you only get so many shots.
I'm just a simple country lawyer.
I don't know how to
Makes
use the
sense
phone.
To take your next witness while someone is outside trying to reestablish?
This is our only witness.
Okay.
And, Your Honor,
Yep.
maybe
This is it.
approach for one moment. I'm seeing a potential problem. I guess I could just bring it out while they're calling. I was prepared in cross to maybe show Dr. Bames some documents or even draw some things. I wasn't sure whether I'd get into that, but depending on what I hear, I was going to do that. I know I don't have a ton of time, and maybe I decide not to, but this obviously makes it so I can't do that, which is a problem.
I think
If I decided that I
both
wanted
parties
to.
are going to be hamstrung on this. So why don't we take it as it comes?
Yes, we do. We lost you. We lost you there.
Just look at the phone to see if we're still connected. But
in any event, once you get the time, 0.466 seconds, that's the time it takes to free fall from a specific height, X, which is measured on Mr. Sanderson, which is 3.5 feet, to his ribs. And then you substitute T into the equation velocity equals 1/2 AT squared. In this case, typically for free fall equation, it's V equals AT. Now,
can we all be honest? It wouldn't matter if we heard him or saw him. We still wouldn't understand what the fuck he's saying.
Keep in mind, I've been on this case for 2 years, and up until this point, no one has ever asked me why that asterisk is there with the 1/2. Well, keep in mind that those equations are for free fall events. So if you're suspended in the air by X, 3.5 feet, and you are dropped to the ground, that's the velocity that you would get. However, we know that Mr. Sanderson is not suspended in the air when he collides or when he makes contact with Ms. Paltrow. So he's actually standing on his skis, so he's standing upright. So when he falls to the ground, it's not a free-falling event.
You believe this expert, right? Given all this tech stuff?
Because when he falls over, the speed of his feet that hit the ground is 0, whereas the velocity of his head is certainly much greater than the velocity at his feet. So you have to know, which I took his measurement in the office, how high the point of interest is, which is his ribs. Because that's
I mean, that's a great question because we've changed heights so many times. It would be hard to get a definite measurement.
You substitute the 1/2 AT squared asterisk into and that turns out to be 2.29 meters per second. And you put that into the impact formula, and then you obtain what the impact force is. So the equation should be written Fi, impact force, equals 1/2 in parentheses V sub T asterisk all squared and then over D, the distance through which the energy is transferred from the ground to his ribs, which I measured in the office. So you have to know those quantities and understand that this is not a free-falling event. So that's the big difference here. And once you have the 2.29 meters per second and you substitute that in and you just use Mr. Sanderson's weight as the mass in that equation, you realize that there is not enough impact force to fracture those ribs. So there has to be a mitigating circumstance, i.e., something fell on top of him in addition to him falling to the ground to cause those ribs to fracture in an otherwise healthy male. And so when you do the calculation, the object, and typically to fracture ribs on the lateral side, which is where you fracture plus or minus 400 newtons, 4,000 newtons plus or minus 400 newtons to fracture those ribs.
To these guys.
And when you work backwards, the mass required to do that indicates that the object that fell on Mr. Sanderson had to weigh at least 100 pounds. So, based on what I know about this case, any human that weighs greater than 100 pounds falling on Mr. Sanderson onto his right side, fracturing those ribs, would qualify as a traumatic event from an impact force calculation standpoint. Now, so once you understand that, then you start to consider other possible scenarios as to, is there any other way he could have fractured those ribs? The only other way he could have, if you consider him striking Ms. Paltrow from behind, is that if he were to do that, he would have to generate a rotational force on him and Miss Paltrow, resulting in him falling on the ground and Miss Paltrow falling on top of him. Okay? Now, keep in mind, as I already calculated, you look up there, it took less than half a second to fall to the ground. And so for him to ski into Miss Paltrow and then rotate 180 degrees to the ground in less than a half a second requires a rotation rate of greater than 400 degrees per second. Now, Olympic divers, that is, when they do their twisted
Olympics
and turnings on their competition dives, don't generate any greater than 400 degrees per second on their dives. And then when you take into consideration Newton's first and third laws, you know, Miss Paltrow is certainly not twisting and turning if she's struck from behind. So in order for her to rotate around with Mr.
How do you know that?
Sanderson, Mr. Sanderson has to, according to Newton's first and third laws, grab her and then take her to the ground in a twisting fashion where she lands on top of him.
How long is this supposed to take, Andy?
Now,
how long did they say it was going to take?
Olympic swimmers, if they were to grab a 100-pound weight or more and try to do those rotations, that's just not going to happen because the center of gravity is too far away from the moment or the initial point for rotation. So that's probably not going to happen. But let's hypothesize that this did in fact happen, which is highly unlikely. If Miss Paltrow landed on Mr. Sanderson and he landed on his back, that means she landed on his chest. And if that were to happen, the ribs would not fracture on the lateral aspect of his chest as we see in the medical records. So we know, based on that and the low probability of the rotational or the angular velocity, that did not happen. So that only leaves one possible scenario to satisfy Newtonian physics, the Mr. Sanderson's measurements, and his medical records, and that means that he was struck from behind, went down onto his right side, made contact with the ground with his elbow. The energy was transferred into his ribs that fractured the ribs. Now, I would like to add that had the rib fractures not occurred, no one would be able to do this analysis, period. And that's all I got to say about it.
Thank you.
That's all I got to say.
That's all for me. Defense counsel, question you next.
Roger that.
Mr. Egan?
Thanks, Your Honor. Am I to talk through this? Can you hear me, Dr. Boehm?
Barely. Is this Mr. Egan?
Yes, it's Mr. Egan.
Hi, good morning, Mr. Egan.
Good morning.
He's probably starstruck.
Given the limitations we have, I'm not going to ask you some things I prepared. I can't show you a number of things. So this may take a second, less than we'd planned here. But let me start this way. Dr. Scher, you watched Dr. Scher's or read Dr. Scher's trial testimony, right?
Yes, I read it. I did not watch it.
And so you didn't see him writing up the equations on the board for the jury and discussing those for them?
I did get a text picture
didn't see the
of his
whiteboard!
equations.
Okay. But did you get a text picture of the drawings that he drew for the jury?
Yes, I did.
And Dr. Scher
so
has
he saw the boob
significant
ski, that's
experience applying the principles of biomechanics to skiing, correct?
To my knowledge, he does. I don't know him personally or professionally.
And you do not have that kind of experience, correct?
With regards to what, sir?
Applying the principles of biomechanics to skiing?
I have not worked on skiing problems, if you will.
Okay.
But certainly.
And Dr. Scher has studied the physics of skiing and ski equipment, correct?
Oh, yeah, that's my understanding of primarily bindings with skis.
Yeah, I think it goes beyond that, but that's right. And you have not done such studies, correct?
No, not on ski bindings, sir.
And did you learn anything from Dr. Scher's testimony, given his experience with applying biomechanics to skiing and your lack of it? Did you learn anything from him?
Did I learn anything? I mean, all I learned was that he assumed a free fall event, and it's not a free fall event. That's what I learned primarily, and that's why that basic assumption flaw is analysis.
And that's the only thing you learned.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that. Mr.
And that's the only thing you learned.
Talking to the
Yes, that was basically that's why I'm here today.
Do you know? Is this
Oh,
better?
I hear you much.
Can you hear me better if I do
now.
this?
Absolutely,
Okay.
absolutely.
Can you hear me now?
Leaning in front of the jury here.
No, I appreciate that. I can hear you really good now. 5 by 5.
Oh, thanks. Yeah, it's a first. Okay. So, do you know anything about DIN settings? Those are the settings that dictate when ski bindings release.
No, I do not
Okay,
know
so-
anything about that.
so
I haven't skied in 40 years.
Right. Okay. And also that means you wouldn't know how much force it would have taken to release Mr. Sanderson's boots from his skis, correct?
I did not calculate that.
Not just that you didn't calculate it. You don't even know what force it would require. Is that right?
No, that is correct. It's not.
Happy
required
birthday,
for my
Brandy.
analysis.
Okay.
He dropped the man bun today.
And he's not wearing
Did
only
you
black.
catch in Dr. Scher's testimony that he's read the voluminous literature on rib fractures and the biomechanics of rib fractures?
I'm sure he has, but we did experiments in the lab in the military doing that. So
Okay, but my
very
question was
familiar
just,
with
did you
that.
see that part of or read that part of his testimony?
That's what he portrays.
Okay, and it sounds like you dispute his reading of that literature.
No, I don't. I mean, he portrays that he knows a lot about biomechanics.
Sure.
I don't know. I've never been in a discussion with him to familiarize myself with his level of knowledge in that field.
You said earlier that part of Dr. Scher's mistake in your mind is that he didn't acknowledge that he didn't solve for T. Is that what you said?
Well, that's one of them.
Okay, so that we're just going to stay on that one for a second.
Roger that.
Did you?
Objection. Let the witness finish his answer, counsel.
He answered my question. I was just going.
Mr. Boehm, did you have anything else that you needed to say to respond to the previous answer?
Here goes this judge.
No, we can move on, Your Honor.
Okay, thanks, Dr. Boehm. I don't mean to interrupt. I'm just trying to be quick because I don't have much time.
I understand, Mr. Egan.
So
I'm in a hurry too. I'm trying to make a luncheon.
I got it. Yeah.
Then
Well, we
shut up.
appreciate you making time during your vacation. So, did you miss in Dr. Scher's testimony where he pointed to the pages in your equations where you solved for T and he just assumed what you had done?
Right. I mean, basically, he did an analysis or a critique, I might add, on my analysis. I don't see where he calculated it himself.
Right. He was just working off yours, just assuming what you had done and then doing his own calculations.
That is correct.
Okay. Thanks. That's all the questions I have. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Egan. Appreciate it.
Mr. Bueller?
Well, okay, no, let it end.
Dr. Bain?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So you did see the calculations from Dr. Scher.
Well, I saw what he did, which was critique my analysis, and that was it. I don't know if he did any calculations based on what I saw in his testimony.
If you could quickly focus in on what is the error that you think Dr. Scher made?
Well, the biggest one, well, there's two of them. First of all, with the rotational aspect, he did not consider Newton's first and third laws, so that's a violation of classical physics. And then second of all, he assumed a free fall, and we know that Mr. Sanderson did not free fall to the ground because he was standing up and he fell over, and it's the velocity when you hit the ground, when you fall over, is much less than a free fall. And we did those studies at the Naval Undersea Research Laboratory because we were interested in that research for our military personnel. So knowing because you can appreciate standing up, when you fall over, the speed of your feet is 0, whereas the speed of your head is something else. And it's much different than a free fall event.
Okay. Thank you. That's all I have. Counsel?
Thank you. And am I allowed to leave? Over?
I just have one question, if that's okay, Your Honor.
James Egan has one more question.
Oh, okay. Mr. Egan.
Yep. Oh, thanks. Yep. Thank you, Lawrence. I'm back, Dr. Bain.
That's great.
One last question. You were talking about free fall. Do you recall the testimony from Mr. Sanderson that he went airborne during the accident?
I don't recall that.
Okay, thank you.
Anything else?
Just one question. Is it possible for Terry Sanderson to have gone airborne when his skis were on the snow?
No, that's not going to happen because the skier would have to go, that hit him from behind would have to be going in excess of 50 or 60 miles an hour, which I think is highly unlikely unless we're dealing with an
don't
Olympic
ask a
ski
question you
downhill
don't
skier
know
either.
the answer to.
Okay. That's all I have. Thank you, Dr. Bain. No more questions.
Thank you. And Your Honor, am I excused?
What, you're going to F
Yes, you
around?
are.
You're going to find
Thank
out.
you, Mr. Bain.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, guys. You guys have a great day out there in Utah.
Thank you.
Oh.
I don't think that answer was what they wanted.
That's all we have. No more witnesses, Your Honor.
So you rest your rebuttal case?
Please.
That's another rebuttal case, yes.
Okay.
Yay!
So you've now received all of the evidence.
Your Honor, we were thinking of calling somebody, but we decided not to.
Okay. So
Good
you've now
for you.
received all of the evidence. I just need to ask the lawyers a couple questions and then we'll proceed. So
We'd
could you
like points
approach
because
the
we
bench,
didn't do
please?
it. Stretch this even debaucherous even more. We would like to point on the record that we could have done more. We were gonna, but we decided not to since we just took the court's time so much that, we're not gonna do it. But we could have, Your Honor. We were gonna do it, Your Honor.
I'm just a simple country lawyer.
I hate this guy.
If I literally had no life and nothing to do, I think I would rewatch this trial and just crop out every time he coughed and make like a super cut. And then add up that time and be like, that time should be given back to the defense.
I wouldn't wish that on my worst enemy. To waste that time. But yeah, there would be something funny there. There would. And he got everyone. What was even more depressing about that is he got everyone sick.
Yep.
You could tell that the whole courtroom was sick because of this idiot.
Poor Owens. Like I don't particularly like Owens. I don't think he's been the greatest lawyer. I think he handled yesterday with Terry on the stand fantastic. But I mean, I feel bad for him that he literally came to work with that type of a hazard and got as sick as he did because he did not look good yesterday at all.
No, he did not.
No.
Well, there you go, guys. We're waiting. I don't know what's happening now, what they're talking about here, but this clown show is getting close to an end. Finally. It's been taking a while, but we're finally getting close to a finale. Who would have thought? Waiting the next word from the judge
Start closing
as we get
I
ready
assume?
for closing arguments.
Yep.
What was that?
I was just saying to start closing, I assume.
Yeah,
I mean,
no,
they're
that's the
probably
schedule.
fighting now.
They're fighting.
Probably.
Remember when we took all that time this morning when the judge is like, yeah, we did all this work to make it smooth. Bullshit. Look, the judge has been calm. The judge has been patient. The judge has been a pussy, in my opinion. Sorry. This guy had lost complete control of his courtroom. I don't feel like this was fair at all. I don't think he was really paying attention at the time. He was too nice to everybody. And it became a circus on his watch. So I'm not a fan of this judge. He's trying to round all
Okay,
together
members
now.
of the jury, you have been handed the closing jury instructions. There's one more document you'll get before the parties argue, but we're gonna give that to you right after the break. I'm gonna read through these and then we'll take a short break. So these are jury instructions 18 and 22 through 42. If you turn to page 2, and you can make notes on these if you'd like. So page 2 is jury instruction number 18, which has already been
Jury
read to you.
instructions, the funnest
most
part.
of it, as modified, because I did modify it during the trial, and I read it to you during the trial as it stated right here. So now you've got the complete 18, the modified 18. Turning then to jury instruction 22, which was also read to you during the trial on limited purpose evidence. Turning then to 23, a closing roadmap. Members of the jury, you have now received all of the evidence. 3 things remain to be done. First, I will give you additional instructions that you will follow in deciding this case. Second, the lawyers will give their closing arguments. The plaintiff will go first, then the defendant, then the plaintiff may give a rebuttal. Finally, you will go to the jury room to decide the case. In the jury room, you will have 2 main duties as jurors. First, you will decide from the evidence what the facts are. You may draw all reasonable inferences from that evidence. Second, you will take the law I give you in the instructions, apply it to the facts, and reach a verdict. Instruction 24, closing arguments. When the lawyers give their closing arguments, keep in mind that they are advocating their views of the case. What they say during their closing arguments is not evidence. If the lawyers say anything about the evidence that conflicts with what you remember, you are to rely on your memory of the evidence. If they say anything about the law that conflicts with these instructions, you are to rely on these instructions. Counsel, could you remove that easel? It's kind of blocking my view of the jury. Number 25. You can just shove it over next to the screen. Legal rulings. During the trial, I have made certain rulings. I made those rulings based on the law and not because I favor one side or the other. However, if I sustained an objection, if I did not accept evidence offered by one side or the other, or if I ordered that certain testimony be stricken, then you must not consider those things in reaching your verdict. 26, fault defined. Your goal as jurors is to decide whether Terry Sanderson was harmed, and if so, whether anyone is at fault for that harm. You must also decide whether Gwyneth Paltrow was harmed, and if so, whether anyone is at fault for that harm. If you decide that more than one person is at fault, you must then allocate fault among them. Fault means any wrongful act or failure to act. The wrongful act or failure to act alleged in this case is negligence. Your answers to the questions on the verdict form will determine whether anyone is at fault. We will review the verdict form in a few minutes after your break. Instruction 27, negligence defined. You must decide whether Gwyneth Paltrow or Terry Sanderson was negligent, or whether they were both negligent. Negligence means that a person did not use reasonable care. We all have a duty to use reasonable care to avoid injuring others. Reasonable care is simply what a reasonably careful person would do in a similar situation. A person may be negligent in acting or in failing to act. The amount of care that is reasonable depends on the situation. Ordinary circumstances do not require extraordinary caution. But some situations require more care because a reasonably careful person would understand that more danger is involved. To establish negligence, Terry Sanderson has the burden of proving that 1, Gwyneth Paltrow was negligent, and 2, this negligence was a cause of Terry Sanders' harm.
That's so important. I don't
If
think
you
he's able to
find
do
that Gwyneth Paltrow was negligent, then you must determine whether that negligence was a cause of Terry Sanderson's harm and whether Terry Sanderson sustained damages. Gwyneth Paltrow claims that Terry Sanderson was negligent in causing his own harm, and that should read, and in causing her harm. To establish Terry Sanderson's negligence, Gwyneth Paltrow has the burden of proving Gwyneth Paltrow has the burden of proving that 1, Terry Sanderson was negligent, and 2, that this negligence was a cause of Terry Sanders' harm and her own harm. I'll send in a corrected instruction 27. If you find that Terry Sanderson was negligent, then you must determine whether his negligence was a cause of his own harm and her own and Ms. Paltrow's harm, and whether Paltrow sustained damages. Instruction 28, allocation of fault. If you decide that more than one person is at fault, you must decide each person's percentage of fault that caused the harm you determine was suffered in this case. This allocation must total 100%. Mr. Sanderson's total recovery will be reduced by the percentage of fault that you attribute to him. If you decide that this percentage is 50% or greater, he will recover nothing. The same is true of Ms. Paltrow's recovery. When you answer the question on damages, do not reduce the award by Mr. Sanderson's or Ms. Paltrow's percentages. I will calculate that later. Instruction 29, violation of a safety law. Violation of a safety law is evidence of negligence. Terry Sanderson claims that Gwyneth Paltrow violated Parts A and B of the following safety law, and Gwyneth Paltrow claims that Terry Sanderson violated Part A of the following safety law. This is Summit County Ordinance Section 523, reckless skiing. A, reckless skiing prohibited. No person shall ski in a reckless or negligent manner so as to endanger the life, limb, or property of any person. B, skier's duty to injured party in the event of collision. Any skier involved in a collision resulting in injury to any person shall immediately stop at the scene of such collision and render to such person injured in such collision reasonable assistance, including the caring or the making of arrangements for the caring of such person by a physician, surgeon, or hospital for medical or surgical treatment, if it is apparent that such treatment is necessary, or if such caring is requested by the injured party. If you decide that Mr. Sanderson and or Ms. Paltrow violated the safety law, you may consider the violation as evidence of negligence. If you decide that Mr. Sanderson and or Ms. Paltrow did not violate the safety law, you must disregard the violation, disregard the safety law, and decide whether they acted with reasonable care under the circumstances. Jury instruction 30, I've already determined that Gwyneth Paltrow did not leave the scene of the accident without giving her contact information. Jury instruction 31, spoliation. Ms. Paltrow has presented evidence that a GoPro video of the ski collision may have existed. Sanderson asserts that the GoPro video of the ski collision never existed. If you find that 1, a GoPro video of the collision likely existed, and 2, that any such GoPro video was in the possession or control of Sanderson, and 3, that the plaintiff intentionally or negligently disposed of or lost the GoPro video of the collision, or otherwise failed to offer a reasonable excuse for failing to preserve the GoPro video of the collision before a defendant had an opportunity to review and evaluate it. Then you may, but are not required to, conclude that the evidence would have been unfavorable to Sanderson. Instruction 32,
That's big.
Introduction to tort damages.
That's a big reveal.
Economic
Yeah,
and
that's not
non-economic
good for them.
damages introduced.
At all.
I will now instruct you about damages. My instructions are given as a guide for calculating what damages should be if you find that either Terry Sanderson or Gwyneth Paltrow is entitled to them. However, if you decide no one is entitled to recover damages, then you must disregard these instructions. If you decide that Ms. Paltrow's fault caused Mr. Sanderson's harm, you must decide how much money will fairly and compensate him for that harm. If you decide that Mr. Sanderson's fault caused Ms. Paltrow's harm, then you may award Ms. Paltrow $1, which is the maximum amount she seeks. There are 2 kinds of damages, economic and non-economic. I would explain the difference between them. 33, proof of damages. To be entitled to damages, a party must prove 2 points. First, that damages occurred. There must be a reasonable probability, not just speculation, that a party suffered damages from the other party's fault. Second, the amount of damages. The level of evidence required to prove the amount of damages is not as high as what is required to prove the occurrence of damages. There must still be evidence, not just speculation, that gives a reasonable estimate of the amount of damages, but the law does not require a mathematical certainty. In other words, if a party has proved that they have been damaged and they have established a reasonable estimate of those damages, the other party may not escape liability because of some uncertainty in the amount of damages. 34, economic damages defined. Economic damages are the amount of money that will fairly and adequately compensate a party for measurable losses of money or property caused by another party's fault. Mr. Sanderson is not claiming any economic damages. Therefore, you should not award Mr. Sanderson any economic damages. Ms. Paltrow is seeking $1 in economic damages. 35, non-economic damages defined. Mr. Sanderson is seeking non-economic damages. Non-economic damages are the amount of money that will fairly and adequately compensate Mr. Sanderson for losses other than economic losses. Non-economic damages are not capable of being exactly measured, and there is no fixed rule, standard, or formula for them. Non-economic damage may still be awarded even though they may be difficult to compute. It is your duty to make this determination with calm and reasonable judgment. The law does not require the testimony of any witness to establish the amount of non-economic damages. In awarding non-economic damages, among the things that you may consider are 1, the nature and extent of injuries, 2, the pain and suffering, both mental and physical, 3, the extent to which Mr. Sanderson has been prevented from pursuing his ordinary affairs, 4, the degree and character of any disfigurement, 5, the extent to which Mr. Sanderson has been limited in the enjoyment of life, and 6, whether the consequences of these injuries are likely to continue and for how long. While you may not award damages based on speculation, the law requires only that the evidence provide a reasonable basis for assessing the damages, but does not require a mathematical certainty. I will now instruct you on particular items of economic and non-economic damages presented in this case. Instruction 36, pre-existing conditions. Terry Sanderson is alleged to have had physical, emotional, or mental conditions before the time of the ski collision.
Can we really
He
say
is not
alleged
entitled
at
to
this point?
recover damages for those conditions. However, he is entitled to recover damages for any aggravation of the conditions caused by Gwyneth Paltrow's fault, even if those conditions made him more vulnerable to physical or emotional harm than the average person. This is true even if another person may not have suffered any harm from the event at all. Gwyneth Paltrow has the burden to prove what portion of the alleged harm is the result of pre-existing conditions. If you are unable to make such an apportionment, then you must conclude that all damages, if any, you find were suffered by Mr. Sanderson were caused by Ms. Paltrow. 37, mitigation of damages. Each party had a duty to exercise reasonable diligence and ordinary care to minimize the damages caused by the other's fault. Any damages award should not include those that could have been avoided by taking reasonable steps. Terry Sanderson has the burden to prove that Gwyneth Paltrow could have minimized her damages but failed to do so. Gwyneth Paltrow has the burden to prove that Terry Sanderson could have minimized his damages but failed to do so. If a party made reasonable efforts to minimize damages, then your award to that party should include the amounts that he or she reasonably incurred to minimize them.
Your Honor, my memory is that jury instruction 38 was stricken by both parties yesterday.
Okay.
Is that your memory?
It wasn't.
It was not.
It was not stricken.
I apologize. Please proceed.
Okay. 38, collateral source payments. You shall award
can't help
damages
himself.
in an amount that fully compensates Terry
Owens has got to
Sanderson.
always correct the
Do
judge.
not speculate
Yep.
on or consider
Perfect
any
lawyer
other
for Gwyneth.
possible sources of benefit Terry Sanderson may have received. After you have received your verdict, I will make whatever adjustments may be appropriate. 39, four-person selection and duties and jury deliberations. Among the first things you should do when you go to the jury room to deliberate is to appoint someone to serve as the jury foreperson. The foreperson should not dominate the jury's discussion, but rather should facilitate the discussion of the evidence and make sure that all members of the jury get the chance to speak. The foreperson's opinions should be given the same weight as those of other members of the jury. Once the jury has reached a verdict, the foreperson is responsible for filling out and signing the verdict form on behalf of the entire jury. In the jury room, discuss the evidence and speak your minds with each other. Open discussion should help you reach an agreement on a verdict. Listen carefully and respectfully to each other's views and keep an open mind about what others have to say. I recommend that you not commit yourself to a particular verdict before discussing all the evidence. Try to reach an agreement, but only if you can do so honestly and in good conscience. If there is a difference of opinion about the evidence or the verdict, do not hesitate to change your mind if you become convinced that your position is wrong. On the other hand, do not give up your honestly held views about the evidence simply to agree on a verdict, to give in to pressure from other jurors, or just to get the case over with. In the end, your vote must be your own. In reaching your verdict, you may not use methods of chance, such as drawing straws or flipping a coin. The verdict must reflect your individual, careful, and conscientious judgment. Instruction 40, do not resort to chance. When you deliberate, do not flip a coin, draw straws, choose opinions at random, or use other methods of chance. Instead, you must weigh the evidence carefully and come to a decision that is supported by the evidence. If you decide that a party is entitled to recover damages, you must then agree upon the amount of money to award that party. Each of you should state your own independent judgment on what the amount should be. You must thoughtfully consider the amounts suggested, evaluate them according to these instructions and the evidence, and reach an agreement on the amount. You must not agree in advance to average the estimates. Instruction 41, Agreement on Special Verdict. After the break, I'm going to give you a form called the Special Verdict that contains several questions and instructions. You must answer the questions based on the instructions and the evidence that you have seen and heard during this trial. Because this is not a criminal case, your verdict does not have to be unanimous. At least 6 jurors must agree on the answer to each question, but they do not have to be the same 6 jurors on each question. As soon as 6 or more of you agree on the answer to all of the required questions, the forepersons should sign and date the verdict form and tell the bailiff that you have finished. The bailiff will escort you back to this courtroom. You should bring the completed special verdict form with you. And then jury instruction 42 I'll read to you at the end of the trial. So that completes these instructions. I wonder if you could write your names on the top of that, because as you noticed, I did make some changes to a few of the instructions as we went along, and I'll have the bailiff insert the new and take out the old, if you could do that, the new instructions, before they're given back to you. Yes? Pardon me?
Names and numbers, or just names?
On the verdict form, the foreperson will write their number and their name when they sign it. And there's only be one signature on it, which would be the foreperson. And when I select the 2 jurors that will unfortunately have to leave us before deliberations, I'll just tell you your juror number. I won't say your name, and I'll give you further instructions about those 2 individuals. So I'll do that in a few minutes after all the arguments are completed. So at this time we'll take a recess, and thank you.
All rise for the jury.
All right.
We are taking a recess. All right, now that took way longer than it was supposed to.
Mm-hmm.
They each have an hour to do their closings. I think one side wanted 1 hour and 15 minutes. I don't know if they'll lose that time now and they'll only have an hour. You'd think the judge would finally use that gavel of his, Kim, to create some order in this courtroom. We'll see if he's addressing that now. But
defendants?
No, I would like to get a hard copy of the special verdict form just so I can read it one more time.
We've got some issues with the verdict form. I wonder if you could come into chambers and we can kind of go through that.
Thank you. And then can Peter Jensen have the defense binder index, and certainly one of the plaintiff's lawyers is welcome to be present to do the final swap out with the new index. He's
Sure.
not adding one thing. He's deducting.
And is that something we need to do before closings?
No. He could do it at the moment. They are discharged to deliberate.
Normally,
Sure.
well, if you want to get those into evidence, I suggest you try as soon as possible.
Well, I do move to admit the new index, all those documents on the new index, which they have. Any objection?
Are there any objections to the index of defendants' trial exhibits? All of the exhibits being received?
So that's on the new index. And now he just needs to make the changes, including blacking out Mr. Sanderson's
Contact
information.
Social Security, birth date.
Address is the one that's most common.
Okay. All right, so take a quick break and then have the bailiff bring you back to my chambers on the special verdict form.
Thank you.
Ooh, they're going back to his chambers.
I'm just a simple country lawyer.
Okay, so unclear how long this break will be.
Yeah.
Not a long, I think probably a little bit, and then they'll come back. We'll at least hear them finessing some other thing, but they clearly have some forms they're finessing. We have the hour-long closing on each side is what we're waiting for, and that should happen I'm hoping within the half hour. within the half hour, we'll get the closing. So as soon as that starts, we'll go back and be watching that because that's pretty imperative to this case. See how each of these sides. I can't wait to hear who does it. How
I'm
that
just a simple country lawyer.
is going to do it. Is it going to be him or Bueller? Like either way, ugh, shoot me in the face. They're the most just boringest, just no charisma, nothing attorneys. And then you got Owens, who's a little snarky and annoying, but at least he's, he's got some sass and some attitude. And then you got Owens, who I'd prefer, but I don't think he's gonna. Usually whoever starts the opening usually does the closing, I think, right? So we will see. They're in recess for a little bit. Let me read a couple comments. Kim, did you have anything to add before I start reading some of these comments?
I do have one thank you. I did want to say very quickly. I think you summed it up, though, everything. I mean, this is just, I'm not looking forward to these closings. And the only thing I'm looking forward to is if the defense, or not the defense, if the plaintiff goes over time and the fight that will then happen of them being like, but we only have 5 minutes left. And it's like, no, I could see that being a thing. But thank you very much to Elizabeth, who sent me a PayPal last night. Just a lovely comment you sent with it. I really appreciate your support and everybody for being here. Thank you so much. And we've got about 3,500 people in here. And I would ask, if you guys have not hit the like button yet, that you would consider doing that. It really helps out the channel. And it's a fast and easy way that really does help us with the algorithm. So that's it.
Well said, Tristan King. Good to see you, Tristan. Totally random, but I was wondering if we're going to have another meeting up. I will be there in a heartbeat. And woo, knew he wouldn't win. We don't have one planned officially. You guys can do an unofficial one if you guys wanted to do something. But I know Lewis and Jody and I are going to Vegas, but we're not doing a big meetup again. I just don't want to deal with it. It was too much headache, too much work. And we're just going to go cover CinemaCon. We'll be there at the end of April. And then I think there is a plan to do some probably meetup in LA is what I think will happen when Steph goes out and visits again. There will probably be some sort of event at Lewis usually has something he sets up and then we'll be there. So I imagine we'll do an LA some point, something a little bit more low key. But yeah, I don't know of any other big ones soon. And definitely what happens in Vegas stays in Vegas, Kim. But some fans had a little much to drink. I already called out Alejandro. But yeah, it's just like too much pressure, like to make sure everyone's okay and there, and I don't want to put anybody. It's too much trouble. But yes, some sort of something. I think probably LA is a good guess. I think if Steph and Lewis are coming out there, I would plan that we'd set up some more low key something there. So stay tuned, Tristan. And in the meanwhile, yeah, I mean, I don't know how you guys would set one up, but I'm sure you could try to meet up with the community in the comments and get together at some point. I don't even know where you work, Tristan, but yeah, stay tuned. I think LA is probably the best bet sometime this summer. It'll be a little while. There's a couple of events happening, but they're going to be very more low key, less last minute notice. But as for a big planned trip, nothing in the cards just yet. Also, you said, I knew he wouldn't win. Yeah. Well, he hasn't. Which one? Which one wouldn't win? Who are you talking about there? Let me know again. Shy Penguin, good to see you. Good morning, Andy and Kim. Just to change the topic real quick, have you guys heard how great Jeremy Renner is doing? Yes. In fact, there's an interview tonight, I think, with Diane Sawyer, who I don't like, but I watched the teaser and it got me emotional. Looks like he's really getting back. And yeah, I'm sure that'll be our content tomorrow to recap the interview and give you guys tonight at some point. Stay tuned. We'll get you an update on Jeremy Renner tomorrow. Tinkle Tits McGee, Windows 95 Yeti ski game was more credible than this. Okay, Tinkle Tits. I haven't played that game, but I'll trust you. Jimmy Barton, thank you. Evelyn A, cough, cough.
I'm just a simple country lawyer.
Ninja Vestos, I'm just a simple country lawyer.
I'm just a simple country lawyer.
Should be a South Park character. Yep. Tinkle Tits McGee, call your grandparents if you have them and tell them you love them. Aw, good point. It's true. Call up anybody you love. Tell them you love them. Jenna Balby, people look bored more than with defense expert he's rebutting. Doesn't seem successful plaintiff. No, that was not a successful opening witness. And the end, because correct me if I'm wrong. I actually let's do one quick replay because I think that was the funnest part. That whole debacle.
And the past 7 years since causation and damages.
Claim
Your findings regarding the ski.
The reason free in 40 years.
That was my other part. I'm not a skier. I don't know anything about skiing.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
When you fall, guys.
approach the bench.
Thank you.
Wait, it was right here. Sorry for the scrolling.
You were talking about free fall. Do you recall the testimony from Mr. Sanderson that he went airborne during the accident?
I don't recall that.
Okay, thank you.
He doesn't recall it. Now, the reason he asked is because Terry, correct me if I'm wrong, Kim, said he went airborne. He was flying.
He did.
Right?
Yes, he did.
And so...
just one question. Is it possible for Terry Sanderson to have gone airborne when his skis were on the snow?
No, that's not going to happen because the skier would have to go that hit him from behind.
Terry thought that was a win. Like, yeah, I didn't go airborne. Dude, you said I was flying. You said I was flying.
Literally, like.
And even though your own experts like, no, that's not possible. So that was that. Did any of that work for you, Kim? This whole nonsense here?
I just thought it was funny. To me, it's like the whole thing. Like they literally called this guy back because they had to battle the testimony of Math Daddy, which was super good. I don't know if anybody in the chat saw that, but basically he was a biomechanic engineer. Was that the term? And he was an expert in the physics of skiing and just gave this incredible testimony complete with a whiteboard, drawing things so people that didn't understand the math of it written could understand it visually. It was very, very smart. And so they had to call this other expert back, the plaintiff, to fight that because Math Daddy basically said his math was wrong. And I'm going to prove it to you mathematically why he's wrong. And so they get him back and then they top it off with that last point, thinking that like, okay, at least we have a defense. At least we redeemed our expert. And then that happened. And it was just like, oh, so this was a waste of time.
Bueller had to get that little ending in, and I don't think it helped them. I don't think it helped at all. Also, K to the T, thank you for upgrading. I just thought, thank you for reminding me. You upgrade to Popcorn Producer. Woo! That's level 3. You're a level 3 member. Woo! You guys can kick up your members if you want to do like K to the T just did. Go on over, pick a new tier. I got to make a new trailer once this trial's over and we have some time and Steph's here. Be working on that, but I got to upgrade that thing you're watching just then. But pick a tier, hit the join, you'll see your options. You can always just upgrade. Go to next level, go to producer. Heck, be an investor. Who's going to become an investor on this show? Appreciate you guys. There'll be more perks coming. You'll be glad you did. Also, Gaynor Rands, I see you, a next leveler for 18 months. I see that one next to you. Well deserved. We love you, Gaynor. Thank you, Andy and Kim, for making this trial way more funny than the trial was, and always for your time. I think we miss seeing your faces all day next week. You'll see our faces next week, just not all day. you'll get us on the days, just not every day. Also, Tristan King's back. What's up, Tristan? LOL. I'm in Salt Lake City. If I had known ahead of time, I would have been there. Tristan, hit us up. I didn't know that. I should have thought that. We should have been ahead. This one sort of sprung all of us. We're like, is it going to be televised? Oh crap, it is. Let's cover this. But they've been doing it for 8 days, Tristan. We could have gotten you there at the end. I would have happily had you be a correspondent. So next time there's a trial in Utah, let us know. Appreciate you. Let's see. Alex Lepper. Keep up the good work. Andy, love the t-shirt. Oh, yes. Thank you. It's a little Pulp Fiction reference. Jackrabbit Slims. Let's see. Making sure I got everybody else. Tinkle Tits. Math Zaddy can fracture my ribs any day. Jesus.
Bonk.
Karen Karsten. Otherwise, I got to pull out. Shame. Shame, Tinkle Tits. Otherwise, healthy male. Hilarious. Karen. Yeah. That whole opening when they were talking about how he's another 10-year life instructor. He's otherwise a healthy male. Dude, your whole case is about how he's not healthy. But no, he's going to live 10 more years and should have. Anyway, Mercedes-Benz, thank you. Catherine Joy, thank you so much. Tinkle Tits, Boomer Tech fail. Yeah, that tech support was real. They needed the nerd squad in there, geek squad in there. Crystal, multitasking, grooming dogs while listening all week. Love that, Crystal,
Yes.
the dog groomer. Yeah, good to see you, Crystal. Alice Martinez, circus rave time. Yeah, well, close. I can't do the circus rave because they almost shut our stream down because I didn't have the rights to that
Really?
song. So I'm being
Oh.
more careful.
Okay.
Being more careful with those. Let's see it. A couple more. Miss Kim, can we all say later we were there until the very end and survived? Thank you for sticking it out, Andy, Kim, Steph. Yes, we can. We will at the end of this day. Paulina, again, are you going to have a special victory anniversary for Johnny's win with special guests, best moments, funniest moments? Interesting you say that. Stay tuned. Anne-Marie F., thanks for following the trial. Even though it's been tedious, you guys have made it much more entertaining. Thank you, Anne. Paulina Jensen, thank you. And I am all caught up. Thank you so much, everybody. You guys are amazing. And I put a new poll out. Steph, you did a good job, but you forgot the third option because there is actually 3 options. Terry will win and get the damages. 3% of you think that. That's low. The other 2 are more likely. Gwyneth wins the dollar. That's what you guys are going with, 71%. But 25% of you think there's a possibility that they both lose, meaning neither are awarded anything. That is absolutely an option on the table. And I wanted to make sure we did the poll with all 3 options because it is likely that that could happen. And in fact, that's where I'm voting, Kim. I don't really want either of them to win at this point. Where do you want them to go, Kim? You want Gwyneth to get her dollar?
I kind of do want her to get her dollar. I feel like this guy has probably been a pain in her butt for 7 years. And if you can imagine how annoyed we are with him after a week, I just.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Give her her
It's
dollar.
a good point. I'll give you that.
Ridiculous.
I'll go for the dollar because it's like she had to put a lot of energy into this, time and everything for what? There's no proof. And if he didn't do it,
Yeah.
well, I guess that's the problem. No, see, I disagree with you.
Okay.
See, you had me, but no, because the dollar is for her own damages. And I don't think she has damages. Yeah, this is an inconvenience, this is annoying, the lawyers, etc. But that's just what happens with lawsuits. There should be an insurance company paying her lawyers, which is what I assume is happening. And if that's the case and her lawyers are paid for by an insurance whatever, then I say she doesn't need the damn dollar. I don't think it's that obvious. I think they both probably hit each other. If Terry doesn't get damages, why should Gwyneth get damages? Because you got to remember, that dollar is for damages. You really think Gwyneth deserves damages? Has she proven that she's had damages?
I think when we talk about damages, we can absolutely say that Gwyneth did the stupidity of I lost half a day of skiing, which we have established over and over and over again that it's very expensive at this resort. And then she also had to get, I guess she chose, but I mean, it is technically treatment in some ways. She chose to get a massage after what happened because she was in some pain and discomfort, which I've never been able to buy a massage for $1, but that's just been my experience. So there's those types of things. But here's my issue when it comes to Terry, right? We literally just heard one of his experts say that Cherry's story of events is not possible. His own experts are dismissing his chain of events. So is Gwyneth at fault? No, I don't think she is. Not based on all of the testimony that we've heard. So if she's not at fault, someone came and hit her, then she lost half a day of skiing, then had to go get a massage, and now has had to spend the last 7 years dealing with this crap.
Yeah, but see, that the damages aren't that.
Okay.
The damages are the half a day skiing and I guess a massage.
That's more than $1.
I guess. All right. So technically she should win her half day pass because she didn't get to finish her skiing.
Mm.
If you believe, well, see, here's the problem though. Do you believe, so I guess, because I'm even trying to hate on Gwyneth. I'm just trying to do the rules. If I'm like, who really is at fault here? I don't know. I don't think either of them are at fault. But my point is, like, do you really feel as confident that Terry purposely hit her as much as he's saying Gwyneth hit him? Do you see evidence of that? Because again, guys, a lot of emotion in this chat. You're coming at me because I'm like, come on, you give me the, but share that same energy we're putting towards Terry, towards Gwyneth. Do you have proof that Gwyneth plowed into him and it was her fault, that it was his fault? You know, that he plowed into her. Do you have that evidence, Kim?
No. But what I will say is that I do believe that he was negligent in the sense that he's saying that they collided on his right side. Gwyneth is saying that he would have had to come over to the right and hit her, and he's blind in that eye. And he had a cataract over the other. I don't believe it was purposeful, but I do believe it was negligent.
It's like Alec Baldwin with the gun.
And I just looked it up. This sounds so stupid. Okay, so I just looked up Deer Valley day passes for skiing for an adult. So
link me. Let's look at it.
Yeah, it is $269 on average. Some days there's a 10-day off bet thing in March. When I look in, let me take a look here. Now, if we move to different months, I can't remember what month this was in. And I can't look back in the past to see when it was. But let's say that it was over $200 and she lost half the day. So that's $100 worth of damages right there. And if we can look up what the resort charges for things like massage, we can also get that number. And that's part of why it's not about the amount that she's lost. It's that it is the acknowledgement. It is symbolic, but she did lose money because of his actions. Not, like that is
$500.
That's if you do 2 days, you have 2 days selected. So go back to one. Yeah.
So yeah, I guess. So all right, there's damages. I'll agree. I'll concede to that. There are damages on her side. There's damages, I guess, on both sides. Fine. The next question though is, who actually caused it? Now, if it's who was more, you believe he was negligent. You've seen more evidence that he's the negligent one. Then yeah, that I could see that as an argument as to why the jury would believe it. I guess my problem is, there's no evidence either way. There's no evidence to me that either one hit the other, is all I'm trying to say. And for me in watching it all, I believe Gwyneth more than I believe him, but aren't we supposed to actually use evidence, or do we just go with who our gut is based on the testimonies we're seeing? Like, isn't it supposed to be beyond a reasonable doubt? I have doubt on both sides.
Case. Not in a civil case. It's 51% probability in a civil
Still,
case.
that's, I see. So it's not 100%.
Mm-mm. Is it more probable? And if you look at the evidence from Gwyneth's side, and you also look at their testimonies, and you weigh their credibility as well as the other people, I think Gwyneth is the clear winner here.
Yeah. Okay. If it's that, I would say yeah. I'm like 50-50 with a slight edge towards Gwyneth believing it. So yeah. All right. You've swayed me. I think Gwyneth deserves her dollar. See, that's why we talk things out here. We educate ourselves, because I wasn't really fully sure, but his tendency to not tell the truth is definitely a big percentage towards Gwyneth. And yeah, he's not credible. Therefore, I don't believe him. Therefore, Gwyneth is more credible. I think at the end of the day, given everything, this is a clear cut. Here's your dollar, Gwyneth. It's over. Goodbye.
Yeah. I'm just trying to take a look here and see if I can find a quote for massage.
And the dollar's smart because Gwyneth wants to win this. She doesn't need the money. Just like when Taylor Swift did it. It was a smart move. And I don't think Taylor Swift was the first person to do the dollar thing. I feel like that's been a thing that's happened before. But Probably. It's smart because the jury's like, oh, they don't mind about the money. This is just about, they want to say, sure, give them the dollar. It seems small, but it's big because at the end of the day, she wins. And that's what she wants here, to prove that he's wrong and he lied. So yeah, I think they're going to award her the dollar.
Yeah.
Which would also mean that these lawyers, James Egan gets paid, guys. And I want him to get paid. I want him to get paid well so he can go make more beautiful music for us.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I did just do a quick look, and it looks like at least if she got a 60-minute massage, we're looking at more than $100 on average. And I'm assuming she would be on the higher end of the average for the
At a
people
ski
that she
resort,
would-
$100 for a massage? That's pretty
No,
good.
I actually can't find a massage like thing within the ski resort. So it would be other spas that are within the area. And that's what I took a look at. So I took a look at the top few spas that are in that general vicinity that she likely would have called someone. Unless somebody can find it, please. If somebody else can find it, let me know, because I'd love to know. For science.
For science. You got your thank you in, right? I'm just seeing the chats now. Sorry, I'm sometimes late on it.
Yeah.
Did you get the thank yous? Are you good?
I can't remember if I said I did get another one. Thank you very much from Anne Marie. Thank you so much for the PayPal tip there. I really do appreciate that. It's been a lot, but it's good. Oh, okay. Lindsay saw something. She said it's $230 for 60 minutes at the resort. That does sound pretty normal. I would definitely say that. So if we're talking $230 plus a minimum of, I'd say roughly $125 for half the day for skiing, yeah, you're looking at probably close to $350. And that would be your minimal. But I think more the cost that is important in this case, which I know she's not claiming, is the fact that this was a trip that her children were supposed to, be really interacting with her boyfriend at the time's children. It was supposed to be a bonding experience. They're now married. So obviously this was important. They were trying to give the kids a good time and start to mesh the families. And that's important. And it's hard to be able to focus on that and work through family stuff when that type of drama goes down. So my heart does go out to her on that, because that sucks when you put through all that work and all that effort to make an environment for your kids and your family, and then that stuff happens. It sucks. Yeah. Lizzie May, the border collie, said, I think she should have asked for more money. All the time and bad press and fees. Terry seems like a millionaire. He can afford paying her $350K at least. I understand what you're saying, but I also understand from the perspective of Gwyneth Paltrow, it wouldn't have looked good if she asked for a large sum of money. Because it would have just kind of added to the dialogue that we've seen of her being entitled. And you saw how the plaintiffs really attacked the whole, well, you paid $9,000 for, private training for your children. Why aren't you paying Terry, basically? So I understand why she did that.
Blanca, what's up, Blanca? Could the jury award her more than $1 if they found he did all this for a cash grab, considering time and trial and travel? I think they can, Kim.
I thought they said that the maximum that they could pay out to Gwyneth was the $1, because that's all she is seeking.
Maybe that was added later. I guess I remember Christopher saying that you can award more.
Okay.
But if we get Kurt or somebody back in, more expert, will they know? Good question. Tammy Hoshi, sorry, Tammy H. $1 from the jury for judges to award attorney's fee. Yeah, I mean, it's not going to be just $1. It also is attorney's fees. Sammy Bear, not sure Gwen is complaining about the half day of skiing, but all the kids meeting up for the first time. She's not asked for the loss of finance. No, but when pressured, like, was there any damages? She was trying to point that, yeah, there were some damages, enough to justify the $1. Julia Dew, why is everyone mad at Gwyneth Paltrow for not wanting cameras in her face during the trial? Think about all the memes and TikToks during the Depp Heard trial, because it's a public courtroom.
Yeah.
This isn't her living room. This isn't her at a park with her kids, even. This is a court of law. And if you are in that court of law, if Kim's in that court of law, if Gwyneth's in that court of law, cameras are in our face. And it's to protect us. So, yeah, I mean, that comes with being a celebrity, and she doesn't get a pass just because she's a celebrity, especially in a public court of law. So I totally disagree. I think she needs to know you're an actress. You're there for a day to act. Know the cameras are on you. It's not like it's hidden. You're not aware of it. Your kids aren't there unless you bring them in. Like you're in control of the situation, so you know it's there. When you leave the courtroom and you go back to your home, you're back to privacy. In a public court of law, the cameras are allowed to be in her face. I totally disagree in this whole. I mean, now they made a stipulation that the cameras would only be when people are talking.
Yeah.
They should follow that rule if
Yes.
that's what they all agreed to. However, I don't know. I think it's important sometimes to see reactions because as a jury, it's good to see if something else happening. I think I don't know. I don't have a problem with it, and I think that I prefer it because it's just showing us what's happening in the courtroom. Why should that be ever secret? Now, there's certain things that the jury can't hear. I get that part of it, right? But for the public, if you could have walked in that courtroom and stared at Gwyneth all day, you were allowed to do it. So technically, anyone should be able to do that. So cameras are okay in the courtroom. They should be in courtrooms, in my opinion. And her trying to fight it was kind of just, I think, looked bad. Now, she did have they did set this parameter. They should be following the parameter if it's true. I don't disagree there. And they haven't been. We're not getting memes of Gwyneth's face, which they probably would have done. And to be fair, you're not wrong. But, sorry, Gwyneth, you're a celebrity. That's the reason you can pay for Deer Valley is because you're a celebrity. So, perks and cons, there's cons and pros and cons to being a celebrity. Lena on me always. These are days, hours, minutes that one could never get back. I think Terry tried to scam a celebrity. Give her the $1 too. Now, I do think the Johnny Amber Heard trial is going to prove and start setting precedents that if any of these trials do happen, this rule that only the camera goes on you when spoken will probably happen more because most memes were of Amber giving her testimony, if we're being honest. There was sometimes she was smirking or whatever that people were doing as she was watching, but there were of Johnny too, of him, with his candies and things. So the most memes came from her testimony. And I think, it's fair game. If you're up there, it becomes part of the public purview. Evelyn A., if Paltrow wins, does Terry give her $1 in cash? No, I don't think that's how it works. I don't think that's how it works. I don't know if he'll
Walks
appeal.
over to her and goes, walks away.
So I don't know. TT says, Emily says they can't give her more than $1. Okay, there we go. Thank you for that. I guess they can't give her more than $1. I guess they've set that now clearly also in the rules. Paulina, where is your wig, Andy? Love from Norway. Oh, yeah, well, we drop a 50. Let's start the 50 count. Wig count. Boop, boop, boop. If we rally a 50, I will put on the wig for you guys. We'll find a new wig. Or bring back the Karen.
Yeah.
Although I don't want to be too interrupting during the closings. I do feel like we should be listening to the closings because those are pretty important. But we're going to crack some jokes without a doubt because especially the plaintiffs. Because
I'm just a simple country lawyer.
I'm at a point with him right now. I remember towards the end of the Johnny Depp trial, the rage that started in me when I heard Elaine's voice just started to get very high because it was just so irritating after a while. The what if any things and the turn on your mic and all that stuff just drove me nuts. And I feel like but now I can laugh at Elaine. Now I can laugh at what was said, but it was like in those moments towards the end, I was like at the end of my rope. And I feel like I'm kind of at the end of my rope right now with Simple Country Lawyer, but I know that in a few days I'll be able to.
I'm just a simple country lawyer.
It's convenient.
I'm just a simple country lawyer.
Objection. Hearsay. Correct.
I'm just a simple country lawyer.
Correct.
My dog stepped on a bee.
I could care less.
Oh shit!
it's a whole scene here.
She is as full of shit
100%.
as a Christmas goose.
Christmas goose.
We're building more out.
Latinx.
Yay.
Couch. Give me couch.
I do need Daryl Brooks. What was the line?
It's always grounds or is it lawful law?
Is it lawful law?
Is it lawful law?
Is it lawful law? Let me do that while we're waiting. Something to do.
He just said it with so much like passion, like, but is it lawful law? And it's like, what is lawful law? Oh, that whole case. That whole case. Ridiculous. My goodness.
Whatever happened, well, I was just thinking whatever happened, but I know what happened to him, but whatever happened with I just blanked on her name. The woman in the UK who was in the river. Did we ever get the autopsy to her?
It's probably going to be a bit longer.
Ready for the jury?
Yes.
Yes.
Cough, cough, cough from Evelyn. Thank you, Evelyn.
Guys are still voting. It looks like the vote's staying about the same. The percentages don't really seem to be changing that much. Definitely does not look good for Terry. Does not look good for him at all.
My feed's delayed. No, it's not. The case is delayed.
Can you see it?
Okay, you should have on your chair a document, 3 pages, called Special Verdict Form. I'm going to go through that right now. Members of the jury, please answer the following questions in the order that they are presented. If you find that the issue has been proved by a preponderance of the evidence, answer yes. If not, no. At least 6 jurors must agree on the answer to all of the required questions, but they need not be the same 6 on each question. When 6 or more of you have agreed on the answer to each question that is required to be answered, your foreperson should sign and date the form and advise the bailiff that you have reached a verdict. Gwyneth Paltrow, question 1. Was Gwyneth Paltrow at fault? Yes or no? If you answer yes, go to question 2. If you answer no, go to question 3 below. Question number 2. Was Gwyneth Paltrow's fault a cause of Terry Sanderson's harm? Yes or no? Regardless of your answer, go to question 3. Terry Sanderson, question 3. Was Terry Sanderson at fault? If you answer yes or no. If you answer yes, go to question 4. If you answer no, go to question 5 below. 4. Was Terry Sanderson's fault a cause of Gwyneth Paltrow's harm? Yes or no? Regardless of your answer, go to number 5 below. Number 5. If your answers to question 1 and 3 are both no, you should not proceed further except to date and sign this verdict form and return it to the courtroom. Otherwise, continue to question 6. Comparative fault, question 6. Gwyneth Paltrow, what percentage of the fault do you assign to Gwyneth Paltrow? If your answer to either questions 1 or 2 is no, then enter 0%. And there's a blank and a place for you to put your number in. Proceed to question 7. Question 7, Terry Sanderson. What percentage of the fault do you assign to Terry Sanderson? And there's a blank and a place for you to put your percentage in. If your answer to either questions 3 or 4 is no, then enter 0. The total must equal 100%. If Terry Sanderson's fault is less than 50%, answer question 8. Do not deduct from the damages any percentage of fault that you have assessed to Terry Sanderson. The judge will make any necessary deductions later. If Terry Sanderson's fault is 50% or more, do not answer question 8. and proceed to question 9. Damages Terry Sanderson. Question 8. What amount fairly compensates Terry Sanderson for non-economic damages, $blank. Damages Gwyneth Paltrow, number 9. What amount fairly compensates Gwyneth Paltrow for economic damages? This cannot exceed $1, $blank. When 6 or more of you have agreed on the answer to each question that is required to be answered, your foreperson should sign and date the form and advise the bailiff that you have reached a verdict. So we'll now hear from the lawyers with their closing arguments. Plaintiff will go first.
Closing is beginning. You get to have the country lawyer.
I'm just a simple country
The expert
lawyer.
here.
Hello, hello?
Sounds good. Can you actually do it again?
Hello, hello?
Yes.
Well, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, thank you for your attentiveness during these 2 weeks. It's been a hard, long case. I've tried a lot of cases in my lifetime. This has been a hard, long case. By the way, it's about an hour each way going to Salt Lake with traffic, so that adds to it. But you've been very attentive.
Oh, I'm so sorry you had to commute. Oh, no.
Taking notes and paying attention. No one nodded off. So thank you again. Now, Lawrence and I are going to split this. Let's see here.
Andy, I think you're muted. Or am I...
By the way, I apologize for my cold. You can't really choose when those come. I've got asthma, and it makes it worse. But I've done everything I can to try to resolve it. Took all the tests. I'm negative for COVID, etc., but it still has plagued me. So I apologize for the coughing. Maybe a little bit more of that. Okay.
Oh.
There are really 3 issues in the case. Number 1, who hit whom? Okay. Number 2, did it cause any damage? Number 3, what are the damages? What are the damages? Now, Gwyneth Paltrow, in this case, is not a liar. Terry Sanderson is not a liar. Okay? Gwyneth is a good person. Okay? She's a good mother, and she loves her children, and she's passionate about many things. Now, we don't usually say good things about other people in our closing, but I think that's an accurate statement. Okay? I think that she believes, and I believe Gwyneth Paltrow when she says she believes. She says, Terry hit me in the back. And she believes it. It's a sincere belief. She's not a liar because of it. Pardon me. But the problem is, a sincere belief doesn't make it so. Now, excuse me. Some of you are skiers and some of you
Can
aren't.
one of your other lawyers do this? So you don't have to?
You want Bueller
when
in
you're
there?
involved in a ski crash, it can be very confusing. I don't care who hit whom. It can be very confusing. So I think she sincerely believes that she got hit in the back.
Oh my God, they're gassing everybody. This is what Terry's doing.
The problem is,
And he's
you
hacking up
have to
blood.
make a decision based on the evidence that you've heard here. And on the evidence. Now, let me tell you, to illustrate this, about something that happened to me about 1.5 years ago. Okay? We live in downtown
I don't care what
Salt
happened to you
Lake,
1.5 years ago.
and we use that Costco, or shop at that Costco on 17 South and 3rd West. Some of you have probably been there. It's the largest one in the world. Okay?
We are having a hard time hearing us.
Mr. Six, where's the microphone?
Let's go.
Is it on your chest?
Yeah.
Maybe it's not turned on.
Oh.
I'm picking it up, but it is just so faint in the room.
Says on.
I know. I mean, I'm picking it up just fine on for the record, but no one else
Well, maybe put it higher on your lapel.
Oh, so we can hear the coughing better. Fantastic.
Thank you.
I'm just a simple country lawyer.
Because it's super important for me to hear you coughing and horking and all of that, and now I have to hear about you going to Costco.
Is it on?
Testing?
Okay.
Sorry about that, folks.
I hope that's still
I
counting
got
as time.
gas at Costco. It was about July of 2022. No, 2021. And I was at intersection. It's a pretty busy intersection. There are 2 lanes, north and south, 2 lanes east and west, 2 each. And there's a left-hand turn lane. I had a red light. And I was the first one at the intersection. I had a good look at it. I looked in my rear view mirror on my left side, and there's a green arrow for each direction going east and west, turning south and turning north. You understand that? So I'm waiting because I have a red light. And there's a lady across the way from me, car heading west but turning south. She had a green arrow, like I saw one heading north. I looked in my mirror, and here comes a guy at about 40, 45 miles an hour on the inside lane of 17 South. I said, my goodness, he's going to hit that woman. He's making that turn. And sure enough, smacked her and smacked her hard. Okay? Didn't slow down at all. Well, I had a good view of it, and the car spun around, but I was able to get by. There's a Maverick on the southeast corner of the intersection. Okay? I pulled in there, ran to her car, and asked her, are you okay? Like everybody does. She said, yeah, I think so. I didn't think she was, looking at her. But she said she was okay. Okay? So I ran over to the other guy. I was the first one there. Some people were beginning to stop.
Kim, he's a hero.
And the guy that ran the red light said, are you okay? He said, yeah, I think so. I said, well, why'd you run the red light? You know what his answer was? I didn't. It was green. Well, I wasn't going to sit there and argue with a guy like that, under those circumstances. But he said it was green. So when the police came a couple minutes later, and you got to be careful as an attorney, I gave them my card, not to get the case. You know, you can't do that, be unethical, but let people know who I was so they could call me. Get a card, and I gave each of the persons a card. And about several months later, I started getting calls from insurance adjusters wanting me to tell what happened. And I tell you that story because so often people that are in these types of events have a totally different viewpoint. So we don't hold anything
like
against
Terry.
Gwyneth for her viewpoint. It's sincerely expressed, but she's wrong based on the evidence. Okay? And Terry's correct. Now, what's the evidence that Gwyneth hit Terry? Okay. Number one, and there's no particular order on this, but Terry's a strong skier, advanced intermediate. Mr. Christensen said he saw him going down the hill doing wide radius turns. That's side to side, all the way, back and forth. Now, on a beginner's run, that's highly unlikely for an advanced skier. You don't do that. You don't do that. There's too many people. And so that doesn't make sense. Number two, I'll call it the scream heard around the world. Okay? This is being broadcast everywhere, by the way. It's on court TV. I'm getting emails every day from Canada, Great Britain. There's a loud scream. Terry heard it. Loud scream. Craig Ramone heard it and looked over. Several other people heard it. Carrie Oakes said she heard it. Peter Christensen heard it, so caused him to look over. It's before the impact. And you don't if you're the downhill skier, like Gwyneth claims she was, you don't scream at something you can't see. You don't. It's the uphill skier that's going to make that scream. And that was Gwyneth Paltrow. Distraction. Everybody here probably been a parent. Most of you, not some of you, maybe. But I've had my kids up there, and they want me to watch them ski.
But witnesses
Mommy
said that didn't happen.
Carrie Oakes said that, and that the deposition
Also, were
segment that you
talking about
read.
distraction? Maybe
said
being
that.
blind in
said-
one eye and obstructed
It was at the
in other
beginning
might
of
be-
the.
I can't.
Carrie Oakes said at the beginning of
And,
the run. We heard it through the testimony. She did not say it on the
That's
on the
important.
right
Can we
before the incident.
Show Gwyneth's deposition up here.
Your Honor, what are we talking about here?
Mr. Sykes, is this deposition testimony that was read into court?
Yes. Exactly.
And is it only deposition testimony?
Only
that was- Okay.
Deposition, meaning trial testimony?
Well, it was read into court.
May we approach, Your Honor?
Sure.
So he didn't know this was going to be done.
I'm just a simple country lawyer.
I can't believe he talked about Costco.
Oh, wait, thank you, Brandon. Brandon got it.
Thank you, Brandon.
Brandon's got. Well, he's got all the.
Can we get some love in the chat for Brandon too? Because we
Yes,
give a shout
Brandon-
out to Claire, Claire
Is that
before, which I
lawful
mean
law?
always, but thank you,
Is that lawful
Brandon,
law?
in case you didn't
Is
see
that lawful law? Is that lawful law?
We need that today. Is that lawful law?
Is it lawful law? I don't
Is that
know.
lawful law? Oh God, that guy was a nightmare. I'm grabbing that quick. Is that lawful law? Thank you, man.
You could make the screen only show the part that was
I'm
actually
trying to
read
do
in
that.
court.
Is that okay, Judge, like that?
That looks good.
Okay. Now, Ms. Paltrow, isn't it true? Isn't it true? I'm just a country lawyer here. Okay? Isn't it true? Let's see if I can move it over a little bit. Okay? That your kids wanted to watch you ski. Or, pardon me, that the kids wanted you to watch them ski. Isn't that true? Vegas the time. I can still watch my children ski and be skied directly into my back by someone. Okay? Which is what happened. Now I'm going to omit Mr. Owen's statement and my own, and here's how it reads. Isn't it true that your kids wanted to watch you ski? Or, pardon me, that the kids wanted you to watch them ski? I can still watch my children ski and be skied directly into my back by someone, which is what happened. Now, there's an eyewitness, and Craig Ramone. We thought about having him testify again today about those drawings, but we decided not to do it. But he saw the whole thing. He saw the impact. And he's the only one that saw it. That's a key piece of evidence. Now, who is Craig Ramone? He's an acquaintance of Terry. He's part of a meetup group. He's not close to Terry. They went to get garlic burgers twice. Okay.
Garlic
he has no
burgers.
dog in the
Garlic
fight,
burgers.
ladies and gentlemen. No dog in the fight. He's independently wealthy. You can tell that by what he does.
Your Honor, that's assumes facts not in evidence.
Well, it's
Just a minute. Objection overruled. The jury will have to recall what the evidence was, and
The evidence was he sold his business, I don't know, 10 years ago, and all he does now is ski and travel and scuba dive. Okay? He has no reason, no motive to falsify this. Okay? Confirmation, those meetup emails that you saw. That was one of the last evidence, I think it was 44, was it? I won't go over it with you. But we printed that out, I think, Saturday or Monday. It gives you the number of days since it was entered. And you add those up, you go right back to February 26, 27, 28, around there. Strong evidence. Terry has repeatedly said to his medical providers that he was hit in the back over a period of years.
He's also lied to medical providers.
And that he has problems, medical problems from it. The broken ribs, that's one of the strongest pieces of evidence you have, that Terry was the guy that was hit. He was the downhill skier. Okay? 4 broken ribs, 2 of them separated like that, weren't together. And that's very serious, it's very painful. But the pattern of those broken ribs, 2 MDs, one from Utah and Dr. Bain, so that pattern of broken ribs supports the fact that he was hit from behind. Now, I'm not going to go into all the details of that. That's what he said. And Dr. Bain, who just testified again today, said that Dr. Scher was simply wrong in his philosophy, or his formula. He assumed it was a free fall, and it wasn't a free fall. Broken ribs. How do you get that without a significant impact? Now, the flaky Deer Valley investigation, I think, suggests a cover-up. Eric Christensen, I think, was unbelievable and inconsistent. And there were a number of things. I'm not going to go over each one of them, but I will talk about one. The claim that Terry said he was okay. Now, some of you have probably had broken ribs or loved ones that have had them, you know. Even Steve Graff up here said it's extremely painful. Now, this whole process took place between 11:55, which is the time of Graff's incident report, and 12:02, when Ramon flagged down the ski patrol, and 12:04 when Whitney Smith arrived. So we're talking about 7 to 9 minutes, okay? And they would have you believe that a man with 4 broken ribs, 4, 2 separated, told not only Eric Christensen that he was okay, but 2 other unnamed, unidentified ski patrollers that never logged it in. He told them he was okay. Now that's just unbelievable that would happen.
He told
The
Eric
person with
okay
4
with
broken
certain
ribs, not just 1 but 4. Ski between the legs. I don't know how many of you are skiers. I don't remember. You said it in your interviews 3 weeks ago, but to have someone ski between your legs, he thought it was a sexual assault. Okay? But to have someone with both skis, to someone that's moving and shooshing back and forth, it's just another unbelievable claim. That can't happen. Now, and then Gwyneth skis away to lunch.
But she's not a liar.
The only way that Terry Sanderson knew that this is Gwyneth Paltrow is Christensen got angry and said, "Your buddy just took out Gwyneth Paltrow," which is an odd comment to make. Like, just took out a person, you know, but he had to put in Gwyneth Paltrow. That's the only way we know that. That's why you're here. Now, causation. This event caused an injury. Well, I've already mentioned this. The impact was significant enough to break 4 ribs. You know, the impact in the fall. That is a significant impact. The location in the right front is where you would expect it under the circumstances. Loss of consciousness. It was only a few minutes, maybe 2, maybe 3. But there was a loss of consciousness widely reported in the medical records and that day. Widely reported.
But very inconsistent
I mentioned
as
the
to the length.
I don't want to mention that again. So, it was significant enough at the time, the very first thing that anybody noticed was that Terry forgot how to ski. He was snow plowing down the hill, an advanced intermediate snow plowing down the hill. Think about that for a minute, you know? And Craig Ramon says, "Hey, Terry, you forgot how to ski." And that's when Craig Ramon said, "I got to flag someone down." So he did, and he told that person, he's got a head injury. That's the words he used, a head injury. Now, it took him 5 seconds, and Craig acted it out up here, 5 seconds to be able to tell him his name. He didn't know where he was at first. That's a significant impact. That's a concussion. Now,
noises in his throat.
Ski patrol flagged down at 12:02. Whitney Smith arrives. What a sweet person. And Terry's taken off the hill in a toboggan. Now, you know,
it's a dude in headphones back there.
That's no fun, but it shows you something happened. She rides disoriented, rib pain, loss of consciousness. By the way, Alina Fong, who treats thousands and thousands and thousands of TBI victims, said loss of consciousness is not required. Okay? Not required. Headache. And that day, I think at the clinic in Park City, dullness in the front of the head. And Whitney Smith said, go to the ER. And Dr. McMahon said, go to the ER. So the next several months, you have numerous symptoms of TBI that show up in the VA records. Cognitive, personality, social, and emotional. I could go through and show them to you, but you all saw them. But then, one of the most significant pieces of evidence here is a sudden and precipitous change in Terry Sanderson. Sudden and precipitous. Okay? Now,
big words for a
I'm not
country
talking
lawyer.
about when he came home and Carlene,
lawyer, but he read Hamlet, Andy. You gotta
said he didn't want to
remember
be
that.
touched. He's got 4 broken ribs. But Carlene, who loved him, said it was a love relationship. She wanted to marry him. They had been together 300 days a year up here and then down there in St. George for about a year and a half. It's a long time to look at someone. She loved him. She traveled with him. She wanted to marry him. And you saw how she choked up when she explained how the relationship ended, that he changed. His personality changed. Polly Gresham, Shay Hareth, same thing. Big changes. They didn't see him as often. So that sudden and precipitous change is a sign of brain injury. Diagnosis of concussion. The VA diagnosed it. Multiple physicians diagnosed it. All the defense experts admitted it. Every one of them admitted it. They minimized the extent of it, but they all admitted he had it.
Sorry about that, guys.
Every one of them.
Give you my impression.
Dr. Gibby, Dr. Fong, Dr. Goldstein, Dr. Bain. The only question was severity and permanency. But every one of them,
we got
they
the
didn't
mic.
want to admit it, but they gave different numbers between 5 and 20%.
So we can hear the coughing and
people
the
that
snorting
get a
even
concussion.
better now.
It's permanent. They have permanent problems. 5 and 20% between that. Dr. Fong thinks it's higher than that even.
Vaughn,
Now,
don't look at any previous
He
medical.
looks like the
Physics.
worst stand-up comedian right now.
Dr. Bain explained the physics, I think, second day of trial, and a little bit today. But he's a neurologist, but he's also a biomedical engineer. That's different than Dr. Scher. He's a biomechanical engineer. But Dr. Bain specializes in how force affects the body.
But he's not a
Very
surgeon.
highly respected in that field. And it's very rare, not very many of them. Terry talked about the loss of friendships. Mark Horath, good example. They were good buddies
conning
with
right
Steve,
now is unbelievable.
and they didn't like him anymore. He talked about excuse me, the woman that he was going to Europe with. Don't remember her name. You remember it, but she changed her mind at the last minute and had an empty seat. That's how Jenny got to go. The experience of his granddaughter.
This
turning into
storytelling
her
is so bad.
for how to tie a knot. Big changes. Craig Ramon said Terry, after the accident, seemed like he could talk to the wall for an hour and have a good conversation. Faking. Every witness you heard from the defense, admitted that Terry was not faking, malingering, exaggerating, or magnifying his symptoms. And Dr. Goldstein said there are tests embedded in his tests to find that. No evidence of that at all. And by the way, the VA records continue up until the present day. And they didn't show you any single VA record where that was ever suggested of this man. NPH. They suggested, that could just the normative, what is it called again?
Normal pressure hydrocephalus.
Normal pressure hydrocephalus. He's got it, but no symptoms. And it didn't change over about a 13-year period. 2009 to 2021. Dementia, they kind of implied that maybe he's got that, but when we cornered them on cross-examination, not a one of them said he had dementia. And there's no reference in these thousands of pages of records to any diagnosis.
That's a mischaracterization.
Degradation of imaging. Okay, we have imaging, I think, from 2009 to 2021, and all the defense experts, plus our own, said there's no degradation on these imaging. He's got white matter abnormalities. Probably half of us do. Nothing showed in there. No problems. No increase. You heard that just as recently as yesterday. Now, I'm going to say just a few more things here and turn some time over to my colleague, Lawrence Bueller. This is actually his case. He asked me to help. That day when Terry left his home.
Why are you doing this when
to go skiing at Deer Valley, that meetup group, February 26, 2016. He anticipated, like many, many other days in his life, a fun day of skiing. Okay? And he never returned home that night as the same Terry. He never came home, figuratively speaking. Terry has tried to get off that mountain, but he's really still there. Part of Terry will forever be on the bandana run, figuratively. People who are just after money, and that was suggested. He's just after money and fame. Somehow going through all of this and spending all the money he spent on experts.
How do they hear
he's
you
doing
if
it
you're
for
waving
fame.
your mic over here?
Give me a break.
I don't think he cares.
But
Like you guys.
he spent hours
You guys
and
totally
hours
understand
trying to
what
get
it is
better.
I'm saying?
If you
That
heard
makes
anything
complete sense.
about him, he is almost, what's a good word? Extreme in trying to get better. He does everything he can to get better. Anyway, we hope that you will help bring Terry home off that mountain with a fair verdict today. Now, before I turn it over to Lawrence, I want to say one more thing about executive function. Okay?
Please no. Please don't say anything.
I had an experience up here that taught me about that. 40 years ago, I was in the legislature with a guy named Glenn Brown. I think he's still alive. He's in Colville, has a dairy farm, or did. And I used to kid him about milking cows, you know. So he invited me up to his farm. Young lawyer, going to show me how to milk cows. Never done it. Got up there, and he showed me around his barn. It was really sophisticated, 40 years ago. I mean, it's probably better now. But when you think about why Terry never came home, think about this story in executive function. Because he put a little stool out there for me, and I sat down in my jeans and tried to milk a cow by hand. It's very hard to do for a country boy like me.
Country
I grew up in the city. But I was able to squeeze out a little bit of milk, you know. He gave me some to take home. Glenn Brown's a great guy. But I asked him about this situation. I said, how do you do all this? He showed me this very sophisticated situation that milks cows automatically. Does it automatically. He says, without this, Bob, I could never make it. Couldn't do it. Can't get enough people to come help me do it by hand, like my grandpa did. That's executive function. That's what it does for us. We're able to do a lot of things in life.
What?
And that milking mechanism was executive function for Glenn Brown's farm to produce milk. Now, this is one of Terry's saddest problems, his loss of executive function. Okay. He cannot organize and manipulate his life to do things like he used to do. It's the saddest thing. And that's why part of him is still up there on that mountain. Thank you. Lawrence? That's why I may give you a little bit more of a signal. Sit down. I may give you a little more of that.
You guys, I think we learned
Is that
something
lawful
important
law?
today. Southern
Is that
country
lawful law?
lawyer sat on a stool in his jeans and milked a cow.
Give me a little bit more of
And
that.
therefore, you now understand executive function.
I'm just a simple country
There.
lawyer.
Is that lawful law?
Literally, thank you, K to the T. Piss off, you
Give me a little
cowbag.
bit more of that. Give me a little bit more of that.
Still good morning.
I'm just a simple
Good morning,
country
everyone.
Mr. Pure, I don't know if we're picking you up yet.
Okay. Can I try this, see if it works on me? Sure. Have my hands free.
Just do a testing.
Yes, I can hear it. It's so
Oh, wait.
faint.
I have it up. Testing.
I'm actually just hearing it from you.
Is that lawful law?
Testing.
Can you try the other mic, Richard?
I like that clip. You got a good one. Thank you,
It's
Brandon.
fantastic.
I'm just a simple country lawyer.
Is that lawful law?
They work together. They're talking to each other.
Oh my gosh.
This case is simple.
Is it?
You've heard the first two parts of this. Who hit whom? And what are the damage that were caused to Terry? And then the next question is, how much are those damages? And that's the part of the case I'll deal with. This case is about answering the simple questions the law asks us to put on the form that we call the verdict form, which you'll get in a few minutes, or maybe this afternoon. Verdict, that's an interesting word. It comes from Latin. It's actually two words. It means verus, truth, or dicta, or to tell, or told. So combined it means truth told. And that's what you're here for, is the truth told.
History of law, or they break down terms like that, is because they have nothing else to go on and they're attempting to fill time and look smart.
So
yes,
what does the law want us to tell the truth about? Well, let's look at what the verdict form says. The first question is, was Gwyneth Paltrow at fault? As my colleague Bob Sykes said, the evidence is clear. There were 4 broken ribs, an eyewitness. There's lots of other evidence too, circumstantial evidence that Ms. Paltrow hit Terry Sanderson on February 26, 2016. The stories have been consistent for 7 years. So the first question, we answer yes.
unless you don't agree.
Now, earlier, it was in jury instruction number 27, the judge defined what negligence is. And judges around the country have a hard time defining what it is. It's very abstract, very abstract. And what it means, basically, is they knew it was dangerous to ski while distracted. They knew that someone could get hurt if they continued to do that. And they did it anyway. Did they know the damage would be this serious? Well, we've all heard about collisions. Collisions happen on the football field. Collisions happen even on sidewalks sometimes. People get concussions. And Terry, there's no doubt, suffered a concussion. But Terry's damage is not just a concussion that goes away in a few minutes or a few days or a couple weeks. We know that Terry's damages, or his concussion, persisted for more than a year and a half. And that's been verified by Dr. Fong, Dr. Gibby, Dr. Goldstein, and Dr. Bain. Even the defense's experts admit that he had a concussion. They quibble on how long it's lasted. But none of those defense witnesses actually examined Terry. And as Bob pointed out, none of them really acknowledged that Terry had problems. One of them refused to acknowledge the before and after witnesses. His two daughters, actually three, but two daughters that testified in this trial.
We're not going to talk
Shay
about the third daughter.
And
we
Holly.
don't talk about Bruno.
His friend Mark Harath. Finally, or the first witness after Craig Ramon was Carlene Davidson, his ex-girlfriend. They had known each other for 18 months before the crash, 6 months after the crash. She testified that the damage continued, thus making it a permanent, this is a tongue twister, persistent concussive symptom. And that permanent persistent concussive syndrome is the long-term brain damage that we're talking about. So what it means is every waking hour that Terry has, he's got this brain injury that causes so many problems for him, from executive function to just being able to deal with people. And as those witnesses showed, Terry has a problem. He looks fine. It's an invisible injury. People know, that's what they say about brain injury. It's an invisible injury. You see someone with a brain injury and they look fine. What's wrong with them? If he has a brain injury, why isn't he in bed and moping around and not doing anything? Well, that's the opposite of Terry. The crash took much of what he had and left it on the mountain. Terry still has that drive to get better. And even though persistent concussive symptoms are permanent, they last a lifetime. They last forever. So 16 hours a day, Terry is dealing with this injury, such that, as Bob mentioned, when people get to know him, after a while, they don't want to deal with him anymore. I'm sorry I have to say this, but I've known Terry now 6 years. This is just argument, but it's real. Now, the 4 broken ribs, those were painful for maybe 3 months or so. But the brain injury has persisted to this day and will last until he dies. The executive function, the social abilities, the mental problems, driving to the store, not knowing where you are and having to use GPS just to get home. These are real injuries that Harry, who was a very bright person, you would not know it just talking to him for 10 minutes. But once you get to know him better, you realize he's got these problems that just change everything. So as I talked to someone left me a message, and every time I hear this voice message, it just makes me cry. Just because it's so just kind of flat, but he says, this person suffered a similar injury 30 years ago. Persistent concussive syndrome or injury,
Yes, and he went to go
permanent
milk
brain
a cow.
injury.
He had to work on his executive
And
function.
she said, it's permanent. Your personality change is permanent. And you lose everybody who knows you. You lose everybody. Yeah, your family, they'll put up with you, and maybe the lawyers, but really they're just putting up with you. So let's go to the next question. Well, I'm going to go through, because this is a complicated case, Ms. Paltrow is suing for $1. We're going to go through these next questions. Was Terry Sanderson at fault? Terry was hit from behind. Craig Ramon saw it. The rib injuries show it. Now, Dr. Scher, for the defense, who's not a medical doctor, he's a mechanical engineer, deals with ski bindings mostly, he says that Terry Sanderson likely skirted under Gwyneth Paltrow and somehow twisted around and broke his ribs. As Dr. Bain confirmed again today, that's impossible. It defies the law of physics. So I think you have to answer no. I mean, it's a clear no. Was Terry Sanderson at fault? Number 3, no. So then you go to 5 below.
I love how this is just an instructional of how they're supposed
one is
to
yes,
be filling out the form.
This is like a puzzle.
Ross, why don't you mark it? Mark it.
Here, I've got a pen. I've got one. So was Terry Sanderson at fault? I'll go back to the first page. Was Gwyneth Paltrow at fault? Yes. Oh, I forgot to do number 2, and you have to go in order. Was Miss Paltrow's fault the cause of Terry Sanderson's harm? It clearly is. Terry Sanderson was hit from behind. There was a scream, and and he was hit from behind. So the answer is yes. So then we go to 3. And because we answer number 0, and to be honest with you, this is the first time I've seen the form because it was just finalized just before we started the oath. So I have to think about this one a little bit, but let's think about it together. What percent of fault do you assign to Gwyneth Paltrow? If your answer to either 1 or 2 is no, then enter 0. Well, both are yes. So we have to, because Terry Sanderson did not cause this crash. You can't cause a crash when you're hit from behind.
But when you filled out your own paper, you shouldn't be looking at other people's papers or doing what other people.
What percent of fault do you assign to Terry Sanderson? Well, it has to add up to 100, so you have to put in 0 there.
Okay.
If Terry Sanderson's fault is less than 50%, answer question 8. Well, it is, so we skipped 8. What amount fairly compensates Terry Sanderson for non-economic damages? Non-economic damages. Our time on Earth is the most valuable time we have, that we know of, at least in this existence. Our time on Earth is one of the most valuable things there are. There are paintings on a wall that are worth $50, $100 million. There are houses in these mountainsides that are worth 5, 10, 20, much more millions of dollars. There's even racehorses that are worth tens of millions of dollars. Well, Terry's none of those. Terry's in the last days of his life. He probably has at least 10 years left, according to what a lot of people think. He guards his health. He doesn't smoke. He's trying to pursue a healthy lifestyle every single day. Yeah, he goes to the doctor, but
so you should fill out the form the way I told you.
Since the crash, it's been 7 years.
Be good for your executive function.
And let's say another 10 years. Every single day, he's got 16 hours of dealing with this brain injury, this persistent concussive symptom that causes all these problems. So how do we calculate that? As the instruction says, for non-economic damages, jury instruction 35, which you all have, it gives a detailed instruction about that. Pain, suffering, loss of enjoyment of life, and a retired person, well-to-do person like Terry, who worked all his life, these are the golden years. These are the most valuable years when you can enjoy your retirement and actually do things like travel. But now he has to travel with other people or he gets lost. Dr. Fong and his other therapists, most of his therapists have said, what's the best way to deal with, your brain injury? Well, do the things that make you happy. Be active. He could sit around and mope around and be an obvious brain injury victim, but no, Terry doesn't want to be brain injured. He wants to live life to its fullest.
But you're claiming because of this injury he can't
16
do
hours a
things
day.
He wants to do. Like
He's
what?
got this issue that where a big
tell
part
me
of him
he's
was left
limited
up
when
on
he's
that
on a camel.
bandana ski run.
And zip lining. Barbara had just said, last year I broke 2 ribs from simply coughing.
So you have the power here. This
Barbara, I
is
ended up in hospital for
before we were
fractured
just
and bending the wrong way. I put my back out.
arguing and presenting evidence,
Aging
and
sucks.
the judge was ruling on it. But now the judge is going to pass the case to you. And this is where you decide what happens next.
Ribs are better, though.
So I'm going to suggest, I'm not going to ask, this is not a, Terry asked me several years ago when I first learned of his case, well, what do you think it's worth? I said, well, Terry, if you could turn the earth backwards like Superman, go back in time, And how much would Terry take to not have what he has now? And he says, I'd rather go back in time and never have this. So how do we calculate this? Well, I'm going to suggest a number. This is just a suggestion that we do it with 16 hours a day. About the formulas, Dr. Boehm and Dr. Scher gave you a lot of formulas, but hopefully these will be simpler
Well, at least they
than
brought
all
their
those.
own board today.
So
Good
that's
for
16
them.
hours a day.
IO be important. I'm sorry, guys. I'm really punchy right now. I can't
Times
handle
365 days a year. Then the next question is the years. Well, it's been 7 years since the crash. Terry's likely to live another 10 years.
They weren't gonna let him
Probably, we hope
use that
longer,
board.
much longer. He wants to live at 130.
Sorry, I was listening.
But at least 10 years. So 7 years
that
since the
board.
crash, 10 years, that's 17 years. So we're going to times the next number, 17.
This is ridiculous.
Then the question
Did you
is,
see any of it while you were
how
gone?
much does Terry...
I
Which is
have short time in
not
life,
the
guys.
price.
Very
There's
precious.
no price
That's why I was
that you
doing
can
multiple
give
things
for
at once.
Terry's time.
We also had a lovely tutorial on how
But
to
what
fill
is
out the
the
paperwork
value?
in case we're ever in that
It's
position.
been taken away from Terry. What is the value?
Eyes on your own paper,
I
guys.
mean, there are lawyers and experts and lots of people here that are making low wages, but a lot of people are making $300, $400, $500 an hour.
Oh my God, really?
Well, I'm just suggesting a number. You can put in whatever number you want. This is for the non-economic damages that Terry deals with every day. So that's the next number. 16 times 365 times 17. I'm going to suggest a number. You put in the number you think is fair for Terry. The full value of the harms and losses that he's dealing with every day. I'm going to say $33.
Why 33? How'd you come to that?
$33. And I've done the math because I told you in the opening. Except for the small change at the end, a couple $100. This equation,
The jury's sitting there like, dude, we're not giving him anything. Can you please hurry this up? Hey, this closing proved nothing. And they lied a few
is
times.
$3,276,000 for the 17 years that Terry has to deal with this permanent brain injury.
So
Yeah,
it is
you could-
more than
you could
3,000. See?
say, well,
He's asking for 300,000, but
it's
suddenly he gets
priceless,
3 million.
but,
Why can't
an
Gwyneth
old
get more than
shoes,
$1? I
that's
don't get it.
priceless. No, this is the most
It's
valuable
all the
time
days
of
she's
his
had to
life.
deal with it.
And
No,
so
it's
that's
By
the
this logic,
amount
the last 7 years
that I
matter.
He's
suggest you
old.
consider.
Sorry, yeah. He had some very
So what is
valuable
this case
time.
not about? It's not about celebrity. It's not about that. Yeah, there are lots of
but okay.
indications of that, but this is about a man's life. What does the defense want to make this case about? They want to make it about Terry's multiple issues. The 69-year-old Terry that was on that hill, oh yeah, he had all sorts of medical problems, but the defense wants to make it about that. But that didn't mean, he was skiing on that hill at Deer Valley. I can't think of any place I'd rather be skiing than Deer Valley. Maybe, backcountry Powder, but the point is he was healthy enough to ski, and now he doesn't ski. Now I'm going to tell you a quick story about the legend of King Morgan. King Morgan was the real king back in England about 1,000 years ago. Back then, the kings were the law. Someone had a dispute, a farmer knocked an eye out of his neighbor. It was eye for an eye justice. They'd take the eye out of the guy who did it. And what did the victim get? Nothing.
First milking cows.
Well, King Morgan one day said, you know what, I'm going to invite 12 of my nobles, the the guys that have the littler castles, and I'm going to have them come in, and I'm going to have them listen to a case.
Watching and listening as
And he
I've
heard
been
their
working on
case.
other
The
things
nobles
behind
heard
the
the case,
scenes,
and then
guys.
they said,
Wow.
well, we think it should be decided this way. And the king said, yeah, you're right, and that's good. So they did it a few more times, and finally the king said, you guys decide the cases. I'm going to go off and do what kings do and hunt and fish and fight battles. Well, that's
A lot of
the
kings
same
didn't
system
do that, though.
that was adopted in the Magna Carta almost 1,000 years or 800 years ago. And
Look,
it's the
I'm
same
a
system
simple
that was
Southern
brought over
listener.
by
I need
the
you to dumb it
Pilgrims
down. Not
that
talking
we
about the
celebrate
Magna
Thanksgiving
Carta.
for. And it's the same system in our country. And we're the only country that still has the jury system where people like you decide the cases. Winston Churchill, the Prime Minister of England,
Other countries don't
during
have
World War II,
juries?
said,
Nicholas
America's
just
a
said, a
great
quick
country.
story.
Did I just
And one of the
hear
reasons
that
it's so
correctly?
great is its jury
just say
system.
they're the
And it's-
only-
no other country has it.
Chad, am I delusional?
If you
Did
wanna-
he just say that?
Weaken
Or
America.
have I lost my mind?
Take away its jury
America,
system.
fuck yeah.
He kind of referenced the Magna
Thank you.
Carta, but he didn't really give the full context of what the Magna Carta actually says.
We'll take a
in
short
regards to
recess
giving
before we
Men
continue.
a right,
Maybe about
for
15
a,
minutes.
Like, fair trial by jury. I mean, even then, by our standards now, it wouldn't have been a fair trial back then. In like 1215, when the Magna Carta was drawn up and signed, like, dude.
Is that lawful law?
I don't know anymore. Is this lawful law?
Okay.
I'm losing track.
So he totally did just say that they're the only country
Break.
to still have a jury.
Is that true?
Apparently, we in the UK do not have a free and fair.
You don't have jury
trial.
trials? Well, you don't. I mean, we learned that from the Johnny Depp trial and your Justice Nichols. He sucked.
That's a little bit different. That's the High Court. No,
Yeah,
no
that's High Court.
jury there. That was actually ruled by.
Do you have juries?
Yes.
We do have juries, yeah, but not in the High Court of Justice. The
Oh,
High
so
Court
he's
of
lying.
Justice
So they do
is
have
then
juries.
when the justice makes a ruling. Like, I suppose it would be the equivalent of you going to your
Supreme
what's it called
Court?
again?
Supreme Court.
Supreme Court. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like going to the Supreme Court. Is what Johnny Depp did basically in the UK. The equivalent
Got
of.
Well,
But
you know
he-
what? Oh, sorry. Go ahead. Go ahead, Steph.
Sorry, just one more point. He references the Magna Carta, which was created, drafted up, and signed in 1215, right? Which, yes, does state, men to have the right to a fair trial. Okay. With a jury and all that lot. But then turns around and says, but America's pretty much the only one that does it. Even though the Magna Carta originated from, guess where? England! Dumbass. So, yeah, dude. And even then, he's referencing it all wrong. Because, like I said, by the standards that we've got now in terms of a fair trial and jury, it's not what it was back in 1215. If anything, it was after the Second World War with the Universal Declaration of Human Rights that really cemented fair trials and jury trials to pretty much what they are now. So, yeah, dude needs a history lesson and a half, amongst other things.
Kim, go ahead. I know you want to unleash on this whole thing. How was your reaction to that closing argument?
I cannot believe I just heard a closing argument about a ski accident that talked about Costco, milking cows. I did the calculation. If Bueller believes that every day of Terry's life is worth $33, that's the equivalent of a fine linen lotus placemat or something like that from Goop every day.
Oh, so you've solved the case. Oh, that's
yes,
all.
I have.
All...
So she just needs to give him that many of the placemats,
Yeah.
and they're even done.
Boom.
All good. We
Done.
figured it out. And
One Lotus linen placemat.
and
for
then the
$33.
whole
God.
this, and then King Morgan. I can't. And now we're saying that other countries don't have juries, which I'm going to remember that because I have been told by my government that if I don't show up for jury duty, that I can actually be arrested. So I can just quote that now, and I probably am going to be just fine, and I don't have to go. This is exhausting. This is ridiculous.
Yeah.
Honestly, if this jury is 10% as annoyed as I am, like Gwyneth is gonna get everything. This is the dumbest thing I've ever had.
And by everything, we mean that dollar. She's gonna get that full dollar. Yeah, I mean, it was. We had.
I'm just a simple country lawyer. Maybe a little bit more of that.
His snorts and grossness. He came out the gate with the most like all over the place story. Like we Costco trips, as Kim said, to milking cows. Made no sense. He was so sporadic and all over the place. I don't. The whole point of your end closing is to really wrap a bow around it all, right? Use everything we just saw and have it be the lasting impact for the jury to remember. And it bugged me because he was going off. We know this is fact. Gwyneth's telling you the truth, but she just doesn't know the truth. Like what? That's your argument? And then goes to proceed. Well, because there was a witness. Okay, he could say that. Like a witness saw it. And then he says Carrie Oakes or whatever said that she said, mommy, look. But then when we heard Carrie Oakes' testimony, which was hard to hear, guys, because they were reading a dumb testimony between the interns, Carrie admitted that was at the beginning of the hill when they started. And then they were skiing, and Terry Oakes did not say that when the accident happened. So he's misleading the jury. It's not accurate. And this idea that Gwyneth's telling the truth, well, then okay, great. I'll listen to Gwyneth. I'm going to listen to the person's story that doesn't have the alleged brain damage and everything else is where I'm going to go. So, Steph, were you watching? Did you have other thoughts on what you saw?
Watching a little bit, it was just more overall, in terms of like my logical brain, when I just take out all the bump, it's a case of, right, in that closing argument, did simple country lawyer be able to absolutely argue and prove 51% and over that A, Gwynnie caused the accident, and then B, if she did, that any symptoms that Terry had afterwards that were exacerbated was a direct result of that accident? No. So, yeah, I think it's a big, massive fail on his part. And the other thing as well that I really didn't get is, why is he focusing his closing argument, at least part of it, which is precious time now at this point, right?
Yep.
On telling the jury how to fill out the form. Like, dudes, they'll know how to fill out the form. If they don't, they will ask the judge.
Right.
They will ask the court. It was like what happened in the Johnny Depp trial last year. They went back in after the jury was excused for deliberations because the jury, there was a question on the form that they didn't quite get, and they wanted clarification on that, right? So if they are unsure as to how to fill out the form, then they could always go back to court and say, hang on a minute, we're not too sure how to fill out the form. Can you just run it by us? They've got that option to do that. So why Terry's lawyer thought it was a great idea to waste precious time, like 5-10 minutes on, and this is how you fill out the form? Like, dude, come on. That's just wasting time there.
I mean, this whole trial has been a waste of time, if we're really going to be honest about it. It's... I mean, I don't know how you prove how either did it, but we talked about it earlier, and I do think it's proving Gwyneth's more reliable in this than the other guy. So we'll see. We have an hour. We have 8 minutes until the final hour, guys, and then Team Gwyneth will be up here to do their closing, and then it's in the jury's hand, and then we'll see how long it takes. Kim, anything else you want to add on this closing debate?
No, I feel like my brain's about to fall out of my head. It's just like, I didn't think I was going to be this annoyed today, but I am this annoyed today with all of it. It's just absolutely ridiculous. And I guess how I kind of feel right now with the closing statement is, you know, that meme of the person at the protest that has the sign that says our expectations were low, but holy F, that's kind of where I am right now.
Yeah. Yeah, it was really underwhelming. I mean, I didn't expect it to be good for Mr.
I'm just a simple country lawyer.
He literally said it again during the thing. He said it again during his closing. I did not expect him to do that when he was made fun of last night by the lawyer and the judge, but he still is like, oh, you know, my country, I'm from the country. I'm just a country boy. I'd also use that. That's such a stereotype, obvious, fake bullshit that you don't use that. And I immediately, if I see a lawyer does that once and it seems genuine, fine, I'll give him a pass. Dude's done it like 10 times this trial. Like, you don't get to keep using that catchphrase as if it's some new slick thing. No, he looks like a snake oil salesman to me. Oh. And then the coughing. I know, look, he's sick. I get it. He's got asthma. It's clearly he's not healthy. Dude's, it's add a cough to the asthma, is overweight. All of it added together just made a cacophony of sounds and sneezes and wheezes, and that does not help. It doesn't help. I don't know what you do to try to solve that. You take a lot of cough medicine, I would think, to start. Or you find someone else in your team to do it, because all the coughing took me out. It was so gross listening to him. Imagine if I did the whole show snorting and snorting. Ugh. It's like, dude, they have cough drops. Like, you're maybe a Southern country lawyer.
I'm just a simple country lawyer.
But I'm sure they have drugstores in the country, too. Ugh. So annoying. All right, we're 5 minutes away, guys. Tammy Hoshiyama Benchu respectfully suggested to the jury how to fill out the verdict form except for the damages amount. So there you go. I guess that is true. He did do some form work. Starflower, Morgan was a medieval-bishop-elect of Durham. Morgan was an illegitimate son of King Henry II of England.
Yeah.
Okay. There you go. Getting history lessons from the country lawyer. And Bueller, Citizen Fade, no such king, I'm English. Okay. Sarah Wingham, Steph, did you study King Morgan history at school? I didn't.
No.
There you go.
No, it was the Tudors, and Magna Carta was pretty much the royal history that was taught during high school.
Let's see here.
You know what's crazy too?
I messaged some things in boss level if you want to check that out, Andy.
Okay.
Okay, will do.
I'm literally thinking to myself, sometimes when full disclosure, so when I've been a part of things like on YouTube, like the Johnny Depp trial or whatever, sometimes I'll get like something little just to like remember it by, and I'll put it behind me or whatever on my set and stuff. It's just kind of like almost like building a real scrapbook. And I just went, you know what? I wonder, I know there is a votive size of the vagina candle. Maybe I should just grab that as a memory. It's sold out. All of the vagina candles are sold out. And I'm
She's
just
going to sell so much goop through this trial. And I hope no one even bought me one. How dare you, audience? No one thought I got to buy into this vagina candle.
How dare they?
I'm so disappointed in this audience. No one stepped up and bought me the... You know it was going to go right behind me. You would have had a keepsake on this set. Someone better find that. Now, please don't send me 100 of them.
Andy, if it comes back in stock, I'll let you know. We'll figure it out.
No, it's fine. I really don't care. But it would be funny to finally smell this candle.
Yeah, you want one too?
I want my house to smell like Gwyneth's vajayjay. Hell yeah.
I mean, there is one in stock, and I mean, it's 75 US, which is a bit steep for me, but it is.
No, don't do that.
It's the hands off my vagina candle.
Oh, okay.
So that's
that on Go? Yeah.
No, I want Gwyneth's vagina or nothing.
But it goes to the ACLU, so I'm kind of torn about that.
Oh, I don't want to support them. Yeah.
Link.
Definitely not supporting the ACLU after the Johnny trial. Oh, I can't believe they are using up their time doing calculations and talking about how to milk a cow and now giving history lessons. Yeah, it was just a complete waste of time. This is the time you break through all the case. You should show us why your witnesses were better, why theirs sucked. They didn't do anything. They just teed up Gwyneth's team, who I think is just going to run rimshot around. Like, they're going to destroy them. Anonymous just tipped $10. Thank you. The defense debate brings to mind lyrics from Rent. Please sing this for us if you know the 525,600 minutes How do you measure a year in the life? We're talking about Terry's really old. We're talking about he had cancer and he also hit his head several times. We're talking about can he still go scuba and paraglide? Talking about all the stuff that Terry does and can't do. Which is it? Sorry, I was trying to do Rent.
It was beautiful.
Thank you, chat. I appreciate it. I'll give myself applause. Kim, tip 5. I'm in disbelief. I've never seen a closing where the attorney fills out a form for the jury. Why is this allowed? Where's the judge? Where are her attorneys? Is he creating opportunity for a mistrial, in my opinion? No, they're allowed to do that. They're allowed to do that. And he can't interrupt. That would have been worse. Yeah. Bobby Cat, who makes candles. And if you really want one, I'll make it. And my profits support the Children's Hospital of LA. Yeah, Bobby Cat, you need to make a smells like Gwyneth Paltrow's vagina candle, and we will support it. How's that? If you want to help make us a smells like Gwyneth Paltrow's vagina candle.
Can we say her name though and sell it? Like, I don't know.
Find out, Bobby, if we can team up with you on a
Popcorn
how about
candle.
Not Gwyneth Paltrow's vagina candle. A vagina other than Gwyneth. We need to find a good parody of the Gwyneth Paltrow candle, Bobby. And yes, if we can do that for profit, I will happily team up with you to do that. Kim, thank you. I'm in disbelief. We got that one. It's Matka doesn't use GPS, but uses a handheld breathalyzer. Yep. And drives while reading books. Joanna Howley, I'm a simple country lawyer.
I'm just a simple country lawyer.
Beavis is my co-counsel. I'm simple country lawyer is Beavis and Butthead is my counsel. LOL, milking cows is a perfect example of executive function. Is it?
Yes. That's what we learned today.
It's Matka says that cow's milk reminded him of mom's teat. Okay. Evelyn A, cough, cough, cough.
Maybe a little bit more of that.
All right. Thank you guys for supporting. Keep it coming because this has been a brutal trial. Keep it coming. Send over your support. We'll be here. Bluefish just dropped it. Wow. Thank you for the big one, Bluefish. Thank you, Andy Kim, Steph Lewis, Kurt. I have enjoyed so much. It has been wonderful to hear and read so many different thoughts and opinions on this court case. Much love, health, and happiness. Well, see, that's how it's done. You've been watching us for 8 hours a day for 2 weeks. You drop a nice tip jar as you exit. And you can do that as well on my link tree, which is pinned there. You can do that to all of us. So head on over to my link tree. It's pinned. Use the pinned comment. You could do the super chat, but when you go here and click this link, the Stream Elements link, we get more of the money. YouTube won't get it all. So use that or Cash App, and that way you pay your creators direct. And then, scroll down. Woo, Steph, Lewis, and Kim. If you click on their link trees, you'll see ways to support them via PayPal and Cash App. So support our creators, your creators. Yes, this was a long one. We've been here all day. We appreciate it, and you guys keep it going.
Oh my goodness, Bobby Cat. Wow.
Bobby Cat, Andy, I've got some great ideas that can't be said on a super chat. Let's collaborate. All right, Bobby Cat, done.
Thank you for the tip.
Now,
as well.
Bobby,
My goodness.
Tell me again because Bobby Cat was supposed to I was supposed to do a candle thing with her. Well, go ahead. What's the candle company, Bobby? Can you send me one more? Just doesn't have to be that high, but I will. I'll at least give you.
I'll watch for it. I'll get it.
I'll give you a good shout out because she sent me a bunch of her candles. They were amazing. And yes, Bobby, I think you have my number. Text me back. I'm going to connect you with Steph. So we can finally lock in a candle arrangement for something because I think the budget wasn't as high during the trial, but I still wanted to figure out a way. She sent me some really amazing homemade candles, and it was for a good cause. And yeah, if we can come together with the parody Gwyneth candle, I think that'd be pretty amazing. I'll happily support that, especially for the Children's Hospital. In fact, actually, Bobby Cat, Steph, I'm already thinking of something else we can do that with to launch that with soon. So. We do have an event coming, guys. Yep. We have an event coming. Should we not say? Should we say the date at least, or no? Should we just keep it? Should we announce the date?
Yeah, let's announce the date.
Okay, guys, you ready for this? Big news. April 11th. Save the date. Put it in your calendars. April 11th. You're not going to miss Popcorn Planet. Ooh, it's gonna be good, Steph. Am I misleading the audience here? Or am I teasing something big for April 11th?
Ooh, hell no. No. We've been promising that we were going to do something for a while. Taken a while to get it all set up and everything. but well worth the wait, guys. So April 11th,
And you guys can go
save
do
the
someone
date.
if you use your Googling and figure out what April 11th might why that date might mean something, and you'll begin to start brainstorming what they're gonna do. What are they gonna do? What are they gonna do? Well, get ready. I'm very excited. We have some big plans. April 11th, exclusive. Oh, my exclusive thing doesn't work. I gotta get it back.
Exclusive.
But stay tuned. You're gonna want to be here on Popcorn Planet on April 11th. We're gonna have the show for you. So go, Alexa, remind me to tune in to Popcorn Planet on April 11th at 10 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. Now I've just make sure you do that to all your things. I gave you a hint. Google the date. What started on April 11th, guys? Come on, go do the homework yourself. Jesus, go do some homework. Someone in the chat will figure it out. Something will figure it out.
I have a quick thank you when appropriate.
Someone said it in the chat already, by the way. What, Kim? Go ahead.
I have a quick thank you, if it's okay.
Yes, please.
I want to say thank you very much to Maria, who just sent me over PayPal. I really do appreciate it. The support is incredible. Thank you so much, you guys. Much love.
Idiots. Spell it out for you? All right, that's enough. You got your hints. You're not going to miss it. Not going to miss this one. Trust me. Highly anticipated event, and it's going to be a special day. Going to be a special day. Mark your calendars. Gene Rick, Andy, great song and singer. Earthinsky, for your pain and suffering watching this entire trial. Thank you, Earthinsky. I appreciate you. And Bobby Cat, that was very generous. Drop me or message me again. How do I have it here? I forget what it was. I would need your link. I think I have your cell still. I just texted you. Okay. You care. Thank you guys. The whole crew is awesome. Likewise, thank you all. You guys are so generous and incredible. And yeah, it looks like we'll be getting our own Gwyneth Paltrow vagina candle in the makes. And no, proceeds are not going to her.
Although
Nope.
I am really, really tempted to get the hands off my vajayjay candle regardless.
Or Steph, would you like a smells like your vagina candle?
Why not? Bobby Cat? You still out there?
I don't even want to know how one researches that.
Well, I smell roses and bergamot.
No, my
and a
God.
little
Careful
bit
there,
of
Steph.
grass.
And cedar.
And it's a bit bushy down there, so bit of foliage. Hi, Kim's parents.
Man.
Oh my goodness.
So stay tuned. If we can make a candle and for charity, I think that'd be pretty amazing.
Yeah, it'd be fun.
Smells like Steph's vagina.
Well,
Dude, I'm on it. I'm on for it.
Or this is not Gwyneth Paltrow's vagina, but it's what we guess it
Thank
is.
you.
Candle.
Are we ready for the jury?
I think a parody would allow
We
us
are.
to get away
Okay.
with it. All right.
We're ready for the jury.
Check with
Getting ready.
Belcher.
Here we go. There we go. We entertained you guys. We can get serious. It's time for Gwyneth's closing.
All right, what time code are you on OBS, mate?
We still got a second, but it's 307 0308 and then some change. It's still not starting yet.
Okay. Just keep an eye on that, mate.
030805 is where we're at now.
All right.
But they're coming in.
Let me be clear on time. I think they took a full hour. And do they?
7 minutes less.
Oh, she's pouring something. She looks like Willy Wonka in that suit.
No, I like it.
No, I like it too. I like Willy Wonka.
Be seated.
All right, thank you. Mr. Owens, you ready to proceed?
Thank you. Yes. Just to be clear, because James is going to share the time with me.
Sure.
And is the plaintiff reserve any time for rebuttal?
They reserved 10 minutes, which I granted them.
And so do they have an hour and 10 minutes? And do we have an hour and 10 minutes?
They reserved 10 minutes, so you can proceed.
So we have 1 hour.
You can take 1 hour, and if it happens to go over because you're finishing a topic or something, that's fine.
Thank you so much. Well, folks, we didn't even know each other 2 weeks ago, and here we are. Thank you. It's a beautiful thing, I think, that we resolve disputes in our country in this way, just like Lawrence mentioned.
Gave it to you.
You're plucked and really against your will, even if you had to fight it. In theory, one of these bailiffs could go arrest you and come and make you come here. So we don't do that with anything else. But why do we do it? Because it's such an important thing to resolve disputes in our country in a peaceful manner.
Dude got his mic prepped.
Thank you.
He's on top of it.
I'm Miss Paltrow.
He's not going to be waving his mic.
I'm going to just call her Gwyneth.
And not understanding why people can't hear
Gwyneth's lawyer. I'm her spokesman this week. So she sat there for 2 weeks and been a punching bag. We've blown through a lot of these cute little Post-it notes where she's sending me stuff. But I take it very seriously because she's comfortable in a lot of worlds I'm not comfortable in. But she is not comfortable in this world. It is not a nice thing for someone to throw a press conference and say, like King Kong, you knocked him out and walked away, skied away. That is not what happened. And the court has actually dismissed the idea, and that's one of your jury instructions, that this was a hit and run. That took no small amount of work, by the way. But that is what she was faced with. It takes a lot of courage, does it not, for her to sit there for 2 weeks and be pounded like a punching bag. What did she lose? Did she lose, oh, that's too bad, you had to come in early and have a massage? No. This is what she lost. She was in love with Brad Falchuk.
Was?
Dated for 2 years. They both had, very interesting, I think, 9-year-old sons and 11-year-old daughters. It's kind of cool. And they said, how are we going to get these guys together in a loving, fun time? They're very busy, where we can kind of all be together for a couple days and see if this will work, if we can blend our families together. We're going to make it relaxed. We're going to put a lot of planning. She put a lot of planning into that trip.
He's rich too. He does Glee
and so here
like
they
Brian
are.
Murphy shows.
It's a little delicate because anyone who's been through like trying to blend families, it's a delicate thing. So what happened? They got there. They're organized. First day of skiing. They have ski instructors. By the way, I thought it was cool. I don't know if you did. Her dad taught her to ski at Alta. And she has tender feelings about that. She's been tearful with me in describing those ski trips with her dad, because her dad died in his 50s. In fact, it was so painful she didn't ski for a long time after that because she would miss her dad.
I already feel more sorry for her
were
than
this
Terry
age,
based on these closings.
And we're talking with Brad. Brad was a big skier. We didn't get to hear from him, unfortunately, lack of time. But they were going to come, okay, let's get our kids together. So what did they lose? They lost a half day of bonding, and even more, because now everyone's stressed. That was the day when they bond up going up the ski lift. They bond having hot chocolate mid-afternoon. They bond relaxed, laughing around the fire.
It's not me, guys.
Yep. It's not us.
Basically, there's a lot of bonding
going
going
up
on
the
right
ski
there.
lift. They bond having hot chocolate mid-afternoon. They bond relaxed, laughing around the fire.
It did. Okay, let's find another feed, guys.
Funny
Sorry
feed.
about that.
Sorry, guys. Out of our sometimes these court feeds drop. 1
I
second.
will say, as silly, just why you guys find another feed. What I will say that's kind of silly. Like, it sounds a bit silly, but it's not
Deep
really.
cost to
I
my
mean,
client.
Here we go. Oh, no, it's
Yeah.
it's from the court feed. You can tell.
Okay.
I told you when we first met, I wanted to concentrate on a couple things about Lady Justice here. By the way, if I didn't make it clear, you are Lady Justice. All right. Blindfold eyes. Because she's blind? No. She's smart. But she's not going to be distracted by chaos around her. Chaos like media, chaos like sympathy. Don't we all feel bad for him? I would have liked, by the way, at least a discount on the camel ride on your request for damages, but that's another issue. The idea is, okay, we're going to focus. We're going to focus, and we've tried, and the judge has given me all these warnings. Don't be talking to people. Don't even talk to yourselves yet, because we want you to focus. And that's Lady Justice. Now, I talked to you earlier about the scales of justice. This is a civil claim, meaning the preponderance of the evidence. The plaintiffs brought the lawsuit. That's why we're all here. His daughters say, isn't it terrible? These two daughters that he's brought here, his life is laid open. It's because of him. He hit her. He hurt her. And he wants $3 million for it. That's not fair. The easy thing for my client would have been to write a check and be done with it. But what does that tell her kids? It's cost of business. No, it's wrong. It's actually wrong that he hurt her and he wants money from her. And that's why we're here. All right. So back to the scales here on Lady Justice. He has the burden to tilt. Okay? Tie goes to her. Now, she has a $1 counterclaim. My wife said, don't waive the dollar, and I'm not waiving the dollar. But a dead even tie means neither get anything. And I'll walk you through that in just a minute. But let me suggest it's not even close. Let me suggest it's like this, the evidence here versus here, and let me talk to you about that. Let me mention a couple other jury instructions. So I talked to you about no sympathy, passion, or prejudice. We don't want you making decisions on that basis. I talked to you about the burden of proof. That is theirs. And then from today, let me talk to you about a few things. By the way, the burden of proof was evident because they get the last word. Because they have to tilt the things, you may have noticed this morning they could call a witness, and after I'm done, they can speak for a few more minutes. And that's what we do to the people who have a burden of proof. Instruction 30 that you were read today. Gwyneth Paltrow did not leave the scene of the accident without giving her contact information. Press conference 4 years ago. King Kong came out of the jungle, left me unconscious, and brushed off and went away. Utterly BS, and it's been discounted. It's not even before you. The judge took that away from you because it was so obviously false. 31 deals with spoliation. That's the GoPro issue. Spoliation is probably a word you've never heard before. It's a legal term. But the idea is if they destroy evidence, you can assume that it was bad for them. All right, so Terry, in fact, I should say Mr. Sanderson, in fact, owned a GoPro. All right.
Yeah, that's pretty
damning.
He
talked to his daughter that night, 6 p.m., so about 6 hours after the collision. She got off the phone with the understanding that he had a GoPro video of the incident and typed to him, I am so glad that there's a GoPro and that you're okay. All right. No one has the GoPro, but I'm telling you this. If you find that there was a GoPro and that he said, That will not help my case. Delete. If that happened, you can conclude that it was against him, that it helped us, and wouldn't it have been nice if it had been around? Do you remember when we talked 8-9 days ago? I said, you're going to hear so much stuff about damages. So much stuff. But if you find that he hit her, you can ignore it. So we heard like a week of testimony about Mr. Sanderson's brain and how he thinks. He does like to be the center of attention. He likes to be in the spotlight. His own daughter said he would be dishonest for money or notoriety.
He said that.
Does that make you, like, uncomfortable? It makes me really uncomfortable. When Dr. Gibby was up there, he said, oh, he has a great relationship with his daughters. It's like, who? He says, two daughters. There are 3 daughters. You can't just pretend this stuff away. 3 daughters. It's pretty important, isn't it, for a witness to know that he's not in the least good relationship. And why? Because she said he was abusive, and a lot of other adjectives that I'm not actually
I'd be
will defer
pissed
to you to
if that
remember.
was if that was false.
So
I'd be
Ms.
pissed.
Paltrow's asking for her dollar, but it's not about the dollar. It's not about. I mean, think of what her time is worth sitting here for 2 weeks. It's not about the money. It's about kind of ruining a very delicate time in a relationship where they're trying to get their kids together. That's what Terry Sanderson caused her.
She married him. They're all good.
Pre-existing conditions. Oh my gosh. How do we not talk about what was going on right before and what versus what's happened after? He's 76. I mean, my parents, I'm not being flippant, they were dead by then. They certainly weren't taking 10 trips around the world.
Yep.
So we have to look at that. Those are the jury instructions. I do want to tell you the special verdict form that was appropriate. Can you bring that up? Lawrence walked you through it, and I don't think there's any harm in me telling you what I want. Is there? I'm going to ask you to fill this out. This is what you go to the delivery when you deliberate. These 3 pages. The last page really is nothing. So it's essentially 9 questions. And I want to show you how I want you to fill it out. I'm not trying to be subtle. All right, so was Gwyneth Paltrow at fault? No. If you answer no, go to question 3. So next page. Then you have to, that means Terry Sanderson's not going to take any money away from today. If you write no, so no on 1, you are done kind of in terms of his claim. Then you go to paragraph 3, which is our claim. Was Terry Sanderson at fault? Yes. We want you to say yes. Was his fault a cause of her harm? Again, we're asserting $1, but it was so much more. It made everyone nervous all afternoon. Was Terry Sanderson's fault a cause? Yes. And then, James, if you answer, regardless of your answer, go to 5. If your answers to question, so this is like a tax form where you have to like read it 4 times. Sorry. If your answers to questions 1 and 3 are both no, 1 was is Gwyneth at fault, you should not proceed any further. And you go to the end and sign it. And this is because you're trying to figure out, was she at fault? Yes or no. Was he at fault? Yes or no. Did it cause any damage? You can actually find today that neither were at fault. Skiing is an interesting thing.
I think this is a
strap
smart move.
sticks on our legs at the top of a very high hill and go down for fun. It's breathtaking. I've done it. I love it. but it has inherent risks. So the back of every ski pass you've ever seen.
Judge, objection. You've excluded this inherent risk of skiing.
We referenced this, Your Honor. You said I could argue.
It applies to resorts and not to people.
No, the argument is improper, so overruled.
So inherent risks, you've seen it on the back of every ski pass, and even your own common sense says, hey, if I don't go down this hill right, I could actually kill myself. So skiing is different. It's even different than driving. I mean, we don't drive cars down hills, right? Down icy hills. But we do ski down icy hills. The Deer Valley guy would say, we're never icy at Deer Valley. But nevertheless, it's kind of a dangerous thing. And so you can actually say, no, don't get me wrong. I want Gwyneth paid for the hardship Mr. Sanderson caused her. He hit her, he hurt her, and he's not entitled to sue her. I'm sorry, he's entitled to be here today, but he's not entitled to be rewarded for hurting her. That's not how this country works. All right, James, let's see. Then if we go, if your answers to 1 and 3 are both no, you should not proceed further. So if you found
I'd
not
like
at
to
fault,
put that, look,
not
if you
at
don't think
fault,
either of them
you're
are fault,
done. You go to the end,
then
and your
choose that
foreperson
too.
signs it. But if you keep going, otherwise continue to 6, James. I couldn't do this without James, if you can't tell. What % of the fault to you assigned to Gwyneth Paltrow? So then you have to figure out a percentage. It's possible that both people are at fault. And how this works is you take 100% pie and you find out, okay, Gwyneth's 10% at fault, Terry's 90% at fault. So a lot of things aren't just so obvious, like gray and white, black and white. We would, obviously, if you get this far, we'd want you to put 0 apportionment to her, Terry, 100%. I guess you could find that Gwyneth's entitled to 75 cents and not $1, believe it or not. Okay, then we keep going. James, whatever you can find here. What amount compensates Terry Sanders? And we just want you to go to 9 and give us our $1. There was a little issue raised about whether her attorney's fees could be added to that. The judge has said, I'm going to deal with that. That's not in front of you. All right, so your topic is this $1. Believability of witnesses. This was one of your earlier instructions. How do I figure out who's telling the truth here? And I'm going to put Craig Ramone. First of all, Terry doesn't remember much. There was one just blatant misstatement in their closing, which was Terry could talk to a wall for 2 hours and have a pretty good conversation. That was before the incident. That was misrepresented as being after the incident. Every time that issue came up, I said, before? Yes, before. All right. Let's go to talking about evaluating witnesses. I'm telling you, if we were in law school and we had a class about eyewitness, how an claimed eyewitness actually sees what he thinks he sees, Craig Ramone would be the definition of a bad witness. And I'm going to give you some objective statements about that. He's at the end of the court. He says, I'm skiing, and there at the end, I'm colorblind. I have imperfect vision. I don't know what they're wearing. I'm looking at other things. I'm not focused on them. He said he hears and turns. Well, guess what? Eric Christensen, the ski instructor, who they accused of a cover-up, which was dismissed, heard and turned. They're the same. They heard and turned. Craig describes himself as an eyewitness. Eric said, I didn't see the collision. I just heard and turned. They saw the same things. Interestingly, Eric came right over, and now's appropriate time to watch our little fun video. I don't know if you like these animations, but we kind of put them together so that you guys can kind of envision
says, cool story,
all this
bro,
information
but did you milk a
coming
cow?
at you. So Eric Sanderson, or excuse me, Eric Christensen, did you like the guy? The guy is like, oh my gosh, I love this guy. He's been doing it for 40 years. He teaches art on the side. He's been a lifelong resident. He's married to someone whose whole life is skiing. And he is not a liar. He is not someone who covers up. He is not someone who falsifies reports. All of those allegations were thrown out. So we're not dealing with Deer Valley. Interestingly, it's not just Ramon versus Christensen, because all the Deer Valley people, do you remember the cool Whitney who took the toboggan woman? I mean, she's an amazing witness. Whitney? She's up there, oh, I'm assessing things all left and right, you know, nothing, but that's a little different. So we're going to play this, and I think Moses is in orange. And there's Terry. So Eric Christensen says he sees Terry out of the corner of his eye. Well, he looks and sees, because he's in charge of sort of protecting these kids. So he says he's always looking up the mountain. And then he hears and turns. And then the next view, the next one. By the way, no one but Craig has the guy spread eagle with his head down the hill. There's no facial damage to his face. His skis stayed on. You've heard from these structural bioengineering people. If he came and got hit like Craig described, his skis would have popped right off. You don't keep your skis when you get blown. Sanderson says he was airborne, that he was flying. First of all, I'm not going to get into the weight, have him sit on scales, but twice, by the way, not once, twice Mr. Sanderson said I'm 3 inches shorter and 15 pounds lighter. We're not talking about today, we're talking about then. Then he was 3 inches. I don't know if he shrunk 3 inches since then, but he described himself as pudgy. He's coming downhill at a faster pace. I mean, anyway, the structural engineering people, which is kind of interesting, not structural, biomedical engineering people, I don't know if you got bored in that part or was interested, but I'm telling you, the science does not work for Craig's theory. Okay, so we're going to play this. Mr. Christensen, am I in your way, Judge?
No.
There's Moses, Carrie Oaks, Apple. It's a little hard to absorb, but here's Gwyneth, and there's Sanderson. Now, let me tell you what Sanderson said, and he said it just at the end of the day yesterday. I said, tell me what's going on right before the incident. He said there was a lady on his left that was kind of tentative. So I deliberately, I think I said, passing on the right. Pretty sure I did. So there's the woman he describes in green. And he's trying to he's watching her. He is blind in his right eye. He said, I use that term loosely. He's an optometrist, for heaven's sakes. He's blind in that eye from a stroke. He has helped him contribute to his retirement. Okay, so he's watching, and imagine this. I'm blind in my right eye, and I'm really mindful of not hitting this woman to the left of me. And then he said, nobody could have passed on my left except the gal I just passed. So that gal I was real conscious of because I still worried about her. And so as I went past her, I went inches per second past her. I just remember it took forever for me to get past her, and there were skis. And then that's when the collision happened. All right, so maybe run it one last time, James. So he's looking to his left with a blind right eye to make sure he doesn't hit the woman. He's looking to his left, and what happens? Gwyneth described, and praise to the judge for not letting this be reenacted with Gwyneth and being assaulted in front of us all. She is skiing, and two skis come in between her.
Brilliant, because that's what they try to
And
do.
This is not a big hill.
Kurt, by the way.
By the way, I mean,
Hey,
this
good to see
is,
you guys,
these are
always.
kind of photographs. This isn't just claymation here. And comes in, and she's like, what is happening? They're not going that fast. But Terry's going faster because his skis are coming in between her. It's because he's looking with his one, by the way, he has like half an eye because he has a cataract in the left eye. Hearing's shot.
How does anyone
And he says, I'm getting too old.
Terry after this?
I can't do everything I can. Well, I mean, I stopped playing church basketball after my knee injury. I'm like, I love it, but I can't do it anymore. Okay, so sometimes we have to give things up, especially when we're 76 years old. I'm sorry.
Yep.
I mean, that's life.
Facts.
But he comes in between her legs. She's going, what is going on here? It's not like a ski collision hit, you're out. And he's grunting, his body's against her. She's thinking, am I being assaulted? Like, because this isn't really a ski collision. And then they go for a little while. She said spooning. And then, and whatever the next imaging, next animation would be, James. And then they go to their right. Now, I don't know, you've heard the ribs issue. By the way, if you're 76 with osteoporosis, you can break your ribs. You may see, and this record's in your documents, these weren't dramatic breaks. I mean, two were not even distended, dislocated. What's the right word? Displaced. Thank you. Two were not displaced, and two were just very minor displaced. Did they hurt? I'm sure they hurt them. I'm sure they did. All right, so she is on top. Eric Christensen said she was on top. And their skis are intertwined. And what is she doing? She's like, okay, I see I'm not being assaulted. And he may well have hit his head. He does have a helmet on. So does she, by the way. Craig Ramon's like, no helmet. He tried to change his testimony on the stand, but I had questioned him like 5 years earlier. No, she didn't have. I was really surprised. No helmet, no mask. Give me a break. For anonymity purposes as well as safety, this is a person skiing with her kids. She's pretty focused on safety. Let me just tell you that. All right. So what's the first thing does? Eric Christensen, is this the last one? Is this the last of the
There were only
animations?
3 admitted, Judge.
Pardon me?
Only 3 were admitted.
I think there were 5.
3 full ones.
3.
Whatever you can take us to next.
Well, but you've already shown 3.
There were 3 videos that were that were entered in their total, and then there were 2 only partial. Is that right?
Correct. Yes.
Okay.
So whatever you can give
2
me.
partials that didn't show the actual impact.
Only Craig has their heads downhill. Moses, who you'd love him if he's a cute little 16-year-old now. But we didn't get it. We only got to hear him. He skis over because he doesn't hear anything, but his instructor comes over. He comes over and he sees his mom on the ground. Now downhill because she's gotten away from this guy. Okay, I'm safe. The idea of an assault just entered her mind. She said for a couple seconds because she's going, what's going on? This is the overhead view, and run it as you can. Here's Miss Paltrow. Apple, Moses. Here's Miss Paltrow. Here's the beginning skier woman. Here's Sanderson. And she's making these small turns on the right. He's making big turns. He's a lot
these
faster.
Big turns are weird.
He's a lot more advanced skier, I should say. All right.
Sounds like
Here's
he was more King
Christensen.
Kong than
You
her.
remember we placed him?
Everybody who keeps
Carrie
saying that
Oakes
Owens
went
is
on
awful at this,
ahead
I don't
with
think you were
Apple.
watching the plaintiffs.
Apple told me she heard a commotion, but
This is
she was
way
angry
better
for
than the
French
plaintiffs.
fries, and she just wanted to get down the hill.
This is all right.
Moses is here.
He's scattered a few times, as anyone would.
There we go.
But there's an organization to it, and
Okay,
there's a
any
story
other
being told,
animations?
and it's not about milking cows.
But
Looking
no, he's doing
uphill,
better than his opening statement, I think.
Paltrow in black,
Much more concise.
Sanderson,
King whatever. His name
King
was.
Morgan.
beginning skier,
Morton, there you go.
in green, woman. Watch
I
Sanderson.
mean, I think we got the point with the video.
And then we're
This
done.
is starting to.
So
he's starting to
it's
lose
probably
it.
that third one.
You were doing great. Go on
two
something else.
back
You already
is
hit
probably
this.
the most powerful of them.
Stop talking
in
and let
terms of showing
Clark Kent
you
start speaking.
the layout. All right, how am I doing on time, folks? I want to leave James 10 or 15 minutes.
30 minutes so far.
Thanks. So I'm gonna 10 after. Thanks, Judge.
James has got 10 or 15 minutes to wrap this all up. He could do
Ooh,
it.
I love it.
After they've
Ending on-
separated,
ending on James.
Brad
I
Falter
believe in you, Clark Kent.
comes up, she skis down, but there's then this period of time. So here's Eric Christensen. Eric Christensen said, I came over to find out what had happened. They say he came over to bully him. Deer Valley employees who bully their guests get fired. He's been there 40 years. You could see if his grandfatherly demeanor makes sense under Craig Ramon's story. It doesn't. It doesn't. Eric comes over and he says, first thing I'm doing, I'm taking off skis. Remember, under all stories, no skis came off. That tells you something about the manner of the collision, doesn't it? It wasn't like Ramon describes, flat out straight. By the way, Ramon, oh my gosh, he says he's out cold for 2 or more minutes. Do you know what did you do about it? Nothing. Nothing. Could you imagine looking at an unconscious person, splayed out,
It's true.
head down, skis on, for over 2 minutes? Could you imagine? I'm like, did you call 911? Did you check for breathing? No. Yeah. None of that. I mean, good grief. Give me a break. All right. Eric Christensen comes over and says, okay, let's take skis off. Remember, he had some personal knowledge because he knew kind of where Gwyneth was, and he kind of knew where Eric Christensen was. He knew where they were, downhill versus uphill, and he knew their skill level. He could tell, he said he could tell because Mr. Sanderson was an advanced skier because he didn't slide. I didn't really know this, but if you do kind of, you skiers will maybe know. If you can work your edges and you don't slide, apparently that means you're a more advanced skier. Okay, so he comes over, he's trying to figure out what's going on, but he actually knows some things. Gwyneth is pissed off. If you hit someone, do you yell at the person you just hit? No.
Some people do, yeah.
The hittee, and I've been hit skiing, is usually the unhappy one. But she recognizes these things happen until he says, did you hit me? And she's mad because not only has he hurt her and hit her, but now he's saying, no, I think you caused this. And then she's like, are you kidding me? You just ran in my effing back. And Moses heard it. Moses heard it. All right. So then, Christensen, who I think is just a fabulous witness. I think everything he said is just utterly true. It's consistent with everything. He took off skis. I said, was Sanderson ever out cold? No. If he was, it would have been like that. Gwyneth, was he out cold for 2 minutes? No, he wasn't out cold at all. Don't you think people would be going like crazy if there was a man splayed out on Deer Valley?
Yes, I do.
Head down, out cold for minutes. That's not a believable story. Eric Christensen now is engaging people. Gwyneth's mad, but she's okay in the sense that she doesn't need help. She can still ski, but she said her knee, which she'd already had surgery on, hurt, and she has sustained a blow. I mean, I don't know if you've ever been hit, even if you're in a football game and you're all padded up. She had sustained a blow. She was upset. And then this idea of him not sort of, she says, you know, you just did this. And then what did he say? I'm sorry. Does the person who got hit say they're sorry? No. The hitter says, I'm sorry. And he said it. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Okay, now she's okay. Okay, he's not denying the stupid thing he just did. But, okay, now we got to sit around and kind of we'll sort things out. Then Christensen goes to Sanderson.
Thank you, Jeannie 14
Tell me
Jones.
what you
Appreciate
say.
that.
And he said, she appeared right in front of me. That's what he said in his report. She appeared right in front of me. That's consistent with Gwyneth being mad and saying, you just skied into my effing back. And it's consistent with Christensen seeing kind of what was going on. He was the uphill skier. He knew that. And there you go. That's, if everything's consistent, now if he'd said, I didn't do it, she hit me, okay, whoa, now we got to investigate. And then, you recall, so okay, it's clear who did what. Christensen says to Ramon, your buddy just took out Gwyneth Paltrow. I think this was just after she skied away. And what did Ramon say? Did you correct him? No. That's the time to say, no, I saw it, and she hit him. That was the time. Ramon didn't say a word. He just sat there.
Facts, and Ramon admitted this.
He's not helping his unconscious friend, and he's not denying, under his story, what the ski Deer Valley representative has just determined. Your buddy took out her. All right. So that's the time to do it, not later. Remember, one of the things I said in opening is rely on the evidence before there's thoughts of lawsuits, because then you can kind of rely. People aren't thinking, okay, 10 minutes later, oh my gosh, Gwyneth Paltrow. Wow, that's something else. We were just in a collision with Gwyneth Paltrow. Now people are thinking, okay, wow, I'm famous.
Yep.
They're not thinking that yet. In real time, he's saying, I'm sorry.
Oh, the grin on Terry's
and then,
face.
are
right
you
now.
okay?
It's just...
Everyone always asks this question, are you okay? And he said, I'm okay. Now, he tried to change it a little bit, and we had to go to his transcript.
Said,
but he agreed. He said, I'm okay. And then ski patrollers come by. So, I mean, there would have to be a pretty vast conspiracy against Deer Valley for this to be a cover-up. And remember, they were already dismissed. Ski patrollers come by. They see some stuff going on. Everyone all right over there? Eric Christensen did not answer that question. Because this is a contact now between injured skier and ski patrol. Eric's a ski instructor. And so, what happened, Eric? He said they talked. So this isn't, we're not in there like trying to bully someone. Craig spoke to Terry privately. He said, Eric said, I couldn't hear it. And then, which obviously Terry at some point said he remembers Terry saying, are you okay? Are you okay? So there's a connection.
Annie,
and then what did
okay?
they say?
Are you okay, Annie?
We're okay.
Are you tell us that
And
you're
the ski
okay?
patrollers left. All right, so that's what's happening in real time. Now we go to the paperwork. Why don't we fill out a big deal, get everyone's statements and everything? Because if this happens all the time on ski resorts, if everyone's okay, I mean, we don't have a scene about it. But they go down a little longer. They now know that Miss Paltrow was part of the collision. And then Terry, and you can believe him, but they now know. I'm not skiing too well. I don't feel that well. All right, fair enough. It did come 10 minutes after they found out who they had been involved with. All right, bring in Whitney. Whitney's an awesome, geez, I thought she was a fabulous witness. She pulls up, and she's all business, like, okay, I'm going to assess for unconsciousness. No. What happened? She says, what happened to Terry? He didn't say, I got hit. He says, I don't remember. I don't know. Did Craig immediately go in on that? We'll have to defer to her report. That was a legitimate question of mine. I'm trying to remember. James, when are you up?
No.
5 minutes.
Are you up in
Don't put any
5?
doubt on yourself.
I can do that. That gives you 5 or 10?
Gives me 15.
Thanks. I'm going to be done in 5 minutes, folks. Okay. So
Why'd you ask
Whitney's
that question out loud? Because
delightful.
I'm curious now too.
Loads them up, takes them down, says, hey, before, I want you to remember 5 things. And this isn't like man, woman, dog. This is like, I got my degree in
Person, woman,
Michigan.
man, camera,
I was
TV.
Deer Valley Grand Slalom person, whatever. All these really detailed. I like horses, my horse's name, all this stuff. Remember it. Terry says, I remember. I knew I was now having a cognition memory test performed upon me. He goes down, and she then says, do you remember? And oh my gosh, he remembered. In fact, he remembered so well, he decided this is a good opportunity for me to text and post a picture of Whitney smiling and just talk about how wonderful she is. Whitney, meanwhile, is sitting there trying to figure out, okay, are any problems here? Are you seeing any signs of concussion? No, I'm not. Do you remember Dr. Edgley? I don't know if you thought that was cool, that a guy who heads up the Hughes Acquired Brain Injury Clinic has had an acquired brain injury. I thought it was kind of cool. Anyway, he goes, what do you look at? You look at period of unconsciousness. We have Craig versus all these people saying he's not.
I don't think he means that it's
wasn't
cool he got
unconscious.
injured. I think it's just that he's been injured,
They
but he's
even
still been
imply,
able
like,
to do everything that he's
Christensen
done and have that
didn't even
expertise.
care about us.
I don't know.
He's yelling at us, he's
That didn't
bullying
come
us, and then
across
he's
too well.
abandoning us.
No, it did not, but I
on
think
the
that's what he
conscious, drooling on the mountain. Give me a break. Is that what you know Deer Valley to be? So, then, okay, he checks out at the main clinic. Then he's down to the Instacare. What is that Instacare PA looking? He's looking for, no, I don't see any signs of symptoms of unconsciousness or concussion. because they're looking at memories, they're looking at periods of unconsciousness, and they're looking at, what was the third? Do you recall? Memory.
Ataxia. Ataxia.
That means inability to speech. I don't think that is what they were looking for. In any case, they're looking for any signs and the symptoms of concussion. No. Now that doesn't mean he didn't have a concussion, but it does mean this isn't anything severe at all. I mean, okay. Next day he goes to the VA. These are the people he knows.
5 minutes is almost
CT.
up.
Guess what? They're like all the same abnormalities as you had in your brain before. The problem is, and by the way, he then goes for 3 neuro assessments, and they all say normal, normal to above normal, in some ways really above normal. So no assessments, those are all his treating providers. Why would we have our experts go do neuro assessments when 3 separate treating providers that he knows and trusts and that no one's paying say above normal? Why would we do that? But the problem is he then goes to Gibby and Fong and he just self-reports everything was normal beforehand. Wrong. And now everything's terrible. Wrong. He doesn't tell him he's flying all over the world, that he's biking, that he's the poster boy for fitness at age 75. He's posting every darn thing. I mean, this isn't like me sending out a private investigator and trying to find pictures. All I have to do is put Terry Sanderson. Oh my gosh, the guy's Mr. Activity. Heaven help me if I can be as active as he is at 75. All right, I have 1 more minute. I'm going to go back to Lady Liberty. So we talked about the blindfold. Lady Justice, excuse me. We talked about the blindfold, and we talked about the scale. The sword. The sword, we want you to use the sword. This sounds harsh because we're not beheading anyone. The sword is to defend a meritless claim. This is a meritless claim. You don't throw a $3 million bombshell in the courtroom, call her King Kong, and walk away. You shouldn't reward that.
Oh, sorry.
And Gwyneth, who could have just paid it out, paid the ransom.
He
No.
said what?
I'm not doing that. I'm not going to have someone hurt me and then ask me for a lot of money. I'm not going to do it. I'm going to sit here. I said, you're going to have to sit here for 2 weeks in Park City, and you can't even look at your phone. And she said, I'm going to do it. I'm not paying that. We ask you for the $1, not because she had to go in and get an early massage, but it screwed up a very carefully planned, important time in her life. Thank heavens the family melded well together. But we want our $1. Thank you for your time.
Judge, can we approach briefly?
Sure.
Well, there you have it,
he
guys.
started off pretty good. He had some ideas in there that were definitely workable. It was just a little not connected as well as it could have been. But it's certainly a lot better than the first guy with the plaintiff's place, because it's like,
I have to know your professional opinion on the milking.
Well, but let's ask it all, because I want to do a recap here all around. We're going to Kurt first. Welcome, Kurt, and then Civil Law is going to give us actual legal analysis here. But yeah, we were going to do a recap. This is going to be the recap, and then we're going to set a new stream for the verdict watch, because as soon as this one ends, we're going to go to that one next. So I'd love to see you guys join us, and I'll get you to. In fact, Steph, if you can help me set that up with the image we have.
All right, thank you.
That way we should pivot people over there so we can trim that as its
Clark Kent
own
is
thing.
talking.
But now, oh right, he has his 10 minutes. Apologies.
Okay, so
and then we'll give you
Come
our
on,
recap.
Superman, let's go.
It's my job to talk about Mr. Sanderson's claim that he's not living the life that he used to live, and it's Ms. Paltrow's fault. Hope I can be helpful to you as we walk through some of this. I wanted to start by just pointing to this document. This, you remember, Whitney Smith was the ski patroller that arrived and
Lady
wrote
Justice,
this
the
report
sword.
that day. A little bit later, Mr. Owens could not recall an important fact. This is the witness section at the bottom is not filled out. Mr. Ramon did not come forward and say, this is what happened, let me tell you about it. Whitney Smith would have written that in there if he did. She also pointed to, we also pointed to the fact that she did not write an X at that concussion and head boxes where she could have noted possible injury. She's, to use one of Mr. Sykes' phrases, she has no dog in this fight. She would have put X's there if she was concerned about that. She didn't. You also heard her talk about mild disorientation in her report, and that shows up here. And I think you've seen that the plaintiff, gosh, I'm sorry, this thing can be finicky. You've seen it. I'll just move forward for the sake of time. There's those mild disorientation notes, right? And she explained that she didn't see that as an indication of concussion. She just saw it as being kind of rattled from a ski collision. And that's relevant to damages because Mr. Sanderson is claiming that he had a concussion, and all of the symptoms that have come from the collision relate back to that concussion. I think there's considerable doubt that he even had one. He may have, and you could certainly find that, but you might find that he didn't have a concussion. I think, though, that I want to kind of frame this with a certain theme. Maybe you've seen a pattern over the course of these last couple weeks, or the last 2 weeks. On the one hand, you have real events, and then on the other hand, you have embellishments. On the one hand, you have objective tests, and on the other hand, you have subjective reports. On the one hand, you have what happened
Compare and
in the
contrast,
past,
very
and
nice.
then on the other hand, you have perception of what happened in the past. The realities of life, sometimes difficult realities, and on the other hand, you have anxious exaggerations. I think Mr. Ramon took the reality of the collision and spun it into an attention-grabbing story for friends about dramatic injuries and celebrity. He was talking a lot about that. Ms. Smith overheard it as she was caring for Mr. Sanderson. And then there were those comments that we found in the middle of trial where he talked about it, and you heard him explain that he'd been talking about it with friends. He knew a lot about Ms. Paltrow. He's very interested in this. I think he took that reality of the collision and embellished what happened, what he saw. And Mr. Sanderson's taken the reality of his aging body, and he's turned it into a profound injustice perpetrated by Ms. Paltrow. It isn't that. The facts show that his health challenges started long before the collision, and they've progressed in a predictable way. I think you heard Dr. Hesh yesterday say, if you look at his medical records, you look through the history, you take the collision out of that timeline, it reads coherently. The prior stuff would predict the next stuff. You don't need the collision to explain what happens afterwards. It's not to say that he didn't have injuries in the collision. Nobody disputes the broken ribs. And those were certainly painful. They did heal. And then the concussion, if he had one, was very brief, as you heard multiple experts say yesterday, and had very mild symptoms that may have even resolved within that day. So even if you find that Ms. Paltrow caused the accident, I think you only have sufficient evidence to find damages that relate to those broken ribs and the concussion that resolved very quickly. The slow degeneration of bodies is hard to accept, and mental health challenges are hard to face. It's obviously human to want a concrete explanation for these difficulties. But as the court has instructed you, Mr. Sanderson should not receive the money he asked for if you find that his perceptions do not match reality. The law requires that he convince you that more likely than not, he has suffered real harm, that Ms. Paltrow is and that Ms. Paltrow is the cause of that harm, and he has not done that. Through the course of the trial, you've seen that Mr. Sanderson does have genuine problems, and I don't want to minimize that. Experts from both sides have talked about his anxiety and depression and the trouble he's had with family and relationships before and after the accident. We've seen brain scans. Dr. Black came in here, and he was the only expert, I believe, that took you through all of them and explained how they, were back in 2009, look very similar to what you've seen going forward. They're connected to abnormalities related to aging and other conditions that might explain his problems. But Mr. Sanderson's argued that you should believe his experts because they evaluated him personally. The problem, I think, with that argument is that, as you've learned these past 2 weeks, these experts didn't carefully review his medical history, and they relied heavily on his unreliable reports about it. They also want you to believe what they've been calling the before and after witnesses, the family and the daughters, the friend, and then the girlfriend. And I think that you've learned these past 2 weeks that they didn't know Mr. Sanderson's health as well as they thought they did. And he was actually, they had, I think, acknowledged that he's good at hiding some of those issues, maybe totally understandably, and reluctant to share his troubles. So you have objective facts and then subjective reports. And the law requires you to find evidence, reality, not just the perception of problems. From our experts, you've heard a consistent, compelling account that Mr. Sanderson had these problems before that the concussion occurred, potentially, again, very briefly, if at all, and that those conditions that he's experienced afterward that he attributes to Ms. Paltrow are the predictable consequence of that prior history. They were, you heard them all yesterday. I guess you had Dr. Edgley the night before, but you heard them all, and it's a coherent, consistent story. I think you got a sense that they've read the records carefully, the objective records of treaters who have, again, no dog in this fight, just reporting what is going on for many years before and after the collision. Your Honor, I have till 25?
Yes.
Okay. 5 more minutes. I got a lot. I'm not going to get to all of it, but I'll try to get to the helpful stuff. Mr. Owens went through the various evidence about loss of consciousness and the different witnesses that have, I hope, persuaded you that Mr. Sanderson did not get knocked out for multiple minutes. But Dr. Eastfold gave you some interesting testimony yesterday. She said that the medical records after the accident are actually inconsistent with serious concussion injury. There was the cognitive assessments she pointed to that were normal. There was the balance assessment that was normal. You wouldn't expect it to be normal. And then there was the alcohol intake that actually increased, even though a concussion would reduce your tolerance for alcohol. Again, careful looking at the events in question, which I don't think you heard plaintiff's experts do. Mr. Sanderson's perception is different, obviously. He not only thinks he was knocked out for minutes, but he said he had a profound cognitive trouble during this time with Ms. Smith, who said he was cognitively intact, could speak to him. He was writing articulate posts about her, could carry on conversation for hours. So you got careful evaluation on the one hand, and then you have extreme exaggeration on the other. And the law requires you to be careful in your evaluation. Mr. Sanderson sees the time immediately following the collision as a grim period that began a spiral, began spiraling his life out of control. I think he described the bright side before and then the dark side afterward. And I think it's important to recognize that, as we've probably told you too many times, a few weeks just prior to this collision, he was reporting some of the symptoms and the concerns he's saying connect to the collision, right? He's said he was getting old all of a sudden. He couldn't do things that he used to do. He'd get preoccupied with paperwork and other little things. And that's difficult, and I don't mean to make light of that kind of reality that aging brings upon all of us. But it's important that at that time there was no litigation. He's just reporting, and you heard from experts that point to that as a telltale sign of the kinds of things you would expect after the collision that he's attributing to Ms. Paltrow. Mr. Sanderson's told you that the collision forced him to be a recluse. And if we had time, I would pull up those pictures. We went through a lot of them, and I hope that wasn't overboard. You got a sense of just how much he has done since the collision. Traveled more than some people have traveled in their whole lives. And I think it's that this $3 million, I don't know where the board is, $3 million claim, I think doesn't acknowledge that reality. Mr. Sanderson is better than he realizes that he is.
Mm-hmm.
And it's not that he doesn't have problems, it's just that he is better than he realizes he is, and it's hard for him to accept some of the decline that he's experienced. And he's, again, grabbed onto this collision as an explanation for it. You've heard from Dr. Hesh and Dr. Edgley about how litigation contributes to problems like he's had, and you heard even from his own expert, Dr. Goldstein, that he's obsessed with this case and it's not good for him, that moving on would be helpful for him. And I think that we all want resolution to this case. Mr. Sanderson's asking to be compensated for a ski injury that the evidence shows that he himself caused. And the evidence also shows that his life is not the mess he perceives it to be. Ms. Paltrow wants him off the mountain too, but she should not be responsible for the cost of that. And so we leave you with that argument. Hope that you can, hope you're persuaded, and thank you for listening.
Thank you,
Clark
Mr.
Kent
Egan.
for the win.
Mr. Sorensen?
10 minutes of glory, I'm guessing now, right? It's just going to be the best 10 minutes ever, I'm sure.
Amazing. Y'all
Clark
ready?
Kent just bending over right there. I was just appreciating the view.
I was waiting for that.
Of course you were, La.
I'm kind of like waiting for the chat to start going like, oh my gosh.
We appreciate the time and attention that you've
Hit that
spent
peach and
with us
gold.
the last
Woo!
couple of weeks going on kind of this journey. There's been a lot of fanfare, a lot of hubbub about this. You've seen a lot of technology. Some has failed, as we've seen today, but some has worked. And through all of that, I want to remind you of jury instruction number 24. Okay, and it says,
why do they get to come
when
back
the lawyers
again?
are giving their closing arguments, keep in mind that they are advocating their views of the case. What they say during closing arguments is not evidence. If the lawyers say anything about the evidence that conflicts with what you remember, you are to rely on your memory of the evidence. If they say anything about the law that conflicts with these instructions, you are to rely on these instructions. Now, you've heard some pretty amazing narratives, a spin on the facts, and you could probably say it cuts both ways, both sides. But I want you to remember about this case that there are two stories here. One is Gwyneth Paltrow, and you've heard her defense attorneys lay out her case. You've heard her side of the story. But there's also another side, and that is Terry Sanderson. They've done a really good job of telling you about what Craig Ramon says about how he describes this whole thing happening, and what Gwyneth Paltrow says, or what Eric Christensen says. But the two stories that are important to remember are Terry Sanderson's and Gwyneth Paltrow's. Terry remembers skiing down the mountain, hearing a scream directly behind him, and then bam, as he put it, lights out. Okay? He's knocked unconscious. He's left on the mountain figuratively, as we've talked about, trying to figure out what's going on. When he comes to, it's chaos. He doesn't really understand what's going on. On the other hand, we have Gwyneth Paltrow, who says that she's skiing along and all of a sudden she gets hit from behind. It's up to you now to weigh that evidence, to see what you remember, what you recall, not the way that the attorneys characterize the evidence, but what you see in the record. And I will tell you that what you see in the record corroborates the story of Terry Sanderson. Terry Sanderson
Just saw your
through his
comment in the chat, Popcorn Planet. That was pretty funny.
Of facts that happened. When he's hit from behind, he has to rely on the one person, remember that, the one person that says that they saw the actual collision and saw what happened. He has to rely on that. But it doesn't mean that it's not part of his story. It means that he's relying on an eyewitness that corroborates what he said. Also, we have the meetup group post that's been talked a lot about and the comments to that post.
Yeah, they didn't even get
That's
to that.
contemporaneous evidence the day of that
We
corroborates
talked about
the
milking
story
cows, but
that
not
these
that
two
evidence.
have shared with you. It says,
And Costco. We can't forget Costco.
and Craig Ramon's own words says, it scared the hell out of me. It scared him. Scared what he was scared. So that might be an account that you weigh as to why he didn't step in to try to give life-saving or life-supporting measures to his friend. He's scared. He doesn't know what's happening, and the person that he's relying on to take charge of the situation comes over and starts screaming at him. It's also important to remember that Brad Falchuk, who we didn't get a chance to hear from, and Carrie Oakes both contradict in major ways
So, Your Honor,
his
he
story, his
cannot
testimony.
reference the testimony of Brad Paltrow.
He admitted, Your Honor, and that was a stipulation.
Just a minute.
He admitted, Your Honor, that he did not see it.
Your Honor, that testimony is not
Just a minute. Yeah, that's true. That was a stipulated fact.
That was a stipulated fact. So,
Thank you.
Brad Falchuk did not see it. Okay? Eric Christensen, in his own reporting, didn't see the collision. But yet, right afterwards, he injects himself into this chaotic event and, according to him, takes control. He has enough time. Think about this when you're weighing believability of testimony, okay? Eric Christensen has enough time and is all aware about the students that he's being paid to watch and to teach how to ski that are beginner students. Watch what someone's doing on the other side of the run at the same time with, as reported in the facts show, many people skiing on this run. It's a converging run that goes down to the bottom of the run where people can go and have lunch. He has the ability to pay attention to a young child who he's teaching, someone across the way, someone skiing supposedly out of control, and keep track of all this. He hears a scream and looks over and sees, as the animations that you've seen, sees him laying on the ground, or sees these two people laying on the ground. He then has enough time to be the first on the scene, supposedly, after telling Carrie Oakes, take care of the kids, watch them, because I got to go over and take care of this. And he does that all in just fractions of a second. Is that believable? I'll leave that to you to decide. I know the way I feel about it. So this witness, who the defense has said is grandfatherly, who's this perfect witness, is not really that perfect. Again, I'll leave that for you to decide. Now, a lot's been made of what Terry Sanderson was saying or doing after the incident, right? You've heard, and I don't want your eyes to glaze over. That's why I'm not using any of the props. I'm just talking to you. But you've heard a lot about this email, right? The email Terry Sanderson sent later that night, or the first email and then the response back, okay? And I want you to remember this. The GoPro incident, or the GoPro video, I guess, and we'll talk about this GoPro email, is a response from his daughter, who sat here and testified 3 weeks before she'd been in her own ski accident. She was laying there with her leg up. She was as I think she said, she had pain pills at the time. She was aching an injury. And there might have been kids coming in and out of her room. She didn't remember exactly why she wrote what she wrote. Nonetheless, she admits that she wrote it. And she said here in front of you that it was clearly a misunderstanding to something her dad might have said when he was on the phone with her. That's the shred of evidence that they want you to cling on to try to say that Terry Sanderson did something like destroy a video of this event. That's our only piece of evidence that they put on in front of you to that fact. Now, again, there are many contradictions in this Tall Tale and the cartoons you've been forced to watch a few times. And I want you to remember, okay?
Don't you diss The Sims.
There
It
was
was
testimony
beautiful.
that Brad Falchuk was on the mountain, but he's not in their videos. He's not in their animations. Okay? You didn't see it? But there's testimony that he was right up there close. They left him out. They left out Carrie Oakes and her testimony. We had to read it in because she also contradicts the positions of the bodies after the incident. So they've done a really good job of trying to razzle-dazzle and trying to get you to look at a lot of other things that are not important. Because we told you in the very beginning, when Lawrence Buehler stood up here, you'd hear a lot of "so what." That's what they're saying about Terry Sanderson's injuries. So what? He was injured before. His injuries carry through. So what? So sorry he's left on the mountain. We'd like him off. So what? That's what you're hearing. Now, we have shown facts that are corroborated by his medical records that show that from the day after this incident happened, there was a very serious decline. The people that knew him best testify under oath in front of all of us as to the changes that they experience with Terry. His closest family members have seen those relationships affected. Terry's seen it affected. Again, I want you to weigh this evidence in the way that only you can. And I think that you can do it. I've seen all of you be very attentive. I've seen all of you pay attention, and we appreciate that because this is a very real situation for two people. The two stories that are at play in this. I also want you to remember there's been a lot of talk about what Jenny Sanderson said, what Jenny Sanderson reports. But she's the one that went on one of those international trips with him. So it can't be too strained of a relationship. You're not getting the full picture.
Yes, it can.
When you have
That's not what
excerpts
Polly said,
taken
though.
out of context from a deposition that are
Yes,
read.
it can.
You're not. He has 3 daughters. They all love him. And they all said that. Unfortunately, we didn't get the chance to hear some of the positives from Jenny. But their relationship is strong. She loves her dad. And he loves her. But she even said she's seen changes. Now, yesterday you heard Terry Sanderson say it's a hard thing to bring a lawsuit against the celebrity. Said they destroy your life. And they turned around and said, it's your fault. It's your fault that this happened.
Your Honor, I object and would like a little conference unless you want me to state my objection right in here.
I think just overruled, and you can make a record later, but let's let him finish.
Thank you.
I don't want her lumped in with
Terry
other
Sanderson.
celebrities.
Thank you, Judge.
Thanks. They point the finger at Terry Sanderson and say it's your fault. You did this. You brought
Grab
this
me
on
that
yourself.
one. Grab me that
Grab
skull.
that and
Terry Sanderson believes in justice, just like you've seen right here. It's been waved all over. And he wants the weighing of the scales the same way that Miss Paltrow does. But Terry Sanderson believes, and I think we've shown you, that on those scales, someone has facts that are weighing, and someone has a lot of fanfare that when you really pry it, it's a so what. It's a nothing. So, I charge you, and we thank you again for your time, hearing the evidence, listening to all of us, listening to the coughing, listening to the objections, listening to this, sitting through the sidebars. We thank you, but now it's you. It's on you. And we invite you now to weigh the evidence, and we empower you and trust that you will weigh this evidence the way you've heard it properly and find on behalf of Terry Sanderson. Thank you.
He was way better.
Thank
He
you,
was
Mr.
way
Sorensen.
better. They should have had him do the whole damn thing. That actually
In a civil
was
case,
comprehensible.
only 8 jurors are allowed to deliberate and reach a verdict. Because this trial was scheduled to last over this 2-week period, and because jurors may need to be excused because of an emergency or other extraordinary circumstances, 2 alternate jurors were selected in this case. Prior to going back and deliberating, the court is required to excuse the alternate jurors. Some jurors are relieved when they are excused prior to deliberations, but most are disappointed. and even frustrated that they've invested their time and energy in the trial but are not going to be able to deliberate. Those of you who are excused, those two, thank you for your service on the jury. Remember that you're actually not being released as a juror until the verdict comes in, because there is an outside chance that one of the 8 during deliberations may be called away for an emergency. And so the 2 of you that are allowed to leave, you may be called back to finish the deliberations and to vote on the verdict form with the others. So please do not discuss the case with anyone. Please do not read anything about the case. Just keep the existing restrictions in place until further notice by the court, which will be after the verdict is rendered. Please leave your cell phone number with the bailiff so that they can notify you when the verdict has come in and even give you the results if you'd like. Again, we appreciate your time and attention on this case. So I've got in here all of your names, and I'm just going to look the other way and pick 2 out, or your juror numbers rather. And so the 2 that are excused are number 15.
Oh man, I'd be so pissed. I'd be so pissed.
And number 24.
Oh, can you imagine you just sat there all fucking week, 2 weeks.
Those of you who are not being excused right now, you've been given all of the evidence and instructions on the law regarding this case.
Why don't they still keep them, Kurt? What if someone gets sick in the room or something?
To deliberate, I need to give you a few final instructions.
Just call them back
First,
to
about
wherever they have to
questions.
be. Get that text message.
As you deliberate, you may be tempted to seek more information. If you do have questions, please write a note and give it to the bailiff, and I will review that note and the question that you have that pertain to the case, and I'll review it with the lawyers and decide on how to answer your question, if it's appropriate. However, it's quite possible, and in fact it's probable, that we will not be able to answer your question. You should understand that no further evidence can be provided to you, and the instructions given to you contain the law which you need to reach a verdict based on the evidence presented to you. What to take into the jury room? Let me first say that you cannot take your cell phone and you can't have any outside contact during deliberations. So the bailiffs will give you some time before you begin deliberations to text or call anyone and let them know, hey, I'm about to go on be blacked out here while we're deliberating. And then they'll take all of your cell phones and they'll keep them in a safe place back by your deliberation room. You may take the following things in there with you: your notes that you took, the jury instructions and any notes you took on those jury instructions, all of the exhibits admitted into evidence. They are being assembled. The lawyers will agree that, yes, we do have this is the correct exhibits with the clerk, and then they'll be brought back to you in a little bit. You're also the same with the verdict form. I have the original verdict form. It says original on top. This is the one that will be filled out, and the bailiff will bring this back to you as well. When you get to the jury room, please do the following before beginning your deliberations. Read over the instruction on selecting a foreperson and select a foreperson, and then you may begin. At this time, I'd like the clerk to administer the oath to the bailiffs.
Do you swear that you will take charge of this jury and take them to some private and convenient place where they may deliberate upon their verdict, allowing no one to speak to them, nor to do so yourself unless so ordered by the court, and to return them to the court when they have reached a verdict or when so ordered, so help you God? Thank you.
You may now take the jury back. Thank you.
All right, the jury.
Well, it's officially verdict watch, I guess.
Yep. Verdict watch. Da, da, da.
Yeah, we are now verdict watch.
Yep, I'm gonna change
We
it.
aren't going to move links. We're going to wait till the verdict's in, and then we'll we're going to stay here with you guys and talk. We have some recaps to give you.
May be seated.
There's some.
Thank you,
updates they're
counsel.
gonna do here.
Mr. Owens, did you need to make a record on anything on that last objection?
Yes, thanks. there was just a reference. It's hard to sue a celebrity. I thought that was an unfair statement, given it's this person. This is a person here, not a celebrity. And I thought it was unfair to sort of slime her with Hollywood.
And the court anticipated that and noted. What I was thinking about was the fact that the plaintiff basically said the same thing on the stand, and I think he was just repeating that. So, as far as well, are there any exceptions that need to be taken on the record otherwise? Okay. I wonder if there's been a motion filed by some members of the press concerning how to handle the reading of the verdict. Mr. Raymond, are you in the courtroom? Mr. Hunt, is that right? Why don't you come up and present your motion? If you could first identify yourself, your bar number, and then who it is you're representing.
What is this?
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Jeff Hunt. My bar number
Hi,
is
Jeff.
5855. I represent Court TV, ABC News, CNN, Daily Mail, the Associated Press, and NBC News.
I'm ready to hear your motion.
We did file a motion, Your Honor, to modify the court's electronic media coverage order and decorum order, which previously through the trial has restricted EMC coverage of counsel tables.
Wow.
And as the court knows, this is a case that's attracted substantial national and international attention. I think it's actually been a marvelous opportunity for the public to observe how the court reaches decisions, how cases are litigated, and we all benefit from that. That transparency, that accountability, that is what the EMC rule that was adopted by the Supreme Court was intended to serve. And as Your Honor knows, under the EMC rule, Rule 4.401, electronic media coverage is presumed within the limitations of the rule. And it's subsection 6 of the rule, there are several limitations for not showing the jurors, not showing minors, not showing exhibits that haven't been admitted, etc. Counsel's table is not within subsection 6. So as the rule stands, the presumption is that there should be electronic media coverage of counsel's table. And we just simply wanted to clarify for the court that when the jury comes in and announces their verdict, that the videographer and the still photographer for the Associated Press be allowed to show the public, as everybody here in the courtroom would see, counsel's table. I mean, that is the most important part of the trial. This is what we've all been leading up to.
She's just going to leave.
Everybody here in the
She doesn't
courtroom
have to be there,
will be
right?
able to observe counsel and the parties when that verdict is announced. And we simply believe that consistent with the rule, unless there is an overwhelming, and the rule says a compelling interest, not to show the parties and the lawyers during the announcement, that it should be allowed, and the court should modify the order to allow still camera photography and the video coverage. We've participated with Court TV in over 30 years of trials, live coverage. We've never had once a situation where the public
can't cut to her right
wasn't
now.
allowed to observe the parties and the counsel when the verdict was announced. And that's for good reason. You've had 7 years of litigation, as I understand it. You've had 2 weeks of trial. And the most important people, the people that have the most interest in the outcome of this litigation, is the parties and their counsel. And the public ought to be able to observe them when the verdict is announced. And again, under the rule, Your Honor, the burden is on the party seeking to impose an additional limitation under the EMC rule to come forward with some
This seems so easy. Yes,
explanation
agreed.
for
And the party
why
can leave.
that would be particularly harmful or prejudicial. And there simply isn't any reason for that. If you look at the reasons, the factors that are in the rule, all those factors weigh in favor of allowing EMC coverage of the verdict announcement.
How do you envision this happening physically?
I'm not sure where Wes would like to be positioned, the still photographer. I imagine
there would be a still camera right here.
Okay.
But without an operator, that is be remote. Is that possible?
I'm not sure if that works for still, but the video would just be as the video would normally work.
Right.
For the still.
There's no way she's going to stay if this is approved. So all this feels
I mean,
moot.
Johnny didn't either.
Yeah, there was a still camera up here before, Mr. Hunt, but I don't know how much control the photographer had over that camera, and it had a very big, long lens, and it was focused on one individual.
He says he could fire it remotely from that position, the camera.
But can they? I mean, if it's
the aperture.
Well, I'm just wondering if it would be focused on one individual or be focused on both counsel tables at once. I mean, how do you foresee that?
Well, today I don't have the ability to set this thing up since I wasn't able to work other days.
Okay. So at this point, physically, what it would require is a photographer to be standing over here and taking pictures. Is that what I'm hearing?
Yes, I don't have the remote booking today.
Okay. And, I mean, the court TV camera is very unobtrusive. I don't see it. I don't hear it. It can pan and move and do all sorts of things without anyone noticing it. I realize that right now, I mean, this will be the end of the case. So the concern of an interruption of the proceeding is different. But it's still there in terms of decorum. How can we maintain court decorum and still meet the request?
It is there, Your Honor, but we could station the photographer there in a place that's unobtrusive. The jury's here. The focus is going to be here. It's going to be very brief. It's not like we're asking.
And why can't the still photographer take stills off of the court TV feed?
They can, just not as good quality.
The quality's not going to be there.
There you go.
Okay.
I already knew the answer, guys.
I'll hear from both sides.
Yeah, there's just different modes of capturing the image. The still photographer is just set up, designed just for that. The images are richer.
And in your experience or your client's experience, how have other courts handled the still photography?
We've usually had the still photographer positioned in a place that's unobtrusive and for limited periods of time and not able to go in and out of the courtroom. It's just there.
Thank you. I'll hear from you again, but I just want to hear from the parties.
Sure.
Mr. Sykes?
Your Honor, on behalf of the plaintiff, we have no objection to this. We think it's reasonable. Right now, there's
because your client wants to be famous.
This tripod over here with the camera on it is covered with a kind of a black robe, like two judicial black robes here. And I think if Mr. Bomber was to stand there, and we'll take the screen down.
I think Terry wants the photos. Yeah, absolutely.
Obtrusive or violate decorum.
And they're not taking Terry's picture. Let's be honest.
Mr. Owens?
Do you want to fight this? This is interesting.
They're going to fight it.
Thanks, Your Honor. First Amendment's important to us. There's certainly been a public benefit, I think, to having this in the public sphere. We've noted 3 violations of the decorum order. The very first day my client walked into the court, after I assured her there would be no photographers in the lobby, there was one right in her face as she went through security. Then suddenly one day another camera appeared, and then a third violation we felt. I don't know if you found a violation, but I have still photos of her being taken just yesterday. So we're all for the First Amendment. the idea that the public should see what we see, the public isn't seated in the well of the court. The public is seated behind Ms. Paltrow. The jurors have an interest here. This is stressful for jurors. To have a still photographer standing right where that screen is as those folks come in, I think even if their picture isn't taken, I think it's strange. I think it will be stressful. Mr. Sanderson actually has a privacy interest here too.
When if it's even won or not, that's it.
Yeah. If they have a verdict, they're stressed at that point. It's kind of immaterial.
How this
Exactly,
would physically change. If nothing would physically change, and if they're looking at the defense counsel in its totality, defense counsel's table, we would have no objection.
Mr. Hunt? So the defense wouldn't have any objection if nothing changes physically in the courtroom from the way it sits right now?
That's fine, but I still think it would be unobtrusive and completely consistent with court decorum to have the still photographer there for the minute or two that it took to announce the verdict. It's not going to, they'll have already determined their verdict. It's not going to add any
She's
additional
so dumb.
stress.
This is great
They have
press.
known
She's
that
going to
there's been
win.
media coverage throughout the trial.
Get the money
We
shot.
disagree that there's been any violation of the decorum order. Counsel has not approached me
I want my
about
money
that.
shot.
We're not.
But I didn't even know you existed in this case until an hour ago.
I've only represented the media in Utah for 30 years.
Yeah. I know you, but I didn't know you were even involved in this case.
So we're not here about that. We're here about my motion, and it sounds like we squared away the court TV, the video. We'd ask Your Honor for the 2 minutes, unobtrusive. Mr. Sykes makes a good suggestion of moving the stand-up, and we think that that can be accomplished, and the public will be richer for it. We're going to have descriptions about the reaction anyway. The press is going to report that, so why not have the images and the video that actually show what the reaction is, so the public can judge for itself
Just
what the
grant the
reaction
motion
is.
so the guy
That's the
can
most
stop talking.
accurate way to report this to the public. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, given the fact that there is a presumption in the rule, and given the First Amendment, the court will grant the request as long as, for the reasons stated, as long as that is used to sort of stand between the photographer, the still photographer, and the jury. So we can turn that sideways. The still photographer can stand quietly, and I assume your camera makes no noise?
No, sir.
There's no flash?
No, sir.
Okay. You can stand next to the existing camera then, and when the verdict is read.
Thank you.
All right. Is there anything else before we adjourn at this time?
Like she's coming back for the
Can I
verdict
throw
now.
out an issue that will need to be addressed at some point. Your Honor has had a protective order in place in terms of speaking with the press. After the verdict is delivered, is that protective order lifted as to speaking to the press or issuing press releases? I ask because we've received a lot of inquiries. I think the protective order and the decorum order, I think, talk about the evidence, for instance, depositions being held confidential in perpetuity. But the press issue, I think, is appropriately lifted once the verdict is delivered. So there you go.
I don't quite understand your request.
Sure.
For clarification, are you asking to continue the protective order, or are you asking for confirmation that the protective order will be released?
As to the press,
As to the press,
we want it to be released. We don't want certain, for instance, depositions that were taken that were marked confidential. Anything that was not, for instance, I have boxes and boxes of things that didn't come into trial.
right?
I don't want that. I want those held.
Everything that was marked confidential according to this court's confidentiality order remains confidential.
Correct.
In perpetuity.
If it's been entered into evidence in this court, it's obviously not
And it
confidential.
becomes public.
And then we do want we do want to be able to speak to the press after the verdict.
You may. Do you have any objection to that, Mr. Sykes? No. Okay. So once the verdict is read, the informal agreement between the sides that they won't talk to the press until after the case, that's then no longer there, and they can talk to the press. And the press can talk to witnesses. The press can talk to jurors if they so desire, and I'll explain that to the jury. And I'm going to ask the press to please acknowledge and respect the wishes of the witnesses and respect the witnesses or the wishes of the jurors. And if they don't want to speak to them, or if they want to wait, or maybe later, please respect that. So I expect that'll happen.
Another thing that Pete just mentioned, the decorum order prohibits any cameras in the courthouse. I think that should be lifted now. I mean, because it's cold out there,
Because
it's
my
wet out
client
there,
wants to be famous.
and they shouldn't have to be out there, and we shouldn't have to go out there to talk to the press if we want to.
Well, I'll consider that, but it's the reason that there's the standing order that there not be press doing things other than inside the walls of the courthouse, other than through a decorum order, or special orders, is for other reasons. There's security reasons, things like that. So I'll talk with those that have some control over that and get back to you on that. Anything else before we adjourn? Not finally adjourn, but take a recess. Okay, so what I'm going to do is when I'm alerted that there is a verdict, I will let the head of security operations, Chris Palmer, know that that's happened, and he will then let all the press know that in approximately 20 minutes or longer, if we need that, at least we'll wait at least 20 minutes before we bring the jury in and read the verdict. So if the lawyers will please leave a cell phone number contact with Jody, then we'll call you as well if you're not on premise. All right. Thank you. We're in recess.
All righty. Gwyneth's leaving. Will she return is now the question.
Yeah, will she return? Yeah,
probably
not.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think she's coming back. Do you?
No, I wouldn't think so.
But what was weird is they did just say that, and Owen said this, that they want to do interviews. I guess that's the lawyers, not her.
Yeah, either way, maybe. I don't know.
If I were her, though, I'd be out of there immediately.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Even if I wanted to talk to the press, I could totally understand not wanting the shot taken in the courtroom, because depending on what happens, I don't want that reaction shot. I want to have whatever time it takes me to walk to the press podium to, center myself and put my face on a little bit more. So even if I were inclined to immediately talk to the press, I could totally understand wanting the delay.
How long do you think this jury will take, Kurt?
I think we'll be done before the end of the day. It's only 2:00 there. I think we'll be done before the end of the day.
So a couple hours is probably realistic
Yeah.
for them to do what they need to do?
Yeah, but it's particularly because you only need 6 out of 8, and you only need to get to 50% or 50.1% or
Right.
51%, depending on how you want to say it. So you only need 6 out of 8 to say 51%. How hard is that, right? And if they rule for Gwyneth, it's really easy because they don't even have to argue about money. It's $1.
True. Right. So if we get a verdict back quickly, that's a huger sign that she won. If
I
it
would think
takes
so.
more than a couple hours or more, maybe, but we'll sort of know. And yeah, I mean, they got a lot. They're 2 hours ahead. We're Eastern time, so yeah, it's like 2:00 there. They're not done till 5. I'm sure they'll go a little later if need be, unless there's a problem where there is some sort of fight. Then we'll know that, I imagine, near the end of day, and then I guess they would be back tomorrow.
Yeah, just add another day to the calendar.
I don't think that's going to happen
until you get it done. I don't think they're particularly thrilled to come back.
We are going to commit, guys. We've gotten this far. We're going to stay on. We're going to keep you entertained. We're going to keep going for a little bit and see what happens. So if you want your verdict watch, you want the live thing, we have the We have the means to keep it going, so here's what I ask. There's a lot of you watching. I have two favors. One, hit that subscribe button, will you? Hit that bell for alerts. We're so close to hitting 700,000. That was our goal. Smash the like button. Leave a comment. Help the engagement if you liked what you like. I appreciate it. And if you really liked what you like, well, I want to follow the lawyers in the courtroom. I think we deserve what Terry deserved after this torturous trial. 8 days, 8 hours a day. Terry says that's $33. If you can give me at least one $33 in the super chat, use the pinned comment, use our Cash App, whatever. I think it's more than fair. After 8 days of 8 hours a day commentary of this nonsense, you throw $33 in to the jar. Hell, who's going to step up and pay for all 8 days? I want to see who's going to drop a $264 tip to justify all of this. So who's going to do it? Impress us. And you can not only do it just for me, but you can do it for all my guests. Again, the Linktree link there, it's pinned to the top. You can go there. You could do it through the super chat, but it's always better if you go through our Stream Elements link that gives to your PayPal. And you can go there, support a custom amount. Let's see that. What did I say? $264 tips. Who's going to do it? You can also do it through Cash App. If you don't have Cash App, use our code FLXGHD. You'll get a referral code. You get free cash. I get free cash. But more importantly, you can go down to our guests. Steph's over there. Lewis, Kim, you can PayPal. She's on Cash App. She's on PayPal. You can go there and also support my man on civil law. I'm going to give you his go over to his Linktree. It's on his YouTube channel, Uncivil Law. Guys, come on. $33 is not a lot. Who's going to throw $33 in the jar? Go to Uncivil Law. He's got his Linktree over there as well. And yes, you can support him. Guys, come on. What do you think? $264? That seems fair.
Either way. Here to help.
$264 seems more than fair to cover this nonsense. And if you can't afford it, at least hit that join button or the subscribe button to all these channels. Steph the Alternate, it's Kim, Uncivil Law. We got a lot more to entertain you. We're going to go. And while I have a lot of you watching, I'm telling you, put it in your calendars. April 11th, we are going to have a huge stream, a huge day, special guests, special things going on. You're not going to miss our big epic stream on, I said it right. April 11th. Is that what I said? I just said that right date, right, Steph? Kurt, I hope you come back. We're going to have a lot of people coming back. It's going to be a lot of fun. Mark your calendars. April 11th, a Tuesday. We are going to be doing something epic and fun. I can't wait to see you guys then. But we're here every day. We're here every weekday, streaming in the afternoon. Lots of silly, fun stuff, but also serious stuff. Your pop culture justice here on Popcorn Planet. Look at that logo. Look at our intro.
Against you or someone you love or someone you believe in, stand up. Don't sit down on them. They need you.
So don't miss your pop culture justice and send over your tips as we wait. We got 2 hours. We're going to make it happen. Send your comments and questions on over. We will check them out. Now I'm going around the bend. I want to get a recap of where we were on things. So here's our recap, Steph. This is at, what time am I at? 4:51:16. Welcome to the recap portion of what you just missed. So we are talking about the closing arguments, and then we just had a weird little showdown there with the media versus Paltrow, trying to say that, hey, we should have cameras in this courtroom. This is, the public wants to see it. We should have it. I want to go to you, Kurt. Let's talk about that media thing. Were you surprised by that? Did you think that that was maybe not going to happen? What were your thoughts on that media battle at the end? And then we'll go around for the closings.
So I wasn't particularly surprised because this is being governed by Utah specific law. At one point, he mentioned a case called EMC, and he said the Supreme Court decided. He meant the Supreme Court of Utah, not the Supreme Court of the United States. So the Supreme Court of Utah has promulgated regulations on media, as many states have, and different states have taken different viewpoints on this issue. Apparently in Utah, there is a presumption of access, and there's a presumption of being able to see the counsel table unless there is sufficient counter considerations. So he files basically as a third-party person of interest, third-party interveners, like, look, we want the media access, we want to be able to do this. Judge here's the ruling, and it's basically perfectly consistent with the rules that were set out. So it was perfectly rational given what Utah has done. I just don't want anyone to think that this would necessarily be true for any other state, because every state has their own rules on this.
Interesting. So there you go. Rest of the panel. I'll go to you, Kim. Thoughts on that media thing or closing arguments? What do you want to talk about?
I mean, overall, I think the plaintiff's closing arguments were a train wreck. and I'll just leave it at that. A defense was, better, but that was not a high bar, although I do think Clark Kent did very well in the end. And as far as the media thing, my opinion on this has basically been the same since the beginning. If they had an agreement as far as that there wouldn't be a camera in Gwyneth's face, there never should have been a camera in Gwyneth's face. If everybody agreed to it, I don't think it's fair for them to go back on it later on because they felt like it or whatever. It's not fair to her. But it sounds like what they're doing now is in line with the laws of Utah, and that's fair, and it is the way it is.
Steph, what do you think?
So, simple country lawyer failed. I think that Colonel Sanders over at KFC is certainly mighty disappointed in the simple country lawyer. In regards to Gwyneth Paltrow's team, I do think that his closing statement was certainly better than his opening statement. His closing statement, when you compare it to the opening statement that he did, it was much more linear, much more easier to be able to follow, because his opening statement, the bit I remember the most about that is he just went backwards and forwards and he jumped all over the place and you couldn't really follow him very well. I got lost and confused. Whereas his closing statement, it was much more concise, much more linear, easier to follow. So he did well there. Again, same kind of criticism as the simple country lawyer. Why go through the form? You don't have that much time left. Like, they know how to fill out a form. If they don't, or they're confused, they'll go back to court and ask the court, and the court will provide them with that advice. So, wasting time on that, in my opinion, don't do that. And then Clark Kent comes in. Well, it's Clark Kent. Enough said. And then he bends over at the end. Whew. Yeah, okay. I'm Gooch.
That was during the weird opening witness. We have some clips we can go back and replay. We have plenty we can talk about. We got some time to kill. So guys, send over any questions you got or thoughts. Let's see. Evan LA, if Paltrow wins. Oh wait, that was a while ago. That's still there. Yeah. Sorry. Hold on. I had some newer ones. For Very Terry. Thank you, Alice. Angie Hammond. If Murdaugh was 45 minutes. If Murdaugh was 45 minutes, this should be 15. That's true. Did it only take 45 minutes for Murdaugh trial to come back? Because that's insane.
Technically, it took 3 hours, but I think they said they basically had a decision at 45 and then spent another 2 hours doing something else.
Okay, true. So it'll take them 15 and then it's still going to take a couple hours. Jen Decker, poll on jury timing. I think it's going to be, we're going to get it today. I would be shocked if we don't get it within the next 2 hours. I'd put a 2 hour clock on it. What do you think, Kurt?
Yeah, I think that's exactly right. The issues are easier to resolve. Doesn't require as many as people to agree. So should be relatively simple, I would think.
They broke about 20 minutes. They broke longer ago because they just did that whole. We were invested in watching the battle of the press for a little bit there. They had already broken and started their deliberations. So we'll see what happens here. Miss Misery, come on, 6,000 we're watching with less than 2,000 likes. Please do that for the team here. Well said, Miss Misery. It's true. We still got over 5,000 of you watching. Smash the like button and get ready because the verdict is coming in. Michelle Miller, could be wrong, but Gwen's lawyers argued too much about the injuries. We know at least broke bones. The argument should be focused on who hit who. What do you think, guys?
I know it relates to yesterday, but I'd like to just talk about the questioning of Terry on the stand yesterday.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Because that is some lawyer's dream. That is just, in a lawyer's dream, you were able to do that. There's not much better in this world than being able to use your opposition's words directly against them. And to have your last witness of your case, right? You're the defense. Your last witness, the last person you call, is the plaintiff. And they just destroy themselves. This is someone's fantasy. It's too unrealistic. No one would believe it if you wrote it in a script. It just doesn't happen in the real world. Just to see photo after photo after photo of him living a life that is completely baller. It's like it makes me want to go skiing and hope someone runs into me. Maybe I'll go on camel rides and go to Siam and go to the Frankfurt Motor Show and go
zip
scuba
line.
diving. Apparently this is what happens when you get into a skiing accident. It's the greatest thing that's ever happened in your life. So I just to have that as your last witness, and it just destroyed the other guy's case. And then of course there's the line about islands and things that happen on islands, which just makes him seem like this bitter old conspiracy crank. I'm like, dude, I didn't really like you before, but man, how hard do you have to make me not like you? Jeez.
Seriously. In fact, I want to pull that clip up. Let's go through a best of, since we got some time to kill, right, guys? We have this amazing team, Claire and Brandon. Oh my gosh, thank you guys for all these amazing clips that you guys brought in. We have a lot of these clips we can go back and revisit. In fact, I gotta go back to, it was yesterday, the island clip. Here it is. Ready?
Is going on here. This is obviously an issue that someone needs to be accountable for. And if they're never accountable, what are they going to do? They're going to do it again. Now we have the of young children on an island.
Your Honor,
Denial.
This is ridiculous testimony. He's talking about...
Sustained as to relevance, the last part, the jury should disregard.
That's all I have, Terry.
Dude. No.
What the hell?
No.
It
Dude.
still hurts. I feel like I've watched it so
MOLSTING
many
is what he
times
said.
now.
I bleeped it. Yes. Of young children on an
Yeah.
island. What? Ugh.
This is what Gwyneth's reaction is my reaction. I can't believe it. These people in the back, this
I
look
know.
of absolute disgust on their face. It's like, what the hell is all this?
The
It's
woman
like,
in the back that's holding her forehead. Like,
Yeah.
I'm with you, girl. I'm with all y'all.
He didn't. Yeah, a lot of people then were commenting on that because we posted that last night. It did well, and a lot of people were making the connection. Oh, I think he's trying to take a dig at her via Weinstein, as what I think was happening. I don't think he was being that smart. It did really feel like he went QAnon right there and was trying to lump her in with all the other crazy celebrities. I don't know. It was bizarre, and he lost a lot of favors then because that was like not a good. That was desperation at the end. It was like he was just trying to get some conspiracy theorists at the end to like, yeah, that way when this is all over, he can go lead some Reddit board and they'll all be like, yeah, Terry, we love you, man. You called out Gwyneth to her face. Woo, you tell him. It's how it felt like to me a little bit. It just reeked of desperation, disgustingness. Yikes. And yeah, Gwyneth's reaction there. See, aren't we glad we have her reaction? She should be glad we have a reaction.
Damn it. I'm sorry. I can't figure out who's going to talk and who's not. Sometimes it's
Technology.
difficult.
No, go ahead.
Yeah. I was going to say, even if he loses, sometime maybe he really wins. Maybe because he gets to live his life as this bitter old crank that the system and the Illuminati took him down with their magical powers of the Hollywood elites and so forth and so on. The cabal. So, I think either way, he gets to continue living his life. I can't believe I have to pay these legal fees here.
By the way,
Then we
I
got this guy.
apologize for my cold. You can't really choose when those come. I've got asthma, and it makes it worse. But I've done everything I can to try to resolve it. Took all the tests. I'm negative for COVID, etc., but it still is plaguing me. So I apologize for the coughing. Maybe a little bit more of that.
Ugh. I really do wish we could do the supercut of even just for his final closing. He coughed so many times and even got the.
I'm just a simple country lawyer.
It was very odd that he did all this because he should have had that last. I call him the mob boss lawyer. He really came in at the end. Far, and we haven't heard him talk a lot, but my God, that last 10, 15 minutes really helped. And it's like I was just shocked how dumb the other two were. But this guy,
and Terry
he at
Oates
least came in at the end.
Both contradict in major ways.
He wasn't, I don't think, being as honest. He was definitely using to his advantage, but that's what you're supposed to do. And yeah, he did a really good job. Go ahead, Kim. Were you going to say something?
No, I think you're absolutely right because I don't understand the choice of having Simple Country Lawyer spend that long talking to the jury today. They've known literally since the beginning of this trial that he has not been well. This is not a shock to anyone. And they could have had one of the other lawyers on the team prepare for the closing statement, because I don't even, I mean, I think by the time he's talking about milking cows and Costco and everything else that he brought into it, like, who's really paying attention at that point to what he's saying? They just don't want to hear the phlegm anymore. They're just sick of it. And I can't see that doing well with a jury, whereas this gentleman probably would have done a much better job. I don't understand it.
I'm trying to find that. Here we go. I got the milking of the cow. Want to see that?
He put a little stool out there for me, and I sat down in my
He was wearing jeans as well.
And tried to milk a cow by hand. It's very hard to do for a country boy like me. I grew up in the city.
Oh my gosh.
Why? Just why? I talk a lot on my channel and other people's channel about the importance of storytelling in opening and close. This is not what I had in mind.
No, this guy was a joke. It was embarrassing. And I'm sure he's really expensive.
Not organize and manipulate his life to do things like he used to do. It's the saddest thing. And that's why part of him is still up there on that mountain. Thank you.
That's why
part?
he's still
was it the
ski
part
boot
that
or
was
something?
unable to go to Siam or the Frankfurt Motor Show or Ryan the Camel or scuba dive? Which part was left behind?
Hold on, I got the camel quote. I'm trying to organize.
Okay.
Here it is.
I would have liked, by the way, at least a discount on the camel ride on your request for damages, but that's another issue.
All right, hold on. We got a lot of clips here. That island clip. It's gonna be hard to beat that one. Hold on, I got my Deer Valley. Oh yeah, you brought this up, Kim. Maybe he just ordered too much Knock Me Out. What do you think, Kim?
I don't know. I think Simple Country Lawyer might have been able to benefit from that. Get a really good sleep, help him feel better, because rest is key, to healing.
Or maybe this is something that Terry should actually be taking. And then he knows the reality of being knocked out and unconscious, There's also, in the boss level, a link to a Goop blog or something along those lines in relation to memories of the corner of mind, or whatever it's called, however it's sung, I don't know. But yeah, about memories and what's it? Oh, I didn't put the link in. I thought I did.
Because I'm looking at it, I'm going, where is it? I don't see
Where's
it.
the memory issues one? Hang on.
Did you say it was about memories?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
So Steph needs some of the product because she thought she put it in chat and didn't.
Basically, yeah. I'm a dumbass. Oh, can you save your brain from cognitive decline? Here we go. So let me pop that in. The chart. Righty.
Guys, we are waiting for the verdict watch. It could still be another hour or so, but we're going to play some clips. And if you guys missed it, also going to go through some Goop products. You want me to clip?
Why not?
What? This is what you want?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Goop.
There we go.
Can you save your brain from cognitive decline? That's what he needs to do. He's not reading Goop Wellness.
He's really not. Really is not.
What is this weird spin of fish and puzzles and sleep and workout and diet? Okay, is that what it is? Education, leisure and social activities, stimulating work, a balanced diet, and
Bilingualism.
bilingualism. So learning a language. Okay, yeah. That's why I was like, is that bilingualism? Okay, interesting. That's how you do it. Cool.
Well, we know he
Go
does
Goop.
a lot of leisure and active activities, which is one of the 5 there.
And he has education. He is an educated optometrist and he uses the term blind loosely.
Yeah. Let's not forget that.
He did.
Even though
He
he
did do
might, or he may claim.
2 other doctors, incidentally, which also was particularly rich. It wasn't like I was using the term blind and, normal company where they wouldn't understand what I meant. Apparently, he specifically used the term 3 times with his own doctors. So,
and to
yeah.
think that he is an eye doctor.
Yeah.
I think if like Terry was like in front of me and someone was like, "This is your eye doctor," I'd be like, "Pass." To be diagnosing me as blind when I can still see, like, yeah, let's not do that.
So when he didn't say that he was blind, what did he describe his vision as?
Blind.
I can't even remember.
Blurry. He's got like cataract in one eye or something like that.
Okay, so he used blurry and blind synonymously?
Apparently.
Okay.
Much like pledge and donate, yes.
Exactly. Yes. I'm just trying to make sure I understand. Oh,
Here's a clip of her. What is this?
Paltrow fault, yes. Oh, I forgot to do number 2. And you have to go in order. Was Miss Paltrow's fault the cause of Terry Sanderson's harm? It clearly is. Terry Sanderson was hit from behind. There was a
He's like, no.
And he was hit from behind.
We're not allowed to see her, so when we get shots of her that are allowed to be here,
So the answer is yes. So then we go to 3. And because we answer number 0, and to be honest with you, this is the first time I've seen the form because it was just finalized.
That side eye is everything.
So I have to think about this one a little bit, but let's think about it together.
Yeah, good reactions there. Thank you for that clip, Brandon or Claire, whoever it was. Which one of you? That was a good one. We got some more. Any else you want to pull, or I can play some clips. Either you have something to say. We're filling some time.
I actually do have a question for Kurt.
Yeah, go for it.
'Cause I know
Actually,
you-
talk to Kurt for. Give me 3 minutes as you guys talk to Kurt, and I'll be right back.
Okay. Just because I know, like you mentioned, that storytelling is very important in your opening and your closing, and I understand why, because it's like we can all relate to storytelling in some form. It's why film is so successful and things like that. It's a great equalizer amongst people. And I'm wondering, in your experience, what is the strangest story that you have heard told in court? Like, have you ever had a milking the cow on a stool in jeans moment when you've been in court?
No.
No?
I've never really seen anything like this before. No. But yeah, you want the opening the opening and closing should be very similar. The opening is more skeleton in its nature because you don't yet have the evidence. So you're talking about things the evidence will show.
Mm-hmm.
And so the ideal that you want for opening and closing is to, well, first of all, you know where you need to end up because you know what kind of result you're looking for. I want to be not guilty. I want them to be guilty. I want to receive damages for this, or I want to receive damages for that. So you know where the story has to end.
Mm-hmm.
So what you want to do is you want to fill out, using the evidence that's available and using the witnesses that's available, using the documents that's available, you want to figure out what are the plot points, for lack of a better description, along the way that by the time you get to the end, in an idealized world, the end conclusion is inevitable, right? Is the only satisfying conclusion to the story. That's what you want the jury to think, right?
Mm-hmm.
So the only satisfying conclusion to this story is a verdict of guilty, a verdict of not guilty, a judgment of damages in the amount of $3 million, whatever it is. So that is, what you want to drive things to. So you're like, okay, the evidence will show, you will hear from this witness who will testify as to this. You'll hear from this witness who will testify this witness who will testify this, and And so by the end, you get to where you want to be. So that's the opening, right? And then in closing, it's basically exactly a mirror. You heard testimony. At the beginning, I told you, the evidence would show, and the evidence has shown that. You heard from this, who said this, and then you can use the exhibits and documents that have now come into evidence, because you don't want to reference specific things in opening, because that's not what it's for. The opening is a preview, it's a teaser of what's to come. So you use the closing to bring in the more specific stuff, demonstratives or specific testimony, specific line, particularly if it comes from the other side, like you heard them say, or you heard their expert say, you heard their witness say, because anything that comes from the other side that you can use to make your story work is even better than stuff that comes from your own side. If it comes from the opponent's side, it's even better. and you don't necessarily know what that's going to be in advance, so you have to listen for those moments. But you're just filling in the details, and you'd be like, and the inevitable conclusion is this. So, but that's not what we got today. We got something about milking, and something about some king who invented juries apparently in England at one point, and something about the importance of juries, and an implication that if we didn't rule for Terry, we don't like America.
Yeah.
So not exactly what
There
I
was
was
also
looking
like
for.
there was the weird thing that it was like we're the only country that still does this with a jury. I'm like, you honestly think there's no other country in the world that has juries?
Right.
Well, I mean, he's partly right, because many other countries in the world have reduced juries, including in the United Kingdom, where juries are not as prominent in many cases. So we definitely have them in more cases than in other countries of the world. So he's partially right, but it was not the best phraseology.
Not necessarily. No, I'd push back on that. No.
Fair enough.
No, we got like the magistrate courts and the law courts with the juries. The only kind of situation where there's not going to be a jury is when you go beyond that. So when you go to the courts of justice, which the equivalent to you, as I mentioned earlier on, is the Supreme Court. Other than that, more often than not, it is going to be some form of jury trial.
Then I stand corrected.
Yeah.
I guess my understanding was not as sharp as I thought it was.
We
Thank
have
you for the
juries in
correction.
Canada too.
Canada's not a real country. Neither is Australia. So you know, they
Okay.
don't count.
Oh, the one thing though that is certainly a difference between, let's say, the UK and America is this: trials actually being televised. We don't have that yet. Now, the one thing that has been brought in over the last year is like sentencing hearings. So when they're being sentenced, they are being televised. They're not easily accessible, but you can watch, I suppose, if you find it. Apart from that, though, the only other thing in terms of accessibility to the court process outside of the court itself are the what's it called now? What Charles Bronson's going through at the moment to get out. Parole hearings, that's the one. Parole hearings. They're not being televised, however, they are allowed to be reported on day by day as it's happening. And his is, I believe, the first one. So yeah, the whole process in terms of the accessibility of it through our court system in the UK is less accessible than America, which I think is wrong. I think it should be like America. We should be able to see the court proceedings and watch it all so that it's fully transparent, so everyone has the option to be able to access it and see how it all works. I think it's a brilliant thing that America does that we don't. Like I said, the UK's starting, I think, to bring it in a little bit, but there's so much more that the UK can do as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah. I mean, as I mentioned, it's still a state by state thing. So states are kind of all over the map on this in terms of what they do or do not allow on this. In the federal system, there are no cameras. There is in the Court of Appeals for some of the federal courts. And I think Ninth Circuit and Third Circuit recently may have approved some sort of pilot policies for the district level for trial courts, but I don't think that's actually happened yet. So I don't believe there's ever been a televised trial of a federal district court at this point. So it's something that they're experimenting with, and it's one of the, well, if you really believe in the concept of the United States as separate state entities, it's one of the nice things the states get to experiment and learn from each other. So different states pick different kinds of policies, and they get to see how it works out and learn from each other's mistakes, and eventually rises to some sort of consensus. But it's an interesting thing certainly to watch. On the trial level, I think it's much more important than on the appeal level, because the appeal levels are legal arguments. So you don't get as much from watching it, because you're not like looking for a witness and trying to judge their credibility or something like that. You're not trying to parse out a fact. So I don't really mind the audio only of the U.S. Supreme Court. It doesn't bother me, because I don't think that you'd gain very much from watching it as opposed to listening to it. I've actually been there in person, so it's kind of cool to go there in person, but I don't think there's much in it. But yeah, it's an interesting debate on how much the media influences the proceedings themselves, and to say it has no impact seems a little bit unlikely.
Why, when the jury is ordered not to listen to the media, watch it, or anything like that, isn't it, or what is it, to trust that process and trust that they're not watching the media, they're not being influenced in any single way, that they are being like a self-imposed sequestered?
Yeah, it's not just the jury that you're concerned about. You're also concerned about the witnesses, the parties, the lawyers, the judge. You're concerned that the presence of the cameras might influence the way they behave. It's like, would this witness really testify exactly the same if the camera weren't there than if it were there? How much does the camera being there impact that process? And so there is some non-trivial concern. The observation changes the observed.
That's a good point. Kim?
I think I've more just been listening, taking it in, because I think it's interesting. I would like to genuinely see more of the televised courts. I think that's a good thing. When you look back at history and you see how many trials have been somewhat public, because we're all supposed to be held to the same standard. So if you're going to bring that forward, you've got to be able to defend it. And I also think we're in a position where we can't always 100% trust the press to report things in a manner that is not incredibly biased. And bias right now in the media, I think, is a massive problem. And it's just causing more and more division. And that's not good. We need to be able to make our own conclusions and actually focus on facts as opposed to whatever slant is, whatever that organization wants to do. I don't think that's fair.
I think your point is extremely well taken, and I think going to the Johnny Depp trial is a good counterpoint to everything I said is well observed, because had that trial not been videoed, the media reporting that would have come out of that trial we saw what they did with the video cameras in place. What they tried to do in terms of manipulating the story. It's like, I watched the thing, and you did too. We all did. And so we were able to judge the thing for ourselves. If that had not been if that had not been videotaped, the story that would have come out there would have been a deep manipulation. Johnny Depp is only in the position he's in today because that was televised. 100%. They could have buried it. They could have absolutely buried it and not been televised. So there is definitely a counter argument to be made. In terms of public access and public viewing and being able to judge the thing and assess the thing, and seeing Judge Judith Scheindlin was a family court judge for 25 years before she became Judge Judy, and she was one of the first judges, I think, anywhere to allow cameras in her courtroom in family court. There's a good old 60 Minutes episode of her back when she was still on the bench as a trial judge. And she said, basically, I take the position that this is a system that everyone is paid for. We spend a lot of money in the system, a lot of the public's money in this system. And, they have a right to see how it works or it doesn't. So, I let cameras in my courtroom, and I say, they can't show the faces of minors, because she's a family court judge at the time. And so they can't show the faces of minors, and they have to observe these protocols, but otherwise they can be in there and let what's seen be seen. And maybe because she was one of the first to do that and became notable, she is now the Judge Judy that we all know her to be. But there's definitely a very sort of good point there about the whole thing.
Yeah. And I think that's something that the other thing that I look at a lot of the time too, when we talk about this, is actually it's with Britney. with her statement in court that was basically leaked publicly. It should not have been broadcasted the way that it did. And it caused a whole nother lawsuit where the press started suing the courts, and it was a big thing. But this idea that, as I put it, I think both the Johnny Depp and case and also Britney Spears' situation were both heavily impacted by the public being able to actually hear them speak for themselves, to actually give them the microphone and allow them to share their side of the story. And I think that's really important for people, especially people who are in the public eye that have narratives that are decided about them constantly that they can't speak about. And when you had a situation like Johnny, where he's trying to just be quiet because he knows this case is coming, and anything you say or do, you know, you want to be careful. And Britney just had her voice stripped from her completely. You know, literally, even when she was on stage, she didn't have a mic on. They took it away from her completely. So the strength of being able to, for her to be able to talk and have people hear her and having that be open is huge. And then at the same time, the suit that followed from the press against the courts was the court saying, well, no, we want to keep that private. But it would be in the best interest of the court to keep it private because the courts of California were the ones who allowed the conservatorship in the first place.
Yeah.
People are allowed to have accountability to their government. People are allowed to have accountability with the laws. And I feel that that's the way that it should be.
And speaking of that, Tristan Lambert, I saw your comment. The UK is also looking at not being held accountable to the European Court of Human Rights. And guess what? No disrespect, we're not part of the European Union anymore.
Yeah, Brexit,
there was a
guys.
vote that happened, a referendum that happened a few years back. And we decided as the people, you know, under a democratic scenario, that we were bye-bye, European Union, we are out. So why would we in the UK want to somehow still be controlled by a separate legal entity where we're not in their jurisdiction anymore? We ain't part of the European Union. Now, what we are a part of is United Nations. And guess what? They have the International Court of Justice, otherwise known as the ICJ, established back in 1945 by the Charter of the United Nations. The seat of the court is at the Peace Palace in The Hague. So we are still, yes, monitored, regulated, and held accountable at a higher court internationally, but it ain't going to be the European Union. Sorry to break that to you. We're not part of them anymore, but we are part of the UN. And so if there are any human rights laws that are broken or considered broken or alleged or suspected, we now answer to the UN, The Hague. It's as simple as
The United
that.
States doesn't. We didn't join the ICJ.
No, you guys
USA.
didn't.
USA.
No, you guys didn't. Well done, yous. Otherwise, you would have been screwed a long time ago.
That's right. That's
yeah.
right.
But
we take sovereignty seriously. British guys are still trying to learn, I guess.
Yeah. Well, do you know what? I mean, I make no bones about it. I'm a Brexiteer. Others are. Others aren't. I respect either way people's position on it. And I think that the UK is finally realizing and growing into that we can be an independent sovereign nation.
Sure.
That we can rule ourselves, we can police ourselves, we can regulate ourselves with our own laws and not have other people, other politicians that we haven't elected, mind you, be a seat of power to be able to influence our lives and our own laws, this, that, and the other, and our borders. Yeah, get out. We don't want that anymore. We want independence, and we're very, very happy with our independence. So much so that earlier on this week, we were the first non-originating member to enter into the trade pact. I can't remember what it's called now. With Australia, Japan, those countries, they have a trade partnership. And we were the first non-originating country to enter into that. And so, yeah, we are now trading with countries that are, a lot of them, emerging economies that are getting stronger and stronger and stronger by the day. We wouldn't have been able to do that if we were still part of the European Union. Now, is the UK still a mess as a result of leaving the European Union? Yeah, to a certain extent, it is still a mess. There's still a lot to iron out to get things to calm down. I mean, inflation at the moment is still way above where it needs to be. Interest rates on mortgages are just going up. You know, it's not great at the moment. But a lot of that you can actually attribute to last year's absolutely insane budget under the Prime Minister of Liz Truss at that point. But, you know, it is all calming down. It is all going in the right direction. So, do you know what? Time will certainly tell. But with the way that the euro is going, let's put it that way, guys, the pound is still stronger against the euro, all right? And the European Union as a whole, their energy crisis in terms of their bills and how much that they have to pay, you think the UK's got it bad? Oh, no, 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 no. Go across the pond, all right? Because they've got it worse when it comes to their energy bills and their energy crisis. And politically, you might think that they're all hunky-dory, but just across the channel, the rioting at the moment in France, because French president decided to increase the age of retirement to, I think, 62, 63.
I think it's 62 now. I think to change it to 64, I think was the proposal.
There you go. 64. Where, think about it this way, in the UK, it's still 67, 68. So, I mean, come on.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
But don't piss off French
they're a
people.
mess.
Don't historically, don't piss off the French people. Just don't.
And historically, just don't piss me off even more.
It doesn't go well.
Nah. But,
Macron's over there trying to be like Trudeau. It's like, who can be most dictator of their country? It's what we're doing right now.
He's an absolute mess. But yeah, you think that the grass is greener on the other side in the European Union? Not a chance in hell. They can't agree on a freaking paperclip altogether. And when they do, there's with so many strings attached that it ain't even worth the freaking paper that it's clipped on.
Yeah. I do love the United States. I think I love the United States. I think we're a great country. I think we have a really good balance of powers, and I think our founding fathers did a really good job in setting things up with the balance between states and the federal government, and within the federal government about the separation between the executive, legislative, judicial branches. And, because we see like President Biden, or for that matter, any president really, try to exert executive power. And even when they're trying to like do as much as they want, they can't do as much as some of these other countries we've been mentioning. Because in other countries, the prime minister has so much more power relative to the president in our country. So it, gives me a lot of hope in our long-term stability. So I'm proud to be an American.
And in the chat right now, I'm lurking, okay? Respect my views, just as I respect your views. You may disagree with me, and that's absolutely fine. But I'm not going to call you left-wing nonsense. And you're certainly not going to call me right-wing nonsense. Because I'm actually not right-wing, okay? I can be left on so many other things. I'm not solely right-wing. Depends on the topic. I could take a left-wing stance on one, a right-wing on the other, a centrist on the other. Politically, guys, I'm actually all over the place, in all honesty. But let's not resort to name-calling and actually respect each other's opinions.
Yeah.
And agree to disagree. Because do you know what? That's okay to do too, guys. Do you know what I mean? So let's keep it a little bit, better in the comments here, a bit more respectful. Let's be better than that. Yeah?
Yeah. And to just something that I kind of just want to say, because it's kind of bothered me a little bit lately, is that I am more center. And I am very used to in this chat, if I ever say anything political about any other country other than my own, I am very regularly called a bitch. I'm very regularly called an absolute lunatic, snowflake, socialist, extremist, and all this type of stuff. And a lot of that comes from the fact that my country has free healthcare. So apparently, because my country has made the decision to have socialized healthcare, that makes me a different thing that then gets thrown through the mud. But I kind of feel like people that have this like loyalty to specific parties or politicians or whatever, sometimes it just sounds a little bit not necessarily good, because all politicians kind of suck. There's a reason they go into politics, because they kind of suck. And sometimes it just, I don't understand it. And I feel like the problem is if we get into a place where we go, well, I'm not going to listen to you because you're this, and I'm not going to listen to you because you're that, and I'm not going to listen to you because you voted for so-and-so, or you think that that's a good idea or whatever. How the hell do you think we're going to get anything fixed if we're all just yelling at each other and you're so stuck up your own opinion that you can't see things from the other side? There's a lot of things in life that are about tolerance. There's a lot of things in life that are about, I don't necessarily agree with it, but people have the freedom to make their own choices. And I'm not here for any of this dragging for anybody, depending on specifically what their political views are, because we're all allowed to have our own views. And you can't be like, you shouldn't listen to them because they don't agree with what I have to say. That makes you so ignorant, and it's embarrassing, and you really should be ashamed of yourself. That's it.
I mean, I agree. I agree completely. It's like we have to be able to talk to each other. It's the only way we can think through things and try to reason through things and try to, I like thinking. I like reason. I like logic. I do consider myself right wing. And one of the things that typically is associated with right wing and associated with me is like categorization and trying to think through things in ways that are structured and try to look through logical chains of reasoning, as opposed to left wing, which is more associated with more abstract and unboxed thinking, like the concept of borders and sort of like every possible domain of that word, like borders between concepts, borders between countries, borders between things, is more of a conservative idea, but I think it appeals to my sensibilities. And then you just try to work through the logic tree. It's like, here's a bunch of premises, try to work through logic tree and see what flows. And if someone challenges something, you try to think through all the implications and try to create a new categorization structure. So but without being able to talk to each other, I can't challenge things. Like if you have a different idea, if you have a different idea than me, particularly a different conclusion, I'm like, okay, I want to explore. I want to sort of think like the way I would normally come about it is I want to start like poking at like sort of every point in your chain of reasoning, so I can test your conclusion and see where you're coming from. Helps me think.
Yeah.
So
absolutely. Yeah. Sorry guys, I normally don't get that way, but it just really bothers me when I see you guys being so, some, not all of you by any means, but just some people being very nasty in the chat. And if you have an opinion and you want to voice it, there's nothing stopping you from starting your own channel and talking. Absolutely nothing.
Yeah, really. And spread ideas, right? More people talking. It's a good thing.
Exactly. What happens?
Yeah, so on
listening to each other. You know what I mean? But anyway, sorry, Kurt.
No,
go for it. I'm just gonna go get a drink. I'll be back.
No problem. So yeah, on the whole in this trial, I think this has just been a really weird thing in terms of the performance of most of the lawyers. It's been really strange and sort of how sort of unpolished they are. I mean, most civil lawyers don't go to court very often, but still, it's like they just seem unprepared and disciplined and sort of their questioning, too laborious. In a lot of ways, I think they were made better off by the time constraints, because when they were under more time constraints, more under the gun, they did a better job, especially Owen, for example, who I think really popped through when he was under more constraints rather than not. It's all that sort of idea from art from adversity. The adversity itself is what makes the good artists, because they have less to work with. They have to be more creative in their output. And I think we saw that to some degree. But on the whole, it was just strange to see this. It might have been the weakest performance of lawyers, I think, that I've had the occasion to cover on my channel, at least in sort of the trial advocacy of it. I've seen worse in the appellate system, which is also sad. But for the trial lawyers, in terms of presentation before the jury, it was really shoddy.
Yeah. It felt a little, and I hesitate to use the word because I'm not a lawyer. I don't know a huge amount, but to me, based on other things I've seen, it seemed almost amateurish at points. It just seemed very, very unprepared, and almost very relaxed at points, of like the idea that it's like, oh, we'll just figure it out as we go kind of thing. And it was like, you guys had 7 years to figure this out.
100%.
That is a long time for a case to be percolating. That is really an insane time. I'd love to know why it took this long. I mean, some of that's probably due to COVID, but still, damn.
Yeah.
Because COVID really screwed up the judicial system, caused a lot of cases to get reshuffled.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Like it screwed up everything else in society, but still.
That's a whole nother thing.
The judge on the whole, I didn't think had enough control over their courtroom. I think he had too, at least from my sensibilities, too much of a laid back style to sort of relax and sort of things and be like, it's a really hands off approach, but it allowed this sort of squabbling between the sides that I didn't really like. In terms of his rulings, I didn't really have any problem with his rulings. I couldn't find, there were definitely times when I disagreed with his judgment. For example, in the closing, because it happened recently, there was that moment where they wanted to put the deposition onto a screen to show the jury. And personally, I would not have allowed that, because the problem is that other witnesses who testified live, their stuff isn't transcribed.
Mm-hmm.
So if you want to quote things they said, that would be fine, because it would be treating them the same, right? So if you want to quote things from the deposition or quote things from the live witness, I would be fine. But to actually put it on screen and to have the words on screen, I was like, no, I wouldn't allow that, because that's not available for all witnesses, and it creates a false impression that this witness is somehow more important or different, which is not what you want to do. So I would have not allowed that. This judge allowed it. There were other decisions where I would have made a different call. But on the whole, I thought he was fine. I just wish he had a tighter control over the parties and a tighter control on, like, here's what reality is. It's my world. You're just living in it, with issues on time and the squabbling back and forth and sort of the lack of professionalism. It was a lot at times.
Yeah, absolutely. I just saw in the chat someone ask, when is the verdict? I got things to do.
Yeah, welcome to
I wish
all
I
of
could
our
tell
lives.
you, man. I really wish that's part of why this is a verdict watch. Because we don't
Yeah.
know. Nobody
We have
knows.
things to do.
What kind of a question is that?
Like, and I'm sorry, you have things to do. I mean,
You implying we don't? You think we want to be here waiting for Gwyneth's verdict? I mean, Jesus. We're all in the same boat. We're going to figure it out together, though.
that is in the hands of people who are not on this panel, and I'm sure are hard at work right now. And we just have to be patient. That's it.
Well, I thank you for
Sorry.
covering. Sorry I stepped away. I don't know where Steph went. Hopefully she's okay. But yeah, I have a couple. I got some amazing chats as I was down. I just needed sun. I went outside and for a second just to get vitamin E to charge me because I don't know how long we'll be here. But now I'm ready. I'm here. I'm activated. Sarah Wingham, respect to all you and your opinions. Thank you. But Savannah May, thank you. My flight was canceled because of the French president today. I was on the line for almost an hour to get my destination on time. Love you guys. That sucks when they do that. Tammy, if the accident was Gwyneth's fault, why didn't Terry bring the lawsuit right afterwards, not waiting 7 years? Well, I think he did. There were just a lot of false starts. He tried to go after the ski resort too. That eventually went away. This has been a long time coming. And then Teresa, oh my goodness, what on earth? My goodness, you went for the full 264. She did it.
Oh
She
my
paid me for all
gosh.
8 days. All 8 days at $33 a day. Well deserved for your hard work. Something fun while we're killing time. I was today years old when I found out that the pool tables in Michael Jackson's Beat It video were all fake. They don't have any pockets. Wow. I didn't notice that either. I'm gonna have to go look that up. I don't want to play it because then we'll demonetize the whole show, but I will check out the Beat It video and realize that the billiard tables are all fake. Appreciate you so much. Thank you for that.
Yeah.
And then Doof
8 years
Doof
old.
Paranormal. LOL, good day for me in Australia, the non-existent country. LOL, cheers everyone. Cheers to you, Doof Doof. Alice, $3.33 for Very Terry. I'll take it. That's close to $33, 33 cents. $3.30. And then I had a couple more. I have some old ones I have to go through, but I also had a $1 from Kelly. You know what? I will take $1. In fact, we'll all take Gwyneth's dollar. Who's going to pay Gwyneth's dollar through the Cash App? You can either pay the full $33 if you want to pay us what Terry's worth, times 8 if you really want to impress us, or you can at least send us the $1, shake it around all proud. And then we had one on the Cash App, 40 from Tammy. My goodness, thank you, Tammy. And then a $33. Who did that come in from? Diane. Thank you, Diane. I don't think you gave me a message. You just gave it to me through the PayPal. I saw it there. Thank you guys so much. Keep it coming to all our guests. Support. We've been here this week covering this nonsense, and we will keep going. There was a few more I wanted to thank. Kara Froman, our own amazing Kara Froman. Love you, Kara. I saw that was 17 months. I dropped your message because I was so impressed. 17 months at Next Level. We appreciate you and all your modding. Kara says, wouldn't it be great if Terry freaks out when he's found guilty and pulls a Jussie Smollett moment? I would love that. Please, Kara, everybody, wish that in your existence. Let's have a crazy Terry freak out moment. Right, Steph? Would we like to monetize that moment?
That would be brilliant. Yes.
Enraged
at the
Bacon.
end, when the jury trial comes through, the jury comes through and is like, yes, we rule in favor of Gwyneth. Terry, you lose. And as Terry goes away, he'll be like, I have not been hefted. If anything happens to me, I have not been hefted. That would be amazing. Yeah.
Enraged Bacon says, I wouldn't have said, think of what her time is worth her sitting here, to the jury who has also been sitting there as well. Yeah, that's fair. But I mean, she's Gwyneth Paltrow and they're not. So let's see here. I think I've got a couple more. Hold on. Scenes are unreal. How long do you think deliberation is going to be? I said 2 hours. So I think I'm hoping by 6:30 Eastern is my guess.
Do we know when we're going to
hopefully
hear
sooner
from it first? Are we going to hear probably Court TV for it first, or when do you think? How do you think we're going to find out?
I don't know. We'll keep an eye. We should keep some of those Twitter feeds, exactly, Court TV, or I'm sure. I'll scan in a minute. But if you guys want to find Brian Enton, maybe, I don't know who's gonna tweet it out. I don't watch Court TV. Is there a Court TV correspondent? They'll probably tweet it out. Kat, that we'll keep our eyes peeled. Kat, thank you for that. And then Jeannie, thank you so much for your donation. Gina dropped $1. Jada Vinos, I am out of work and you all made me laugh for the past 8 days. So thank you. I'm happy we did that. Jaded Vinos. Michelle Miller, could be wrong, but Gwen's lawyers argued too much about the injuries. We know he at least broke bones. The argument should be focused on who hit who. Well, it's both, because you got to decide, was there damages? Miss Misery, thanks again. And scrolling up, we had a few more. Yeah, come on. If we have 5,000 watching, if all of you just dropped $1, that'd be pretty damn impressive today. So just everyone pile those dollars like a strip club in honor of Gwyneth. SS Strove, is that popsicle pineapple coconut? It was actually orange creamsicle, and it was a Italian ice. It was really good. Let's see here. Jules Journal, thank you for the $1. SV, thank you for the $1. Coogan says, buy the team an ice pop each. Thank you. I appreciate it. That was your first super chat. Thank you, Kogan. Appreciate you and welcome. Stepping out of the shadows. I love when we get to see our lurkers come forward and announce themselves. Hello. Who else is a first-time watcher here? I love seeing that. Drop a 1 in the chat. If you drop a 1 in the chat, we can say hi, wave, and see all the people who are stumbled in over this trial that managed to just find us today. Sometimes it happens. Or you could put a 2 in the chat if you know of us but haven't been here in a while. I'm curious. And then longtime fans, just try to type a 5 for 5 stars. We will keep our eyes peeled. It'll get to us. Don't worry. As soon as the word spreads, I figured someone's going to spread to us in our chats. We will get it ready. And yeah, I do see a verdict today. Come on. If Murdaugh happened as fast as it did, this better be quicker. This better be quicker. D. Cerna, thank you for the $1. Richard Chambers, there are pool tables that have no pockets. Well, how do you play the game then? There's a whole set of rules to not have the pockets? Is that how that works?
Isn't that kind of the point?
I shouldn't have said the 5s because now all I see is 5s. I expected the 5s. A lot of 5s. I was curious more for the 1s or the 2s. All right, welcome back to the 2s. Yeah, it's no new viewers. Wow, interesting.
Angel
Everyone here's
Australia put
regular.
3.5. What does that mean?
The combo. Julia, I saw that. Thank you for the dollar. Dollar bill, y'all. 4.5. Come on. We don't get the full 5? Catalyst mix. Mary V, thank you for the 2. And let's see, Chris Legg tipped 10. He went the Stream Elements way. Thanks to the stream coverage, it helped me forget work. Have a drink on me. You got it. Again, if you want to go to the Stream Elements link, it's here on the link tree, which is pinned. Head on over there. Got a lot of ways to support, not just monetarily, other ways too. Supporting, subscribing. And yeah, you can go through the Stream Elements link here, which takes you to PayPal. It's always the best way to tip just because it goes directly to us and I get the alert here in the system. Yeah, again, what is it? $264. Who wants to step up and pay me Terry's worth? You can also go do it to Kim or Steph or Lewis or Kurt over on Uncivil Law. All the links are all over. The mods are sharing them. Appreciate you guys. A couple more came in. Lean on Me Always dropped it down. Look at it. I feel like I'm at a strip club. All the dollars raining. Lean on Me Always. Thank you. Mara IV. Thank you for the 2. Julia Marla Kali. Thank you so much. Bree Walker dropped it. Thank you so much. We are at the finale. Step it up, folks. Who's going to step up and be like, you know what? Yeah, we like this coverage. Oh my God, look at that. Reginald. I don't know what that nets out to be. I think it's about 50 That's a NOK. What is NOK?
Norwegian.
I'm
double checking it for you right now.
Norwegian krona.
Mm-hmm.
Woo-hoo!
We're excited about 57.
Bam!
60.
Thank you so much for that. That was very generous of you. Make sure I don't miss. Why is this? You guys are sending so much. It's not now. It's taking slow to load. Miss Kim just tipped. Kim, I agree completely. If you yell or call names at someone about your views, you're not going to change their mind. I don't agree here all the time. They're respectful, so I stay. I learn things from different people. I'm here because it's fun, but also real. Well, I love that review. I'll accept that review. Good, honest reveal. Thank you, Miss Kim. Cynthia Nito, thank you for the 2. Katie D, thank you for the 2. Dory McNulty, we love you, Dory. Love all you beautiful people. Right back at you. Carbonized Stardust, always a pleasure. Send the 99 cent. Sarah Jean, Sharon Welch, Sarah Jean and Sharon Welsh. Thank you both for the dollars. And yeah, thank you, Mr. Hoist, for the 57.52 from the Norwegian krone. That's awesome. Loved visiting Norway. I got to go there a few years ago and a while back. Beautiful place, such nice people, expensive, but one of my favorite places to visit. And then real quick, oh my gosh, Lisa, here's a 5. Should pledge her $1. What's up, Wancho? For the Gwyneth dollar from Wancho. Stephanie sent a Gwyneth dollar. Throw those Gwyneth dollars in the chat. And then we had one from Ryan for the Gwyneth dollar. Stephanie and Ryan, thank you so much for the Gwyneth dollars. They're piling in these Gwyneth dollars. We sent them around the bend. And then Riley Hull became a next level member. Woo-woo! Woo! Leveling up. Appreciate you. Thank you so much. Edgar Flores dropping $1 for the Gwyneth dollar. Oh, they're coming in fast and furious, aren't they? Linda, again, thank you. Edgar. Rando from Iowa says, sorry, I haven't got as many lives lately today. Love you all. Oh, it's all good, Rando. Always good to see you.
Though.
Hope all is well out in Iowa. And Robin, what's up, Robin? Thank you for that, for the Gwyneth dollars. Bernie Heart Dragon, say my name. Say my name, say my name. Bernie Heart Dragon, I just said your name. Right now, drop 2 Gwyneth dollars. Who's going to drop the most Gwyneth dollars? I'll goop all over. All right, next. I should. What wig should I get next? Should I surprise everyone with a wig? Let's see. Anybody else got thank yous you want to say while I think about a wig I'm going to get?
No thank yous at
I'm
my
up to
end.
date.
But if anyone wants to send any Gwynny dollars my way, much appreciated. I've just ordered a pizza. So if anyone wants to contribute to my pizza fund with any Gwyneth dollars, then by all means, feel free. But yeah, I got myself a Hawaiian.
Oh yeah.
Yes!
Pineapple on pizza is the only. You gotta have it. Pineapple on pizza. I love it. I know it's controversial, but not for me.
Pineapple, ham, and
Oh my
mushroom.
goodness.
Here's the bed. Woo!
Whoa, Suzanne! Damn!
Whoa. Thank you.
Oh my goodness!
Goodness.
Gwyneth dollar bills! Oh, thank you, Gwyneth. Maybe I can finally afford to buy one of your vibrators or candles.
You got a long way to go to 15K.
Suzanne, Veronica, and Michael Pasario, love your energy. Well, I love your support. You make us keep going when we get dollars like that. It blows our mind. We're like, yes, let's keep performing. Let's keep going. Let's keep watching this stupid trial with you all. Because look, it's not stupid. It's important. There is something happening here. Justice is happening. We're watching it. Lady Justice is in action. I'm just annoyed because this one just doesn't seem like it's really worth all the time and energy. There's so many important cases in the world. And the fact that so much time and resource and 8 days was devoted to who hit who on the ski lope at the expensive ski lodge. Sorry. I just don't feel that sorry to see Terry going to all these trips, living life. Like, what on earth, dude? We're supposed to see you suffering, not world-class travel. I think Gwyneth's team eloquently said it. He may be suffering. I believe it's just age. The man's older. It happens to all of us. I don't expect to be as sprite and lively as Terry is at his age. My goodness, he should be blessed and happy that he's still out there, aware and smart and doing all the things that he's doing. I just don't get it. Just because he got moody and grumpy. Yeah, that happens to all of us. Oh my God, Steph, do I ever get moody? I'm just a perfect, always the same attitude, right? I never get grumpy or moody. Is it because did Gwyneth Paltrow hit me, Steph? Should I sue her?
You never get grumpy. Just like I never rant ever in the history of ever.
Ever.
It just
ever,
never
ever.
happens.
Ever? Forever?
Forever.
Man, I didn't know I could sue Gwyneth for my grumpiness. Damn, I got to bump into her so I can make an excuse.
I'll tell you something though. Is it Deer Valley Lodge? Deer Valley.
Yes.
Yeah, Deer Valley.
Yeah, Deer Valley Lodge. It's getting a lot of free press right now.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sure it's going to be totally, right? Kurt, you think people are going to go ski more? Because like, I got to go where Gwyneth hit the dude.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know. Apparently, though, it's pretty expensive, though, at least for 2 adults and what was it, 4 kids? He said it was something like approaching $9,000 for 2 days.
I was for the private trainers, though.
Oh, okay.
The
The
trainers
private
cost
trainers,
where
I
the
see.
dollars came in.
I do actually have a quick thank you that just came in. Thank you very much to Steven. Just sent me a PayPal. Very sweet comment. I really do appreciate that. I am glad to have you as an internet friend as well. Thank you very much.
Aw.
And thank you to Scott for contributing towards me pizza fund. £5. Mucho appreciato, my friend. Hey up, any rants over the trial? Well, I think to help Terry with his cognitive issues that he is having at the moment, okay, he could go get a cactus, lace it with chili oil, and shove it up his backside. Because I called it right at the beginning. The dude is just a cash grab as far as I'm concerned. Opinion, conspiracy theory, whatever. Absolute, pure cash grab. He didn't know he bumped into a celebrity at the time. Then he found out that it was Gwyneth Paltrow, and he was like, I'm famous. And then it was like, ka-ching, 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 ka-ching. Opinion, conspiracy theory, whatever. And then here we are at this point. So, yeah, Little
Yeah, I'm with
minivan
ya.
for you. Have fun.
I'm with you. Also, real quick, thanks to Sarah Jean, just became a Popcorn Planeteer. Awesome to have you. And then we had another one. Hold on, Sarah Jean, and one other one I saw. Sorry, it's you guys are support. Please keep it coming. I'm gonna figure it. I just need to scroll up, please. There was one other member I wanted to mention. Did it go away? Bluefish. Thank you. Stephanie Lenore, thank you for your first super chat. I saw it. I want to make sure. And same with City Cat. Amazing job. Thanks for keeping it entertaining. Well, thank you for the first $1. Love when we get to see someone drop their first $1 in here. Sarah Jean, again, thank you for becoming a member. Riley Hull became a next leveler. And Bluefish and one other. I have a couple more to go through, but I guess that was it. Sorry. If you want to become a member today, you can hit that join button. Pick a level. You can pick whatever level you can afford. Bragging rights, and then hit that join. You'll be supporting Popcorn Planet in our coverage. I appreciate you guys. There was another one. Sorry, you guys are. Oh yeah, this is from Marmalade. First super chat from Marmalade. Welcome. I loved your coverage. You kept me entertained. I also love the guests and their knowledge. Well, that's what we try to do here. I'm glad you noticed. So come back anytime. We got an amazing expert here in Kurt. Check out Uncivil Law. Check out Steph the Ultra Nerd. Check out It's Kim. Check out Lewis over at Nerd Report. And we got lots more you'll meet as you come and hang out with us. We're here every day. Appreciate you guys so much. Jennifer G, have watched since your Gabby Batillo coverage. Like you guys, your points of view and things. Keep it up. Well, thanks. It's so good to see you, Jennifer. Thanks so much. That trial is going to be one I want to follow around too.
I need to step away for another minute. I need to make a phone call. I'll be right back.
Go do your thing, man. Come back anytime. Keep it open. But the Batillo coverage is definitely one I want to make sure we pay attention to as the family sues, because I'm fully in support of them. Paulinha, thank you for the dollar. Gwyneth dollars, we're calling them. Michelle Palladino, appreciate you for the $1. Stephanie Lenore, Paula Friday, love you, Andy and team. We appreciate all your time and effort. Well, thank you so much for showing it. Jojo Gibson, what's up, Jojo? Matt Bond, we love you, Matt. So good to see you. Biggest takeaway, Terry was blown while spread eagle. Damn. I mean, that is kind of what happened. Right, Tinkle Tits? That's not who we wanted blown spread eagle. We wanted Matt Zaddy or James Egan, right, Steph? Those would have been the ones we would have preferred to blow spread eagle, not Terry. But no disrespect, Terry, just not Tinkle Tits style.
I'd make sure, I'd blow the Superman out of him, mate. Like proper.
Jesus.
Done.
All right.
Terry, lady says Terry is worth $3.30. So here's a $5. Sorry, mucho de money. No, please, that's good. I appreciate it. What was it, Kim?
No, it's okay. Don't worry about it. It's all good.
Yeah, just holler and interrupt me. It's all good. I'm just going. Captain Harry's Arcana Adventures says 1 for each of you guys. It's mega pint time. Well, thank you. Make sure to pay him direct. And you can go hit over here. It's always helpful. Drop them a nice 5, 10, 20. Hell, they deserve a 33. Hell, they deserve a 264. You can go on over to Steph's or Cash App or PayPal are on Steph's link. And then there it is. And then on here is Kim's as well. Head on over and check her PayPal. But bam, support our amazing guests and Kurt over at Uncivil Law. Let's see here.
And I will thank Tammy for her kind PayPal that she just sent me. So thank you, Tammy.
Woo-woo! Tammy, hook it up. I love it. Huck's Pop Culture Cafe. Here for my first super chat. 5 Gwyneth dollars. Big fan since the Depp trial. I also have a Mega Pint t-shirt. Love you guys. Oh, amazing. So glad you supported. PRF, thank you for the $1. Your first chat as well. We're just celebrating the community here since we got time to kill. Since we're waiting, we are going to keep going, guys, until they come back. We are on verdict watch. We expect them to come back today. We should have kept the stopwatch on. Does anyone know how long it took before they actually deliberated? I guess we could go back here.
It was like 3 o'clock, almost on the dot. So
it was. I can tell you actually, it was.
And whilst you're looking at that,
2 o'clock on the dot.
Mucho thanks to Robin and Leslie for contributing towards the pizza fund. Really appreciate it.
And then they'll be brought
Thank
back
you
to you
so
in a little.
much.
You may be called back to finish the deliberations and to vote on the verdict form with the others. So please do not discuss the case with anyone. Please do not read anything about the case. Just keep the existing court cell phone number.
Oh, an hour and a half ago. That sounds about right.
And about questions. If questions given, begin. At this time, I'd like the...
Yep, it's been 1:34. So it'd say 1:30. It's been 90 minutes. I'm going to do a clock.
I swear that you will take charge of this jury and take them.
Too long.
It's been 90 minutes.
Just check the box, write $1, sign the form.
And for everyone that's been joining as members on the channel, thank you so much. Continue to hit that join button because we are sprucing up the membership tiers. I've been working behind the scenes to look at getting essentially, the perks improved, make it more fun for you guys. And so, yes, I've been able to do that. Is with Andy at the moment. We're going to chat about it. We're going to make sure that it's all.
I need your help to help make my perks better. My perks suck.
By all means, Kurt, DM me. More than happy
Yeah,
to help you, mate.
once we figure out ours, just copy ours.
We'll do.
If you just want to do that, yeah, absolutely. But yeah, I've sent the first draft over to Andy on the Trello board. So yeah, everyone that's joining as members, a very, very exciting time because every single tier is going to be improved, and you're definitely going to enjoy all the perks that you're going to unlock as you join. So at the moment, we've got 8 new members. Can we make it to 10? Double figures, 10. Who else is going to be an MVP and hit that join button and completely destroy it? We'll find out soon enough, but there we go.
Okay, there we go. I got a timer. I'm going to add it to our shot here. Because we're good. Look at this on the fly. A lot more comments coming in. I'm going to get you them 1 second. But I want to have our, so you guys know how long it's been. 1 second.
Yay! Shout out Papa John's.
Do you do like thin crust, thick crust? What's your style?
Dude, go thick or go home. Oh yeah.
I feel like thick crust is the way that pizza, like I guess a pizza that I love should be. I feel like if it's too thin, it's just a flatbread.
It just goes all floppy. I don't like floppy.
Yeah, that's just my opinion.
Either way, always extra sauce.
Yes. Makes it go down better. Absolutely. Otherwise, it's too dry, and you don't want it to be too dry.
Deliberating, did I spell that right? DLIBERATING. Did I do that right? I hope so.
Tim got it.
Steph, I know where your mind is right now. I know. I love this new chapter for you. I know where you're at.
She is horny, guys. It's so I just avoid it at all costs.
It's just I've been kind of like restrained for so long. It's like I'm free.
I know. I kind of feel like I've kind of been joking with Tinkle in the chat every time Tinkle gets a little bit thirsty. I've been doing the bonk joke. You need to go to horny jail. Bonk. Bonk Steph.
All right, it's been 1 hour and 35 minutes is how long they've been. So that's interesting. We'll see what happens here as we wait. Do we have anybody checking? Thank you to Alisa Marlin, not a Gwyneth fan, but this gray-haired leech scares me to the core. Well said, Alisa. Welcome to the community. And then we had Mark High became a Planeteer. Heather Britton became a Planeteer. Awesome. We had a first chat from someone who didn't give us their name, from nobody. Well, thank you for the $1.99. Riley Hull, member of 1 month, next level. Woo! Thanks for making a boring trial entertaining. Been watching since the JD trial faithfully. You all rock. Your channel is the only one I've ever paid for a membership. Nothing but love for you all. Oh my gosh, so generous. So grateful. Thank you so much. Linda Sears became a Planeteer. I got a lot to go through here, but I'm just seeing who was for. Yeah, PRFT. All right, good. Now I can go back. Teresa became a Planeteer as well. Go Planet!
We're now up to 12 new members for this stream. Well done, everyone, so far. Do you know what?
Keep it going.
New challenge. Let's get to 15.
Love it.
15.
Love it.
new members, let's go. Click that join button. You're going to experience all the updated, brand new and improved perks shortly. I see Bobby Cat's just become a Planeteer, so we're now up to 13. Two more of you to
welcome,
get to
Bobby
15.
Cat.
Let's go. Let's go.
Wendy, Janet, Ryan, Susan all did it through the Cash App. That's a good way to send your Gwyneth bucks because it goes straight to us. Again, the link tree is pinned. This is the ad portion of the show because we got time to fill. As soon as they come back, we will break it to you live. But if you liked our 8 days of 8 hours a day coverage, then pay us like Terry once. $33 a day ain't bad. $264 for all our work. Teresa did it. Thank you, Teresa. Who else is going to match Teresa? But you can go donate through the Cash App. If you don't have Cash App, highly encourage you to get Cash App. It's a really good link. And you can use my code, FLLXGHD. If you use that as a referral code and set up your bank and send $5 to me or Steph, or you can't send it to Kim, she's on there, or Kurt or whoever, you'll get free cash and I get free cash. It's pretty amazing. So go sign up if you haven't already. Just use our referral code and send $5 through your bank account and it'll work. It's a good one. We like it. Steph's on there at Steph Alternerd. You can go support Kim at PayPal, but also Stream Elements is a good way to donate. And I'll be reading all your comments here as we go. We are waiting. The jury has been deliberating for 1 hour and 38 minutes. So keep that in mind. Amanda Coral, been here since JD. Terry is Amber's dad, and the lawyers are definitely related to Elaine. Love you guys. God bless. Yeah, I mean, that's speculation, I think. I don't think that was factual, but I hear what you're saying, Amanda. Roman, thank you for the 3 Gwyneth dollars. Carbonized Stardust sent 2 Gwyneth dollars. Kurt, I put in my application. How long? Oh, wait, just kidding. Oh, ha ha ha. Anonymous tipped a 5. Absolutely love you all. I never laughed so hard and love your honesty and brutal truth. I found you on the Johnny Depp trial. Well, that's what we try to do. Keep it fun. Let's see here. So much is coming in. That's a good problem to have. Press Alpha, thank you for the Gwyneth dollar. Janabelle, thank you for the 5 Gwyneth dollars. Serena Sara, hello from Italy. Ooh, I'm from Italy. Si, senor.
Oh, Steph's family.
Steph's family's all there. Yeah, we love Italy. Tell us where in Italy. Serena, appreciate you. Nancy Jennings, do you think the hide-and-seek dead boyfriend and suitcase trial will be a popular case to watch? Well, sounds like it. There's a hide-and-seek dead boyfriend case? Look, I don't traditionally do the true crime ones. They're very intensive. Celebrity trials is when we usually dip our toe in. Or if it's like a very big, I mean, we didn't get into murder. It was so complicated. It's rare for us to get into those true crime ones. It has to be something we've covered in pretty good depth, or it's become so big in pop culture that it's undeniable. But usually we won't cover the trials as in depth unless it's celebrity based, because I try to keep it more pop culture fun. True crime just depresses me. I know a lot of you ladies love it. Be in bed watching murders and stuff. It gets too heavy for me. All the dead kids and murders and people. We do it from time to time, but it's just not what I want to do fully. So Lewis does a bit more of it. We support Grizzly True Crime and others who are out there supporting it, but we'll dip our toe and talk about certain cases, but probably not a whole trial about a dead boyfriend. But it sounds interesting. Planet Q's Queen, Popcorn Planet, will you look into the Nick Carter lawsuit because Nick got a major win yesterday in court? We should. We did a video about it, and I have a witness in that, so that might be a good one to put down, Steph. If there was an update on the Nick Carter case, maybe help me make a note because we can bring in our expert who was on the tour to give us his insight too. Ooh, Lisa B, love the show, guys. This trial has shown one thing for definite. Johnny Depp's legal team set the bar extremely high, and these ski trial lawyers seem like amateurs. You mean
I'm just a simple country lawyer.
Is that lawful law?
Is that lawful law?
Is that lawful law? Is it? Grounds.
Gwyneth Paltrow dollars coming in from Bluefish, 33 of them. Bluefish paid for the day. Woo! Yes, you see my worth? All of our worths? If you like our worth, go tip a $33 to each of us. Make us feel worthwhile. Otherwise, we haven't lived a life. Well Reasoned says, check your PayPal, Andy. Okay, my gosh, I will. Thank you. Bluefish, again, thank you for the 33. That's the number of the day, guys. Carmen De Silva Play, Torbe, hello from the wet UK. Thank you for a great channel following forever, Team Gwyneth Paltrow. We love you, Carmen. Thank you so much. Sorry, it's wet out there. Is it wet out by you, Steph?
Oh, totally. UK represent. But yeah.
Super sunny and warm here in Florida.
Piss off. Cow bag.
Marque, does anyone think the lawyers may have been partaking in a mega pint today? They will after this tonight. I think there'll be many mega pints tonight. Dave Rollins tipped $5 Gwyneth dollars. Woohoo! Thank you, Dave. Appreciate you. Good to see you. Lisa, I'm not a Gwyneth fan, but this gray-haired leech scares me. Oh, I got that earlier. That was a good one. Wancho, I love you, Wancho. Go check out the Ravens Flock mods, or you are a mod, so go ahead. Tell him about the Ravens Flock. He does a lot of fun night streams. For me, it's either a Supreme pizza or a chicken and mushrooms, both with stuffed crust. Either that or New York City style pizza, pepperoni and extra cheese. Interesting. I miss the barbecue pizza. Guys, I'm really struggling. Kim, Steph, Internet, Popcorn Planet. I've always been I've been a pescatarian for the past like 5-6 years, since August 2017. Do the math. It's gonna be 6 years.
6.
Haven't had any beef, chicken, anything, just fish, and then that's it. I think I'm gonna put chicken back in my diet. I've been really debating about it. I've been really hamming and hawing about it, but I'm struggling, man. I'm really struggling.
You know what, Andy? I think best thing you can do, talk to your doctor and do.
Yeah, no, I got to talk to experts, not the internet.
That's
You're right.
it, because that's the whole thing. I remember something that really actually upset me was for a long time, Miley Cyrus was completely vegan. And she ended up in this position where she got really sick. She was very underweight. She was having a lot of trouble being able to maintain the healthy diet with everything that was going on for her. And then she ended up going into being a pescatarian. And people got really mad at her for becoming a pescatarian. And it's like, guys, some of this is about, you have to live. And if you're not well and you're not doing okay, then, it's a health issue sometimes. So Andy, if you're not feeling the way that you should, talk to your doctor, and whatever they think you should do, I think you should do it.
Yeah, it's weird. It's like
opinion. Screw other people's opinion. It's about you and your health. It's your body.
No, I'm gonna make the decision. People will hate it, but I don't think really people care about my diet, to be fair. No. But I just
got so frustrated with that. I was like, so stupid. Like, just leave people alone.
Well, there was
Get
the pizza. There was an influencer I followed. Her name was Ravana, and she did that. She was like vegan, and then she got caught eating meat. And then they caught her, tried to cancel her because and to be fair, she was doing lessons and stuff and living the life. It was a little shady. But her diet, same thing. Her doctor was like, you need to add some protein in your diet. That's what it's more for me. It's about Anyway, I need to order the I'm just struggling, guys.
Just was having a wonderful call with my accountant on the wonderful world of taxes.
Yay!
How big is the check I have to write? Is the question.
Isn't that the best? I know,
solve.
Fucking taxes.
Yeah, because YouTube doesn't take out
subtle way for Kurt to say, guys, can I please have a gift? Is what you call it, Kurt? Can you please send me a gift?
Yeah, you send me a
gifts
gift.
Are you don't have to declare them. But head on over and you can support and donate to his channel, which is here. Oh, you can donate directly on Streamline? I didn't even know that.
That's so cool.
Yeah.
I got to set that up. But there you go. You can donate via Stripe. He's got it all set up there. So go check him out.
All your convenient things. All your convenient things. Donate to the channel, Stripe. We got it all
Help
set
his
up
taxes.
for you. Anything you need.
Andy, can I say a couple thank yous?
Yes, go ahead, Kim.
Because you guys are all insane. I thank you for your insanity, but you all are insane. Thank you so much to, and it's just really, okay. Thank you so much to Whitney and Scott and Tammy and Ryan and Leslie, Sarah and Jenny and Virginia. And I'm just pulling up this one, Brandy. And so many of the comments you guys are sending, just so lovely. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. A lot of, we need more Kim rants. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Damn right. And speaking of Virginia, thank you so much, Virginia. For sending me a PayPal for the pizza box. Really appreciate that. Pizza is here right now, and it's looking tasty. And it's going in my gob right now. Oh, yes.
Let's see. T with a Mrs. B, first super chat of the day. Appreciate you guys. Well done, guys. You have me hooked since the JD trials. Sinead from Ireland. So good to see you, Sinead. We have a few more. Victor. I love this guy. Which guy? That was 7 minutes ago. I'm assuming me and Kurt, both of us. You love us both. Deepfake culture. This is the best channel on YouTube. Hells yeah, it is. You always bring in the goods. Can't wait for you to hit 1 million subscribers. We'll get there. And remember, guys, April 11th. Put it in your calendars. I hope to see you all back. We're going to have some fun that day. Adrian Greenwood, thanks everyone for the great coverage. If Terry should lose today, do you think the missing GoPro footage will surface so we can make some cash? No, I don't think anyone's going to care about this trial after today. Honestly, you get a little bit of interest tonight, some news tomorrow. After the weekend, we are all moved on to another story. I don't think anyone's going to care about Gwyneth Paltrow and her ski crash.
No, we're on to the suitcase murder trial or...
We just heard about that in the chat.
Someone was telling us about that. You're going to be covering that one?
So yeah, so this woman and her significant other were apparently playing a game where they lock each other in suitcases and try to escape or something. This is apparently a game that they play. And he apparently he was high or drunk or some combination thereof while they were playing this. And so he put her in the suitcase, or apologize, she put him in the suitcase, and he was unable to get out from inside of it. And so he's like begging for his life and stuff, and she like just laughed it off and like went up to bed, and basically he suffocated in the suitcase and died.
Jesus.
So yeah. And I think there might be video of it too, with her laughing at his plight as he screams for help. So
that sounds like Saw in a way. I want to play a game.
It's a game that didn't end well. And then of course there's always Taylor Schabusiness, who attacked her own lawyer in court. That's pretty funny.
Yeah. And the Courtney Taylor one.
Courtney Clenny.
That's
from
it.
OnlyFans.
That's it.
I think the next hearing on that is in May, but that'll be fun when that pops off. And then next week is the Lori Vallow case, but it's audio only, and they don't have audio until the end of the day. So they're not live streaming it. They're making it available at the end of the day with audio only. So I'm going to try to stream it with audio, like with a day's delay, and see if that works. But I have doubts that that's going to work.
That's a lot of work to just hear it. Who's talking? You really got to pay attention to that shit. Yeah, I'm good. No thanks. Well, that sounds fun. The suitcase murder. Yeah, I think that one does sound like fun. So watch that one, guys. Adrian, but watch here first and then go watch that. Adrian Greenwood, thanks to everyone. Great coverage. If Terry should lose today, do you think the missing GoPro will? Oh, we did that one. No, I don't think it will. Kristen Grove, I love you, Kristen. Always here, even when we don't have a lot of people watching. You always drop it. I always appreciate you. Watching with my husband today. Can Mike get a Go Planet? Hell yeah, Mike. What's up, Mike?
Thank you, Scott, for
Appreciate
$5.
you, Mike.
And thank you, Satu, for $5. Thank you for your nice donations.
Thank you.
This
guys.
stream is becoming monetary earning.
Yeah.
Business expense. Nikki LaRose, thank you so much for making this trial bearable. We try. Holly Mommy, love you guys. Had you in my ear all week. Couldn't have gotten through this without you. Well, we got your back, Holly Molly. Thanks again to you with the Mrs. B for your first one. Michelle Bunting, pineapple or not on pizza? Pineapple all the way. Does anyone disagree?
If it's grilled. Grilled pineapple, yes.
Not cold pineapple. Yeah, I don't want cold pineapple on a pizza.
Grilled.
Nicole Hayward.
But sometimes they'll just put like raw pineapple and then bake it in there. I think it has to be grilled first and then put on the pizza.
That's extreme. As long as it's
I
warm.
know, but that's the only way it works for me.
However the pineapple is on this Papa John's, I love. It's going in my gob. I like.
Nicole Hayward for her first super chat. What's up?
I'm just a simple country lawyer.
Is the real life chicken lawyer from Futurama. Love you all, Team Gwyneth Paltrow. Good catch. And then Alan Smith, thank you for the 2 Gwyneth bucks. All right, I finally caught up. That is a good problem to have, but I think I got them all. There was a couple member chats. Angela, what's up? Love all your hard work. A member for 11 months. You're 1 month away from that one, Angela. You're close. I can't wait to see you next month. When you say I did it, please send it over. We'll celebrate. Shy Penguin upgraded to channel investor. Oh my goodness. Welcome, Shy Penguin. Shy Penguin, I love you. You're an investor now. That's the biggest it gets. That's level 4. You're like legit. And yeah, Steph and I are talking about the perks, and investors will get a special perk. So appreciate you. You'll get some actual time with moi. Yeah, but you're going to have exclusive time with moi as the investors. There will be an investor meeting. That's right. Investor meetings, producer meetings, next level update. Dude, it's coming. We got the plans coming. So stay tuned. And I look forward to speaking with you, Shy Penguin. I lost some of them. Shy Penguin. Anybody else wants to? Oh, I had them all open now. You guys are going so fast. I missed it. Apologies. Nikki LaRose for your first chat. Appreciate you. And then, oh yeah, we got that one was the first one. Nicole's first one. There were a couple other, sorry, I missed some of your member chats. I don't always get them alerted. Alan, thank you for your first one. I think there was a couple other member upgrades. I'm sorry I lost them. It doesn't tell me that. It just goes quick. And if I don't catch it as it's live, I miss it. So apologies if you upgraded and I missed it, but thank you. Or if anybody of you noticed, Kim or mods, let me know. You can paste in the chat and I will thank you guys. But welcome to the channel. We did it. All right. Keep those Gwyneth dollars coming. And everyone else, any other thank yous you guys want to say before we pivot to some actual talking of stuff?
I just had a couple thank yous come in.
Oh yeah, go.
Thank you so much to Kristen. I'm also going to say thank you. Kristen sent me a PayPal. Thank you very much. And just said thank you for my opinions. And I appreciate that. Also, I just got a super thanks from Saskia. So thank you very much for doing that. Because I don't normally get a lot of super thanks. So I have the feeling it's kind of related to this. And I know not everybody has PayPal. So that's another way, that support is available. So thank you so much for doing that for me. I really appreciate that. And then also thank you so much to Trudy, who sent me $33 exactly. Thank you for sending me my goop napkin, my value of the day. I really appreciate that. Steph, you okay?
Andy, you might want to look into our chat.
Oh no. I have a feeling I know what you're talking about. Okay.
Which chat?
Ours. Those are mine.
Yeah.
Shiz the bed.
Yeah, I don't want to talk about that right now. I don't want to talk about this right now. But we have Kurt here. This is just like breaking. So what's that actually mean? What does indicted actually mean?
Oh, it's a formal charge from a grand jury as an indictment.
So he's not arrested or anything.
No, it's a formal charge of from a grand jury. When it comes from a grand jury, it's called an indictment.
For falsifying the records. So is this is this news or is this expected? You got an issue? Got a reaction to this, Kurt?
I don't know what's happening.
He's been indicted by a New York grand jury on charges of falsifying business records stemming from payments he made to adult film star to prevent her from revealing an affair. Look, I don't want to talk about the politics of Donald Trump. That's not what we're talking about.
Yeah.
So I don't want to hear.
I discussed this before on a prior
We're just talking about the legality of is
this
going to stick without getting into the politics? Yeah. Will this? Do you think this will actually? Is this actually something that's going to stick, or is this just PR play?
Yeah, well, I mean, I can say what I said before for those of you who might.
So this isn't really any new news.
When I said, yeah, there are several problems with this indictment from New York. I'll read the formal indictment and respond to it more appropriately on my channel. But in sort of the theoretical exercise of the legal issues that are surrounding, there are some problems with it. So one of the problems.
Yeah, I don't care that much. Then good. We don't even need to go into it. I don't want to talk into the politics of it. Yeah, I mean, go ahead. Go. Yeah, sure. Give me the quick version. Give me the quick. Go ahead. The legal quick reality. What's this mean?
There are some problems with the indictment legally. There are some problems with New York's theory of the case in terms of what they're trying to do. They're trying to use a U.S. statute to bootstrap a New York state case, which doesn't really make sense. And they're trying to use what they say are campaign expenses, even though other comparable expenses are personal, which doesn't really make sense. And I'm not sure how they would prove his mental state. So I see at least three major hurdles with this legally. I have serious doubts about this.
So there you go. But indictment is serious, and we'll see what happens. But Kurt's saying there's going to be more to this, so we'll keep you posted. Maybe I just don't like to get into the whole politics of it all. But I thought it was like he was arrested and there were cuffs on him. No, it's just the same old charges. Well, there you go. Savannah Mae I think the reason I just don't get into politics because we'll all just argue. I just don't want to argue. Let's stay on the same team, and that's not on Terry's side. Politics and religion always divide the channel over here. Savannah Mae, about to board my plane. Thanks, everybody. Pray we all get there safe. Yes, Sending all the good to you and your fam. Savannah May, safe travels. Sarah Wingham, Steph, YouTube app doesn't show your donate links. You got to fix that, Steph, as you eat your pizza. All right, so those of you waiting, we are still waiting for the jury. Now, I guess we could get screwed today and they don't tell us. It is possible, but we just assume they've been now out for 2 hours. That was my prediction. What did I say? I thought around 6:30 is what I was hoping we'd get word. And he said they'll give us 20-minute notice before it actually happens. So I think we, I'm predicting in the next 20, we'll hear the word. I'm hoping. If we don't in 20 minutes, then we can start worrying. At what point do you think, well, because it's in Utah, it's 3:45. So technically, they got more time. At what point, Kurt, should we worry that we might not get a verdict today, you think?
I don't know. I mean, they're going to work probably till at least 5, I would think, and they've got some time. So I don't know. It depends what the judge wants to do and what the jury wants to do. So we'll see.
You'd think this jury would want to go home. Is that usually what most juries want to do?
If there's consensus, yeah. It depends how much they want to debate about the issues and stuff like that. They want to go over exhibits and go over the evidence in more detail. Depends what they're discussing. Anything can happen in a jury room. It's a black box, and you never know what happens in there in the first place because, there's never any inquiry into it. So who knows? Maybe it'll be a week. Who knows? I don't know what these people are going to do.
Oh my God, kill me.
Yeah, like
no, don't say that. Thank you, Amanda and Jennifer. Also, Carrie, I see you guys in the Cash App. Appreciate you guys. Real quick, Laura Hinnett sent $2 for the Gwyneth bucks. Good. All right. Well, we are literally waiting. I think it was safe for us all to assume it's going to come in. We still have time for it to come in. Don't get worried yet, guys. But we are at the whim of when the judge flips on the feed. We are checking other sources, making sure we know if this is going to come back. In fact, I'm going to start rooting around on Twitter. If any of you are looking around on Twitter, you should tag us. I will keep my eyes peeled on the word. I'm checking out a couple accounts just to make sure we're not getting any updates. Court
I've
TV should also
got
be
the
updated.
Law and Crime Verdict Watch in front of me right now, constantly.
Okay.
Okay, good. So you got it on there. Yeah, I'm waiting. Court TV and other. I'm just checking some feeds. I'm sure they'd be telling us
monitors on my laptop.
it's happening.
As soon as there's any movement, I will interrupt anyone that's speaking at that point and let you know. Get back to it.
Yeah, still nothing. But that's what's trending today. Trump indicted and Gwyneth Paltrow. What a day.
Wow.
Giving you guys a little bit
As
of
well
an
as
update.
Meghan Markle's a grifter, Steph.
New members for the stream. 17. Who's gonna join? 3 people to hit that join button so we can get to 20. 20, even number. Who's gonna kill that join button and help us get to 20 new members for the stream? We'll be keeping.
Yeah, we hit
an eye on the
17. My
chat.
God.
Yep.
All right. And so Steph, are we recording the reaction or recording a recap of the reaction and then linking to the reaction?
Reaction.
Clip and separate and upload the reaction. And then we'll do a kind of a quick recap as we're
Like
reacting.
a reaction and recap. I'd do it all in one go. Record the reaction and the recap.
Well done. Okay. That way we'll load that up for people who don't want to watch the whole 6-hour version. They'll have that clipped.
That's right.
There we go. All right. So that's the plan. I'll be ready. We are already, how many hours into this stream? Jesus. 6.5 hours. Woo woo. Thank you all for showing your love and support and dropping your $1. How much was this stream worth it? Was it worth Gwyneth's $1 or was it worth Terry's $33? Or was it worth 8 times 33, which is 624? 264. That's how tired I am. You guys get to make that call and you can send it to any of us. We all, I think, are worth at least $33 or at least $1. Captain's Happy Arcana Adventures became a member. Woo woo! We're almost there. One more. Mosaic Marla has been a member for 17 months. Yeah, baby.
Amazing.
Hi, all. Sending love. Appreciate it. Yeah, you got the 1. Doesn't it feel good to have the 1? I like the numbers now. Laura became a Planeteer. You got the bronze. That means you're new. Welcome, Laura. Became a Planeteer as well. And yeah, you can hit the join button. And yeah, we got lots more in store. We're hanging out with you every day. We're here talking pop culture, trials, pop culture, news, Will Smith slaps, Johnny Depp updates. Lots of fun stuff here on Popcorn Planet. We are Team Selena Gomez. Hell, we don't support Hailey Bieber. Screw her. Free Britney. Love Britney Spears. We got a lot of important, and we are uncovering a lot about the Marilyn Manson case, which opened our eyes as we had one of the witnesses from the Marilyn Manson case, one of the accusers, came on our channel to say it was all lies. That was a pretty damning stream, huh, Steph? Can you imagine? Can you still believe that happened on our channel?
That was a pretty insane stream. And it's still unbelievable even to think that actually happened, but it did. And so, yeah, guys, you want to get the breaking news, the most insane news, the most unbelievable what the hell just happened news, make sure if you haven't already, smash that subscribe button, turn the notification bell to on so you're notified every time we go live or we upload a video, like the stream, comment, all that good stuff. Helps the YouTube algorithm as ever. And you can join for as little as $5.99 a month as a Popcorn Planeteer to get some exclusive perks from Popcorn Planet. As I mentioned earlier on, I've been working away to update them and refine them and improve them. They're on the way to Andy as we speak for him to look over. We'll have a conversation about it, release them all. And yeah, you guys and everyone else that's joined today, you're soon going to be experiencing some new and improved perks. So have fun with all of them.
Oh, I did my math wrong, guys. I was incorrect.
Oh gosh,
No,
it's true.
You forgot to multiply it for the.
It was 33 an hour, not per day.
Yeah.
He's expensive,
Oh,
so
Lord.
it's 264 a day. So I need 8 of you to do it. We have only 1. That means someone needs to pay $2,112. And then you'll have paid it. So all right, we had 1. 8 of you. If the 8 of you step up, you've paid for it. We've had 1. And I'll say probably enough of you have combined done another day, but let's keep it coming. Who's going to step up and say, I pay for day 2 with a $264
so
donation?
Do I get 1/4 of the time
Yeah.
I've been here then of
Yeah.
that? So how does that work?
Yeah. Speaking of which,
Where's my $50, Andy?
Hey, show me the contract, Kurt. Here's what you get. Support uncivil law over on fucking Linktree. Jesus Christ. I'm going to keep doing it over and over again. What's up, dude? Want to say hi? Say hi, everybody.
Thanks to
Whoa,
Sarah and
Diego,
Kristen.
say hi, everybody.
For donating to
rooting
the
for,
Pizza
Diego?
Fund. Really appreciate you guys. Thank you so much.
Who do you want to win? Gwyneth Paltrow or Terry, Diego? Who should win? Gwyneth Paltrow or Terry?
Hey, Diego.
Him? Oh, he said you, Kurt. He wants you to win. Yay! Diego had his first day of basketball today. How was it?
Oh, cool.
Did you get Did you get any baskets?
Oh, yeah.
Oh yeah.
Nice.
Yeah.
Woo! You were saying, Kim. I'm gonna go say hi to him. Go ahead. What were we saying?
No, I just wanted to say 2 quick thank yous. One to Bobby Cat, who just actually gave me a super thanks. So thank you very much for that. You did not have to do that. Thank you. And Ultimate Thor, thank you so much for the PayPal that you sent me as well. And I'm gonna be right back if that's okay, because I have a little Lacey I need to take outside and take care of. So I'll be back in a minute.
No problem.
That means it's you and me, Steph.
Just you and me, Kurt.
How
Oh
you,
my
how you
goodness.
doing, girl? How you doing, girl?
I'm not doing too bad, dude. How are you doing,
All right.
dude?
I'm doing good.
You doing good?
All right.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm doing good.
Well, before we continue this conversation, we just blew past 20 members. We are on 23 new members. Hell yeah, this is how we roll. Thank you to Jennifer Kurzman, Todd Terrell, Angie Kierdenan, Olga Gonzalez, Stephanie D, upgraded to membership to next level. Andy will acknowledge and thank you all in the meantime, because I only have limited access to backstage, so bear that in mind. But oh my goodness, you all just helped blew past the 20 member level. We are now at 23. We only need 2 more of you to hit that join button, and we get to 25 new members for the stream. So who else is going to join? So many of you that have already hit that join button that's going to experience all the new and improved perks that are coming your way, you guys. We need 2 more people to hit that join button, and we'll get to the magic 25 new members. Let's go, guys. And Andy, how's it going, dude?
What's up? Well-reasoned, thank you. I don't know who that well-reasoned says, please check your PayPal, no fees. Well, thank you. Every time you guys send us stream elements or something, it tells me, so I can't see who. I don't see a well-reasoned. But thank you. If you sent a PayPal, I'm sure it went through. Or let me know what name, if you want to send me another one and send me what to look for. But I appreciate you. Anonymous sent 2 Gwyneth books. And I think, yeah, we're caught up on those. Thank you so much. Was there one more Cash App came in from Amanda? Thank you, Amanda. And thank you all. You guys are amazing. We are still waiting. No word yet on when this will come in. But we are going to keep going. Because I just expected it to be here soon. I think we all did. And thank you, Stephanie D. Upgraded to next level. Did you do this? Did you mention that, Steph?
Kind of. I'd go through them all because
Stephanie D just upgraded.
Backstage, I don't have access to everything.
Upgraded next level. Stephanie D. Thank you so much. Olga's became a Planeteer. Angie became one. What's up, Angie? Kadondon? Did I do that right? Sorry if I said that terribly, but appreciate you. Todd Terrell, thank you. And Jennifer Kurtzman. Amazing. Join Laura. And yeah, what amazing. Cocktails and Crochet with Coco. I remember you. You've been here before. Welcome back. Yeah, 24 members, Steph. Bravo.
One more to get to 25.
Let's get to that 25. Let's get to the 30. Button? Let's get to it. Bam. So we are here covering it. We are hoping. So, all right, let's do one more predictions. Now that we're getting close. I hope it's getting close. Kurt,
yeah, I mean,
what do you think?
It's 5 o'clock now here in Central Time, so it's 4 o'clock there. So they have another hour left today at least. So I don't know. I still think it could come in today. I think
the fact that it's taking long is odd, no?
It is for me. I mean, I think that Terry pretty well destroyed himself on the stand yesterday. So even trying to give him the benefit of the doubt and forecast this, it's a little bit rough trying to figure out how to rule for him or find for him because he's so non-credible. So I don't know how that works, man. But so they've got at least another hour, and if the jury's close, I'll probably ask the jury if they're close or they want to go home. If they're close, they could go longer today.
That's what I'm
rule
assuming.
For Gwyneth at this point, though. I'd give her $1.
So, all right. So Gwyneth gets the $1. That's it. No other. They can't go above that, I guess, is what the other lawyers have said.
Nope. They're capped at $1 is all you got.
But what's so odd is Terry's said 300,000 in the thing, but then they're asking for 3 million. How come he's allowed to change his amount?
I think he said 3 million in his original complaint.
No, it was 300,000 when it started. In his original complaint, but this trial, they had 300,000 is what it was. Do you remember that stuff?
Oh no, I'd have to go double check.
It was confusing to me, but they clearly are going for more than 300,000. I still don't understand how that worked, but he wants more money. So yeah, 3 million. You think it's going to happen, Steph?
The 3 mil? No.
So what's your prediction? Not what you want. So Kurt, your prediction is Gwyneth's going to get the $1. Yes, that's what you're putting on the record.
My prediction is, yeah, he loses, Gwyneth gets the $1. Done.
So we're all assuming Gwyneth gets the $1.
Mm.
I think this delay means none of them are getting the $1. I'm going to put my bet that both lose. They're currently arguing over does she deserve it? Because there's no argument. If Gwyneth won, it's over. Done, done, done. We all agree. Great. Okay, let's pay her. There's clearly some arguments here, and I think people will give in to a potential mid-ground, which is neither of them deserve it. I think that's more of an outcome that people aren't considering.
Yeah.
Neither of them proved it. We don't really think either of them proved it. Neither of you win. Case closed. Now, can he appeal this?
Trying to argue over the exact percentage of liability. So if they want to really finesse this thing and be like, well, I think it was 80% Terry's fault and 20% Gwyneth's or whatever. So they're arguing over exact percentage allocation.
Yeah, that's what I'm wondering. So can he settle still? I mean, can he appeal if he loses this?
I mean, legally he can appeal. I just can't think of any grounds of appeal that would work.
So I think we have, Kurt and Steph have gone with dollar. Gwyneth's getting the dollar. I'm going to go with neither are winning. So there's something more interesting here. I think the reason they're taking too long is because they are someone's arguing about who did what. And I don't think, oh no, I saw verdict, but it was a different case. Come on, Court TV. Don't put out
Don't
verdict
do this to me.
to the Florida case
Rude.
right now, as we're clearly all waiting for a more important verdict right now. Jesus, come on.
I'm tired too, man. It's been, it's rough.
Yeah.
But
I'm
so
still not
Kim,
used to these marathon streams all the time, man.
No,
It's
it
rough on you.
sucks. But the channel kept us going. If they weren't supporting us like this, it'd be hard to actually get this. But Kim, what's your prediction?
I think it's going to be the dollar. I do. Because honestly, I feel like there's a level here of, obviously juries need to be objective. They need to take it very serious. All those types of things. But I kind of get the feeling after yesterday, judging by the way that the general public reacted to Terry testifying, that there's going to be a level of, even if you were Team Terry, it's kind of like a, we were rooting for you. We were all rooting for you. How dare you type moment, where it's like, I think he lost a lot of any good faith he had with people. And then there's just going to be that anger of like, this was such a stupid thing for me to waste my time on. Because I think a lot of us feel that way right now, that like, this is such a stupid case and it never should have gotten to this point, and it's dumb. And they're just going to go, give her the dollar and let's get out of here. I honestly wonder if that's going to be a motivation for some people in that jury room.
But why is it taking so long? Because it hasn't been quick. We now have been waiting for 2 hours and 15 minutes. That's not, I mean, I guess they could have taken a lunch.
Yeah, they could have eaten first.
So I guess they would have eaten. They would have had to take a lunch. I guess we didn't account that. I guess, can they eat while they're talking? Is that typical, Kurt, in these juries?
Yeah, usually.
They're not gonna like separate them right away. Or, all right, take a minute, gather your thoughts.
The number of verdicts that come back after a meal are intense. Like, it's like the number of juries that wait for their free meal before returning a verdict. It's like, and we're gonna get that last free meal out there. So,
right, but they still clearly got the meal while they're out.
It comes back right after mealtime.
You're
they
gonna
get the
feed
meal
me first.
They have the meal. We've had enough time to assume they've had a meal, and they've either been talking or eating during that meal. But still, even if that was an hour lunch, they've had at least an hour and 15. So it's been enough time to think, you get your fucking idea ready and know what we're going to do. So I'm a little surprised. I assume by now I would say, well, look, I said 6:30. So, within the next 15, 20, if we're not hearing, that's going to start being a sign that maybe this isn't. Although, like you said, they could easily come back and say, all right, well, we're getting close, in which I would imagine the judge will just let them stay extra to just get it over with rather than have to push this tomorrow. So, all right, we are waiting. I'm literally just doing the keyword verdict on Twitter. I keep refreshing because we will hear it from someone in that, everyone's waiting. It's a pretty a lot of people out there. We're all waiting, guys. And now with the Trump news, they're all going there too. All right, well, let's go back around. Let's see. Appreciate you, Rhonda. You guys rock. And Kurt's a cutie. Did you see that? Ooh. Kurt. Rhonda says you're a cutie. Where can Rhonda reach out to you?
Well, you can reach to me via email, kurt@uncivillawllc.com, or Twitter or Discord. All these ways are good to get in touch with me. So
there you go.
Send me a selfie and a description, and we'll go from there.
Man, they're gonna love connection. Kathy Swanson, $3.2 million for pain, suffering, and a new home in Europe. Seriously, is it possible they had to wait for exhibits? Maybe they might have asked for some stuff. Yeah, maybe, for sure.
I was trying to crush on Steph when you were gone, Andy, but you interrupted my game.
Oh, sorry. You guys want to? I'll walk away.
Should we leave?
Yeah, I'm stepping away.
Kat, please carry on.
Andy and I'll just do our own stream.
Apparently
where
on
we talk about,
improv,
our
I'm not
partners.
supposed to say no, so...
That's good for me, right?
Yes.
Or is it that we should be planning the next seasons of The Bachelor and Bachelorette?
Well, you can't tell me anything yet.
Okay.
I've got access to the episode now, so I've got to watch it, but it's like 3 hours.
Get ready to be pissed, Steph.
Really? Well, I'm already pissed at him anyway. He's an absolute div.
Yeah, get ready for more of that is what I mean.
Oh, gosh, well, that will be surprising.
I'm excited to talk about it. But yeah, you're really late. Come on.
I know, right?
Wait, I thought this was supposed to be Kurt's flirt time. Go ahead, Kim, step away. Here we go. Let's give Kurt. Kurt has 3 minutes of flirt. Ready? It's time for 3 minutes of flirt with Kurt.
All right. Flirt with Kurt. Right, here we go.
Yeah. Well, I actually admire you, Steph. I think that you've got a really nice channel going on, and I think that you have some really interesting commentary, and you have a sharp, acerbic style that I appreciate. So that's very nice.
Thank you. Well, I've always said, between my brain and my gob, quality control up to and left like years ago, so I'm not even going to try and get them back now, so what I say is what I say, and that's pretty much it. I like the way that you explain things in a very clear, concise manner, because the way that I do things sometimes, I say sometimes, probably all the time, is I kind of go around the houses a little bit, but that's just the way I am, in terms of my mind and how it can be. But you're very much more straight to the point. And I like points. Like, being straight to the point is always a good thing.
Yeah. I don't see there's anything wrong with that, and I don't think there's anything in particular wrong with saying, that I'm single and I'm looking and I'm interested in finding someone that I care about, that I can spend my life with. I don't think there's anything wrong in being that direct. It's just like, that's trying to find someone that you connect with and click with is hard, and you want to find someone that you can really care for and love. You know what I like in relationships? I like the really small things in relationships. I like if I were at a grocery store and I was going through the line and I was looking at the end cap and there was a candy bar that you liked. I like that I would buy that for you. That would be the kind of thing I like. I like that. I like those kind of small things in relationships. I like that.
You better buy her more than a candy bar.
It's because I'm specifically thinking of her.
But I like the smaller things as well. It depends on the smaller things, of course. But,
right.
But see, he saved it. He likes that you like candy bars, which you do. Ooh, yeah.
I do like candy bars. I do.
All right, hold on.
Candy bars.
Big brother stepping in. Kurt, what else does she like?
Well, hopefully, she likes intelligent, well thought, and considered men.
No, give me something else that you're actually watching Steph. I need to know you're a fan of Steph and what she does. What does she like?
Well,
true alter nerd. I need to know you're part of the alter tribe.
I like her Twitter. I like what she says on Twitter. I like her thought process. And
what does she say on Twitter that you like?
I saw her post the other day where she was commenting about that she was hoping that she found love, and if it happened for her, that would be something that she'd appreciate. So I remember that specific post.
Oh, that's good. But I'm trying. Come on, it's an easy one. I almost said it. Who does Steph hate the most? Who does she cover and hate the most?
You.
Aside from me, that's correct. Aside from me, a certain hat-wearing person.
Meghan Markle.
There it is.
Yes!
There it is. That was what I was trying to fish for.
Oh, and
all right, that's pretty good.
Right?
All right, Kim, I think we come back. That was pretty nice. I like. This has been 3 minutes of flirt with Kurt.
Okay.
Chad, how did Kurt do? I think he did pretty good. That was nice, respectful, polite. Oh, that was sweet. Good for you. And if Steph doesn't take advantage, where can ladies find you, Kurt?
Yes.
Well, they can find me on my YouTube channel, Uncivil Law, and they can find me on my Twitter, which is also Uncivil Law. My entire link tree.
Yeah, right here. If you go to his channel,
link
you click this little one on the right
Discord. You can find
you can send him a letter.
Postal address, my email address, everything you need.
Ladies, send him a letter with a photo and say, "Hey, Kurt, I'd love a date." And where? What state are you in, Kurt?
I am Texas. I'm in Austin, Texas.
Ooh, so if we got any ladies in Austin, which I think was where Zach Shellcross was from The Bachelor. We have our own version of The Bachelor here. It's the uncivil law, the uncivil bachelor, the uncivil lawyer bachelor. For real, ladies, step it up. There we go. I'm sure if Steph doesn't do it, that's up to her. But if not, ladies, now you can reach out. And that was some nice, polite flirting. It's hard this day and age. You gotta be out there and say you're interested, but some ladies will be like, how dare you tell me you're interested? Have you ever caught that, Kurt, where someone gets mad that you've expressed interest in a lady?
Yes.
It's quite frustrating, I imagine. This new age we live in. I can't imagine.
Like, I mean, the thing is, firstly, Kurt, you're a sweetheart. Oh my
Thank
goodness. Such a gentleman. And whoever you find, that lady is going to be very, very lucky indeed. But the thing is, like, if you like someone, just go up and tell them. Be like, look, I like you. Do you like me? If they say yeah, Gucci, sort it out. If they say no, I was like, okay, that's still Gucci. Let's just still be friends, and that's it, right? This whole thing of, oh, you can't go up to someone and say that you like them because it might scare them off, blah, 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 blah. Oh my goodness, I just don't have time for those games. Like, I really, really don't. Like, you like me, just tell me. If I like you, I'll tell you. Like, I mean, come on. Let's not play these games. It's freaking insane. And life is too freaking short. Just make sure if you're going to turn around and say that you like me, you've got a freaking passport.
I do have a passport. I have global entry through TSA too, so I can get through the customs faster. So hey,
Even better, because I was with someone for 15 years. They never had a passport, so never actually met all my family in Italy. And I have vowed that the next person I meet,
my passport is up to date, current, and ready to go.
My voice is my passport.
There you go,
verify me.
right?
Please, yeah, he got it. He got it. How great is that movie? That's a great movie.
What is?
Or I think it's actually the actual cadence of it is more like, my voice is my passport. Please verify me.
Kurt knows the movie. You don't know the movie, Steph?
No, but I know with the bank that I use, a security.
Oh, don't tell us. Don't say it out loud then.
I'm not going to say it out loud. No. But my security part of it is saying that first.
Oh yeah, no. I was thinking of a movie starring Robert Redford and Sidney Poitier. David Strathairn.
Or my personal favorite actor in that movie, Ben Kingsley.
Yes. Oh, it's a really fun movie.
Oh.
It's called Sneakers, and it's about the premise of the movie is they're thieves who break into companies to check their systems. And Dan Aykroyd, River Phoenix. It was a really fun movie.
Yeah.
Definitely one of the, was it, I guess 1992?
Something like that. Yeah.
I think I made it. I don't know if I ever made the movie on it, but anyway, it's a really solid thriller, fun movie. Check it out. Also fun, by the way, you guys, while you got a lot of you waiting, I'd love to update my subscribers over here. If you're a fan of movies and you like what we're doing, you haven't done it yet, head on over to Movie World Plus. I just dropped my review for Dungeons and Dragons, and yeah, I loaded it while we were all here, so no one really watched. But
you liked it?
John Wick, I loved it. I had a blast.
All right.
You can learn why.
Did you see the last Dungeons and Dragons movie?
I did not like that.
No one did.
Yeah, no,
it's
it was
a rite
bad.
of passage.
I did not like it, but the new one, I had a blast. You can learn why and see all my movie reviews if you're bored. There it is. And I got the Super Mario Brothers movie on Monday night, Steph. Are you jealous? I'm seeing Super Mario on Monday, and then I'm seeing Air, the new movie about Air Jordans, but with Ben Affleck, which I hear is great. I really want to see it. I'm seeing that on Tuesday. So I got a couple more fun ones coming. But yeah, Dungeons and Dragons this weekend. If you have family, like kids, like teens, or 10 to 15-year-olds, take the kids. It was so much fun. Great adventure movie. Funny. I said in my review, it was like my favorite theater experience since the Top Gun Maverick. I was super surprised how much I enjoyed it. It's just fun. So check it out.
Me and my cinema buddy, we're going tomorrow.
Yeah, if you like Chris Pine and Wonder Woman and you just want a whole movie like it, go see it.
Yeah, we're gonna go see it because we went to see John Wick 4 last week on Friday.
Did you like
What do you
it?
think? I've heard mixed things.
I liked it. I liked it. I thought it was. I thought it was good. I thought it was brilliant.
The runtime of the movie is concerning.
It's a problem.
When a movie usually goes on that long, that's usually not a great sign.
Oh, I disagree with Steph. It desensitized me, and I wasn't as interested in the violence, and it became too cartoony for me. He literally uses his bulletproof vest to be like, I'm like, come on, it's not effective anymore. He can't die. It's like so stupid.
I it was like, give me more ultra violence, more killing, more stuff. I loved it all. The runtime for me, I didn't even notice it. And I really, really enjoyed it. But before then, in the trailers, there were the Dungeons and Dragons one, and me and my cinema buddy, we just turned around and we were like, yeah, we're gonna go watch that. We were like, yeah. And so yeah, tomorrow, 7:15 in evening UK time. Woo, 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 Dungeons and Dragons.
Yeah, enjoy. Curiosity. But look, I like John Wick. Even the new one was fun, but yeah, your worry about the time, it is valid. It was, there's some still, I still think it's worth it. There were some really fun sequences.
The one I'm
she's
more
not
excited
wrong.
about is the new Mission Impossible because the trailer looks awesome.
That looks fun too. That looks
And
really
did you
fun.
see the special on how they did that jumping off scene in the bike? They did
Yeah,
like a
we saw it at
10-minute sort of
CinemaCon last
thing
year. It
about
was wild.
It was really good.
He introduced it like from a jet. It was nuts. He like introduced the clip from a plane. I think they released that finally. But yeah, he's nuts. I'm excited to see what they do this year. And then guys, we're going to CinemaCon in Vegas at the end of April, but no parties that you're invited to.
Aww.
But we get to see The Flash. Oh God, I'm so excited. I'm literally going to this CinemaCon because I wasn't even going to go. But I'm like, I got to see The Flash before Ezra Miller screws up again. And just in case this movie gets shelved, I'm like, please don't
Justice for
screw up
Michael
until I
Keaton.
see it. Because I've heard such good things. I'm like so excited to see Michael Keaton's Batman back. And there was Jody's Corner did a really fun video. I don't know if you saw it, Steph, but Ben Affleck was raving about The Flash, saying, I finally figured out Batman. He's like, just as I leave, I saw it. It's incredible. It's the best Batman I've ever done. I'm like, oh my God, yes. Oh my God, it's getting more hyped and more hyped. I cannot wait to see it. So you check out Movie World and Popcorn Planet. I'll be updating you on The Flash and all that and much more. So lots more coming. But guys, I see a lot of you are waiting. You're like, what happened? How about we do a quick trial recap from all of our guests? So since we're waiting, what was your favorite parts? I guess the summary, if you will, is that Gwyneth Paltrow was skiing at Deer Valley in Utah with her kids. This was an important ski trip for her, as we learned in the closing, because it was the first time she was blending her family with Brad Falchuk's family. I'm not a fan of Brad Falchuk, actually, weirdly enough. You know what? I'm going to pull this out. Brad Falchuk, I've heard, is a massive dick. And I'm not going to hide it. You know why he's a massive dick?
Because he has one?
He canceled this poor girl.
Yeah.
I did a video with this Nicole Crowther a while ago, and she was canceled because, to be fair, and I reamed her for it, she spoiled Glee. And she did, and I didn't like it. And I did tell her, and she realized it. But Brad Falchuk, like, destroyed her life.
Guys?
And it was pretty fucking disgusting. Yes?
We're getting some people saying something's in. I don't
verdict?
know if you guys
can
are...
we check it before we
I'm seeing in
Google
the
it?
in the law and crime chat that apparently the verdict is in, but the it's still on the seal at the moment.
Okay.
We have a verdict. It's saying a jury has reached a verdict.
It was just tweeted.
Wow.
Woo-woo. All right, anyway, yes, it's coming. Verdict has been reached. Want to change the verdict is in, Steph?
They did? Oh,
Yeah.
joy. Thank God.
Hooray!
So, or wasn't that off, actually?
I know, we called it.
So how long? That 2.5 hours or so? Which
About
means it's
that.
probably-
2 hours. 2 hours.
We should also do a post,
minus
Steph.
lunch, hour 45.
Can you take
Yeah.
the thumbnail, or do I need to make a square? How do we do it best? Do I need to make a square? We should do a community post to link them here.
Yeah.
Okay.
Let's do it. Breaking news. A verdict is in. Watch live. All right, get ready, guys. And I will tell you the Brad Falchuk story in a while because we still probably have about 20 minutes to kill.
Are we
Breaking.
moving streams or are we staying here?
No, we're going to stay here. We're going to clip it.
Okay. Okay.
A verdict is in.
All right.
Woohoo! I'm changing the thumbnail as well.
Okay.
Well, we're going
well-
to get justice of some form for somebody, so.
Yep.
No,
I
they
am
could
just
both
gonna-
lose.
Here we go.
I am just going to say very quickly, thank you so much to Ultimate Thor again, and to, I believe it's Amanda Panda. Amanda, thank you so much for the PayPal tips, and yeah, a few lovely comments in there as well, and a lot of just saying it's good to see me back after being sick, and thank you. I missed you guys so much, and I am glad that that's over. And I'm back, so yeah, good times. So guys, what are we thinking? What are we thinking in the chat? wondering, I guess, well, we're still looking at this poll. We're still at Terry winning and getting damages at 5%, Gwyneth winning and getting $1 at 71, and then they both lose at 24%.
About right.
Yep, that sounds about right. Everybody here, I'm so happy to see you. Please consider hitting that like button for us. It's free 99 as we call it, and it really does help out the channel and it helps the algorithm. So if you guys wouldn't mind doing that if you haven't already, we'd really appreciate that. So here we go. So we're just changing things over to get into the verdict is in mode. Both Annie and Steph are working hard on that. And I'm also going to say thank you so much to Uncivil Law, to Kurt, for being here and adding your legal expertise to this panel, because heaven knows we don't have it. So thank you for bringing it. And if you guys have not subscribed to him, you should. And I just asked mods if you can throw that in the chat as well and subscribe to him, support him, all those types of things. That would be amazing because we're very lucky to have him.
Thank you.
No problem. No problem.
I
I feel
totally
like I'm coming down with something.
Really? Oh no,
What
is
was
it
it?
Simple Country Lawyer?
Could be.
Oh. I'm sorry, Kurt.
That's all right. I'll live.
Yep.
Oh, countdown. 20 minutes and counting, guys.
Here we go.
Here
Oh my
we
gosh.
go. Here we 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 go.
It's Matka. Please don't do that. That sounds unpleasant in the chat. Don't do that. I'm not repeating it. Sorry. That's just I can't. Okay. Anyway. Yeah, Simple Country Lawyer Syndrome. Yep, thank you. It's now a disease and it's sweeping the nation.
Yeah.
But I guess
Also, as well.
Don't
Oh,
let
sorry, go on.
simple country lore happen to you. Protect yourself.
don't sit on
PSA from
stools
Uncivil
with
Law.
jeans and milk cows and avoid Costco's. Sorry, Steph, what were you saying?
No, it's absolutely Gucci. I was just about to say we are now at 28 new members for this stream. Woo, 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 woo. Who else is going to smash that join button? Because up and coming for all you lovely members are the new and improved member-only perks that I've been working on hard behind the scenes. So they'll be introduced very shortly for you all to take advantage of. We need 2 more of you to hit that join button so we can get to the big 30. Who else is going to join? Let's find out. In the meantime, big massive thank you to Amanda for that wonderful, wonderful PayPal adding towards my pizza fund. Really appreciate your face. Thank you so much, Amanda. And yeah, 18 minutes to go. We've got 18
What's
minutes
wild? What's wild to me is that poll that we've kept all day has 11,000 votes.
That's crazy.
That's amazing. Good job, guys. I was curious. I was going to do another poll. I want to keep that going. Will Gwyneth show up? That's the other thing we can make a bet on. Will Gwyneth be in the? And it took 2.5 hours is what it took. Do we think Gwyneth will be there to watch the verdict live? Let's go around the bend. Kurt, what do you think?
Probably not, would be my bet. I think no.
Is that a good look? Should she be? What's typical in like a case like this? Is it typical for them to be there?
I should care about her look at this point. The jury's already reached a verdict. It doesn't matter anymore.
Interesting. Steph, what do you
No,
think?
I don't
Will
think
she
so.
show up?
I mean, because Depp wasn't there for the verdict read, so and it worked out well for him. So why not?
That wasn't the same day, though.
That's true.
What do you think, Steph?
She's totally going to be there. She's that, you know, think about who we're talking about here. We're talking about Gwyneth bloody Paltrow, right? She got ego. She's going to be there. She wants to be there at the moment where she wins. It's as simple as that. And so I think she's going to be there. I really, really do. It'll be the biggest win since her Oscar win.
All right. Help me grab a screenshot when it happens. I guess Kim can help me do that while Steph gets the titles ready. If you, in fact, make sure those are prepped, because as soon as this happens and as soon as the reaction happens, I'm going to speak a little bit over the judge. We'll be a little concise and we'll clip and post it.
Carrie, give me $10. Thank you, Carrie, for your nice donation.
Support Uncivil Law. All right, guys, we are 15 minutes away. Your last chance to support. You can go support Kurt over Uncivil Law. You can give him money. You can give him a DM, ladies. He clearly is looking for a nice lady out there. Donate, subscribe, whatever you want. Kurt is single, so go show him some love and go show him a subscribe. Also, it's Kim. You can support her, subscribe, follow, and PayPal. It's Kim. She's the best. We love her, as well as Steph, the alternate towards her pizza fund. It's all there, and then mine as well. If you go to Linktree, that is pinned. All these links are there for my friends. Check them out and support if you can. Always better to use the Stream Elements link or the Cash App. Thank you guys to all you've supported again. They say Terry's worth $33 an hour times 8. That's $264 a day. And we've been here for 8 days. So or you could give us the $1. Either way, we'll take it. Appreciate you guys for all your support. And oh my gosh, look at that. That's how you do it. Woo!
What?
Damn. Back. Noir is back. That's a holy shit. That's $500.
Hang on. Let me just.
Oh my goodness.
What
Andy,
the fuck?
That is close.
Well, there you go. That's more 2 Gwyneth days. I hope Gwyneth
Yes.
wins. Great job, guys. Well, oh my gosh, Noir, that's insane.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. And Thunder just dropped one too. Post rave trial, you got it. After that,
You guys are
bam!
incredible. Thank you.
My goodness, thank you so much, Matt Bond, as well. If Terry doesn't win, he can always start an OnlyFans featuring the spread eagle being blown as not shown in the Gwyneth Paltrow trial. I don't know if anyone's going to support that, but anyway, Noir, this one goes out to you. This is the one link that we've never gotten dinged for, Steph. So let me play my rave song. Oh, yeah! All right, rave, it's on! I got to flip the lights. Woo, we're close. It's almost over, guys. Oh, yeah! We are 13 minutes away from a verdict.
Another one.
Are you not entertained? Are you not entertained?
Is that lawful law? Is that lawful law? Is that lawful law?
I'm just a simple country lawyer.
Another one.
Bazinga! Is that lawful law?
I'm just a simple country lawyer.
Oh my God, stepped on a bee.
Hi, everybody! Hi, Dr. Nick! Get to the chopper!
Objection, here's that.
Oh shit!
I'm just a simple country lawyer.
Another one.
Do it! Just do
must do it. Yes, you can.
Four minutes.
A body has been discovered.
I'm just a simple country lawyer.
Yeah, that's how we do it here. We don't mess around.
The clock just skipped forward a lot.
Yeah. I was
We're
going to
now
say, I thought it was
on
like 11
3:50.
minutes.
Yeah.
Woo, woo, woo. All right.
Ooh. All right.
Who's ready?
And then it's just skipped again. Okay. Time is a construct over here at Long Crime, apparently.
Long crime, what is happening?
Now it's back to 12 minutes.
No, time
Okay.
is abstract. It's abstract. Not linear on law and crime. Law and crime don't even know how to tell time.
Fantastic.
Yeah, I love having the actual ones from the. We got to do every time we do a trial. I need to grab more of those pulls because then the finale rave is that much better when I can start dropping.
I'm just a simple country lawyer.
Get to remix them.
Is that lawful law?
Yes, it
Sounds
is,
like an
Daryl.
episode of Law and Order.
Is that lawful law?
Yes.
Is it? Was it?
Yes. Very sure.
I'm pretty sure.
Is that lawful law?
It's too loud. This my instance page I use. I just say my trick, guys, is I have this where I can just hit the buttons, but I can't control the volume on them. So when I do my cough, be warned. It's way too loud. But yeah, I gotta fix that. Anyway, real quick, we're close. Guys, Brad Falchuk was a total dick. Go watch this incredibly good interview with Nicole Crowther, who was canceled by him, and on Hugging the Cactus. If you want to learn about Brad Falchuk, I was not a fan of what he did to her. He owes her apology. He never did. And yeah, I'm not a fan because of that, till he apologizes. Go watch Brad be a dick. She spills the tea and shows the evidence. So there you go. All right, guys, we are 10 minutes. Oh yeah, what's up? There's my studio cam. What's up, everybody? We are 10 minutes away. Thank you guys for being here. This was a lot of fun today. It wasn't always fun, if we're being honest. This trial was a doozy. This was a doozy. As I
There were
lower-
moments of it that were painful.
Here, look who's here.
I'm just a simple country lawyer.
Woo, it's happening. It's happening. This is the best part of these big trials is we all get to watch the verdict together.
Terry's
I do
there.
love this moment.
Terry's there for his comeuppance.
There he is.
You think he loses his shit and starts yelling in the court? That'd be good. Maybe find him in contempt, throw him in prison.
Yeah,
That'd be nice.
Kara
I
was
can
saying
help.
maybe we'll get the Juicy Smollett moment. I am not suicidal. I'm not suicidal.
I did actually have, one of the mods sent me a message that somebody had a question in the chat, and it's actually pretty interesting. Let's say that Gwyneth wins and Terry continues to run his mouth. Can she go after him for slander?
Let me think about it.
Yeah. Because this whole circus may happen again.
I mean,
can't
I
imagine why she would
suppose she
want it.
could, but why would she? You know,
She-
because
she
I
wants
don't
to
know
be
that she
done.
necessarily wants to be involved or like give this guy any more daylight. But yeah, I mean, because at that point you're asking, well, because the fault has been assigned, as a matter of fact. Yeah, I think you probably could. But I don't know why she would. He doesn't really have money. I mean, not like she does. So it's not for the money, and he's not going to shut his mouth. So just let him rant off to anyone who, no one's going to pay attention to him anyway. What's he going to do? Complain on his Facebook page?
I mean, he probably will.
Yeah.
He's a poster. He posts things. Yes. Sorry. Andy, did you see Kara's
What
super
happened?
chat that
What
just
happened
came
to
through?
what happened to the stopwatch?
It died.
I cut it down because they're done. They're coming back. Oh, their stopwatch they turned off. Care from Andy. Can you get JD soundbite where he's making fun of Aquaman? I did have that somewhere. Aquaman. I did. Do I still have it here? Let me see. All right, guys, we are close. It's happening. We are finally wrapping this case up. I don't have Aquaman here. I thought I did. Oh, you know what I have?
Chat asked me to check my DMs, but I don't see any DMs.
Up.
Are we doing this thing?
I don't have any preference, so it's up to your clients. They want to.
She wants to be here for the jury. Are we not letting the press in, or what's the purpose of this moment?
I assumed everybody was already in. You can go ahead and let them in.
Chris Palmer's just explaining some things.
Oh, he's just going through the guidelines? Okay. Thank you. And just to verify with the court TV and with the AP reporter, or the AP photographer, if you could listen to me for just a minute. No, I mean I know this goes without saying, but no pictures of the jury.
There you go, booyah! Hold it, you cow bag.
Thank you.
She made it. And we get to film her.
Well,
She's aware.
I guess I lost that bit.
They're just being briefed right now.
Yeah.
Let's go. Let's do it.
I'm ready.
Andy, where you at?
He ran away.
You
Are they
are
reading it
filming
right this
this, right,
second?
Andy?
Are they reading it? Is the jury even in yet? The jury's coming in now, right?
Yeah.
Jeez, I don't want to do it until the jury's in, Steph.
All right.
I don't have all this dead air at the beginning of the video.
Jody, are you okay?
Oh, yes, I'm fine.
Okay.
Thank you, baby. Thank you, Bobby Cat. So the jury's in?
I don't think so.
No, everyone's just coming in before Joey comes in.
He's telling everyone to come in. I see. Oh my God, look at that mess. All right, this is going to be exciting. Now, see, I'm pretty confident Terry's losing, but if he wins, you're going to get a reaction here on... You're going to get a reaction here, no doubt. I do like her jacket.
Yeah. Very sharp.
All right, I think we've got everyone in here that wants to come in. If you could be seated, and I'd like to just say a few things before we call the jury in. There is a verdict in the case. I think you've all been told that. Before the jury enters, I just want to say a few things that I say in every case.
Press a 1 if you're new to the chat, everybody.
That this has been a long and difficult trial for the parties and their counsel, and that emotions may be running high. The court reminds everyone that there should be no outward reaction when the verdict is read, and that these proceedings are not over until the court has been adjourned. Most importantly, and regardless of the verdict, the jury has sacrificed more than 8 days of their time to serve, and they are entitled to be shown the same courtesy and respect that they have been shown throughout these proceedings. I want to remind the people that are all here that there are strict orders that are in place concerning the use of phones, cameras, recording devices, unless you've been approved, and there are only 2 people in here that have been approved for capturing anything by video, by audio, or by still, you should not use your cell phone or any other device that might capture those things. Thank you. Ready for the jury?
Appreciate all those ones in the chat. All you new viewers, we're here every day talking pop culture events, and we are going to be here
And I
reacting
have been
quietly.
impressed with how well everyone has been throughout this proceeding, so thank you.
It was a pretty good. There wasn't a lot of craziness in the peanut gallery this trial. All right, we're going to react quietly. You're going to see our reactions here, and we're then going to clip and record this so we post. So we're going to react a little bit after it happens, and then we'll hang around after. But I'm going to get a reaction, upload it, and then we'll give you some more reactions here live. But we want to get our reactions to all our viewers who missed this live. Just like the press who had to fight to be there to take a picture of Miss Paltrow while it happens.
For those that are arriving late, there's no use of any recording devices at all.
I'm impressed she showed up. Good for her. That made me like her more. If she didn't show up, I was going to be really annoyed. But she stayed. She showed up. She did the whole trial. She's now allowing them to film her. Freedom of the press. The lawyer for the press came in and had to fight to be able to film her for this reaction, guys. There's Terry in the middle in the green. As you can see by our poll, has over 12,000 votes. 71% of you think that she will win her dollar. 5% of you think Terry Sanders will get damages, and there is a possibility where both could lose. 24% of you think that's what happens. Here we go, guys. Is the jury in? I guess he's going to talk to him first, right, Kurt?
Just ask him if they have a verdict. Ask him to pass over the papers, check them for their formalities, and read it.
Okay, so I'm going to record after he's checking the formalities. Here comes the jury. I'm just going to do it now. Here we go. We are live watching the coverage. Guys, we're clipping this for you in case you missed it. The jury is now entering.
Thank you.
We are watching.
For the record, the jury is now in the courtroom and the parties are present with their attorneys. Would the foreperson that the jury has selected please stand and state your number?
Number 19.
Thank you. Has the jury reached a verdict?
We have.
Will you please hand it to the bailiff, and the bailiff will bring it to me?
I'm nervous.
Thank you. You may be seated.
Here we go. 71% of you think Gwyneth will win. Will she get her dollar? Or will Terry get up to $3 million?
Thank you. We'll now have the clerk read the verdict.
You can just read the question and the answer.
Was Gwyneth Paltrow at fault? No. Was Gwyneth Paltrow's fault a cause of Terry Sanderson's harm? Oh, skip that.
There's just no response there.
Okay. Was Terry Sanderson at fault? Yes. Was Terry Sanderson's fault a cause Gwyneth Paltrow's? Did Terry Sanderson's fault cause Gwyneth Paltrow's harm? Yes.
Show Terry.
Comparative fault. What % of the fault do you assign to Terry Sanderson? 100%.
Yup.
Damages. What amount fairly compensates Gwyneth Paltrow for economic damages? $1. Signed March 30th, 2023.
Thank you.
Oh.
So to juror number 19, the foreperson, is this your verdict?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. And the attorneys have asked that I poll the jury, and so I need to ask each one of you if this is your verdict. This is not an unusual thing to happen. It happens quite often. So number 16, is this your verdict?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. Number 11, is this your verdict?
Yes, Your Honor.
Number 8, is this your verdict?
Yes, Your Honor.
Number 2, is this your verdict?
Yes, Your Honor.
Does this mean they
I've
all
already
agreed,
covered
Kurt?
Number 19. Number 28, is this your verdict?
Yes, Your Honor.
Number 29, is this your verdict?
Yes, Your Honor.
And number 32, is this your verdict?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you.
So yes, they all agree.
So to the
Unanimous,
attorneys,
without
is there
debate.
anything further before I discharge the jury?
Because only 6 of them had to, is why I asked.
Right, exactly.
No, thank you, Your Honor.
Okay.
Thank you to the jury.
Let me just read you the last jury instruction. Ladies
You
and
did it,
gentlemen of
guys.
the jury, this trial is finished. Thank you
Truth won.
for your service. The American system of justice relies on your time and your sound judgment, and you have been generous with both. You served justice by your fair and impartial decision. I hope you found the experience rewarding. You may now talk about this case with anyone you like. You may be contacted by the press or by the lawyers.
She's doing a good job.
You do not have to
reacting
talk to
fairly.
them.
No big
Or with
reaction.
anyone else.
Relieved.
But you may. The choice is entirely yours. I turn now to the lawyers and to the press and ask them to honor your wishes if you say that you do not want to talk about the case. If you do decide to talk about the case, please respect the privacy of your fellow jurors. The confidences that they may have shared with you while deliberating are not yours to share with others. Again, thank you for your service. You may now retire. And if everybody else would please remain here, we've got some things to do.
They did it. Wow. Bravo to Gwyneth's team. I got to say, we called it. I thought there was a minute that maybe neither would get fault, but I'm happy with the decision. We have Kurt here who's going to break down some reactions legally. But yeah, because only 6 of them had to do this. So therefore, that was unanimous, or would they have said that, Kurt?
May be seated.
No, that's what if they
So,
would have said no when they were polled. So they all said yes.
I've got a
so
few
it's
things
unanimous.
I'm going to do with the parties, and then I'm going to ask everyone who's still in the courtroom at that point to remain seated while the parties leave. So anyone who wants to be outside when the parties leave, please do that now.
Well, all right, they're going to do, what is this? This is just some basic stuff here, but yeah, there he is. Terry Sanderson has lost.
So,
We've
Mr.
covered
Owens,
this in
I'm
depth.
looking to you
We are
to
not a fan of this
prepare
man. We do
a
not believe this
judgment
man.
on the jury verdict.
Perfect.
Will you do that?
Yes.
Okay.
Can he just give her $1 right now, Kurt? I guess he wants to
the
appeal her.
formal providing of judgment because you have a verdict but no judgment technically.
Mr. Sykes, is there anything further for the court before the court adjourns?
No, my client just wants to say thank you to Your Honor for the effort you made to. Okay?
Thank you.
Just
Mr.
you.
Owens, is there anything further from the defense before the court adjourns?
No, thank you, Judge, and to all your staff and the bailiffs.
Let me just comment that I appreciate the professionalism that all the attorneys have shown and the parties, so thank you. This court is now adjourned. Thank
Could I
you.
let my client slip out before?
Yes, everyone remain seated while the parties leave.
I'm going to make a quick statement. Ms. Paltrow's not.
Was Terry
going
gonna
to
try and
be making
leave
a
with her?
statement today.
Ooh, she,
So
what?
you can make the statement outside,
I know what
Mr.
that,
Owens.
I know what that
do
was
that.
about.
Okay.
Wow.
I don't know if that was
She
I'm
said
sorry or
something to
but
him. That was
she said
surprising.
something. Yeah, very.
Oh, do you think it was mean? That was probably nice, but
No, it
That's
will
probably
be
luck.
nice.
wow, that was the moment right there. All right, they're all gone. I got to do that replay. Let's see that replay.
Parties leave.
We need the
I'm gonna
lip
make a quick
readers.
Can't tell.
Statement. Ms. Paltrow's not going to be making a statement today.
So you can make the statement outside, Mr. Owens.
I will do that.
Okay.
She is not.
Statement, Ms. Paltrow.
Yes, everyone remain seated while the parties leave.
I'm going to make a quick statement. Ms. Paltrow's not going to be making a statement today. A quick
Wow, that was
statement. Ms.
weird.
Paltrow's
Yeah,
not
she seems.
gonna be making a statement.
I mean, is
I know
that
what that's all
normal?
about.
Is that allowed? Is that
No, it's-
strange?
It is very strange. It is extremely strange on every possible level.
Because I mean, if anything, you could say she's harassing him. No.
I mean, it's just weird. It is weird because you don't. I mean,
So you can
you
make
don't
this-
know how he's going to react, particularly given the way that he's been described. Like you don't know how he's going to react to that moment. So I would not advise that at all. I don't know what that's all about.
Okay. Well, apparently there's a statement now coming.
Statement's already ready.
I'm
All right, well
sure.
there you go, guys. There was a surprise there. All the best is what it looks like. All the maybe I think something along those lines is what I
think
will
that's probably
guess.
about right.
But we will do some research and that we will get that story to you and upload that later if we get more definitive proof of what she said there.
Yeah.
But he didn't seem too bothered, but he definitely was defeated. But I think that was classy, but odd. All right, panel, thoughts on Gwyneth? She won. Thoughts on her exiting that way? Did you like that? I'll go to you, Kim. What do you think?
I mean, I think it depends on what she said. I know that's not that's not the way that you're supposed to be, but I could see her having some compassion in some sense and trying to be like, all the best or thank you or something of that way. But it is surprising. It is surprising.
We will cover their statement there. In fact, we got lots more to talk about. We're not cutting just yet. So if you guys want to watch more, please watch more. But I'm trimming this one so you guys have our live reaction there. If you like our commentary, head on over to the full 8-hour video where we watched today. We had so much information. Thanks to all the new supporters, subscribers, supporters. You guys were incredible. Please support my panel here. Some amazing people that I hope you all will show some love. Go send a gift. We got It's Kim, Steph the Alternerd, and Kurt from Uncivil Law. They're all amazing people. Give them some time of day as well. And thank you all for watching this with us. 8 days of craziness. I'm glad that Gwyneth won this one. She deserved it. Even though I wasn't always a fan of her personally, I was a fan of her in this trial, and justice was served. But guys, we got more to talk about. I'm uploading that for you, Steph. I want to go to you, Kurt. What do you surprises? What do you think? I mean, they won.
No, this is basically right along the lines of my expectations. I was convinced they'd finish today, and they finished about an hour with an hour left to spare. So they finished this in just about as quick as they could be, and it's not a surprise at all that they found in favor of Terry. I think the evidence overwhelmingly went that way. And who knows what they were talking about in the back room. Those discussions are private. And I don't imagine any of the jurors are going to go into any detail, assuming they talk to the press at all. But I think it was the correct verdict. Terry himself, by his own actions, by his own statements from the bench, or his own statements from the witness stand, rather, kind of damned himself by his actions and behavior and his own misstatements to his own doctors to try to get more treatment and bizarre comparisons with other celebrities. He didn't do anything to endear himself. So I think this is a just and true verdict, and I'm very happy it came out that way.
Yeah. Again, bravo for the jury. No, this is bravo for Gwyneth being there. I know, Steph, I'm sending you the title you sent. I'm going to put over there. Kim, were you surprised by Gwyneth being there?
Yes and no. I mean, I had the feeling that she would be. I think she's made a very strong decision in contrast to Terry this whole trial that she was going to be present for everything. And I wonder how much of that is because of the way that the plaintiff's team kind of went at her about fame and entitlement and all those types of things. And, she has so much money, she doesn't care, all that type of stuff. And obviously she does care. And she wasn't there for money. And she didn't want to do this, but she felt like she didn't have a choice. And that's why she did it. So she was going to stick it through to the very end. And in some ways, I think that's a middle finger to a lot of people that were judging her very harshly. Because I think we've said this a lot, that it's like a lot of people don't like her. A lot of people really don't like her. Myself included. I am not a fan of hers. But just because you're not a fan of somebody, or you think that they're annoying or entitled or whatever, does not mean that they deserve to be held accountable for something that they didn't do.
Well said. Yeah, I mean, look, I thought I kind of liked her more after this trial, if I'm being honest.
Yeah, I've gained some respect for her through this.
I think she shouldn't. The only thing that was off-putting was the stuff where she kept fighting the cameras.
Yeah. But at the same time, though, if there was an agreement, you go through and make sure there's an agreement, and then the next thing you know, you got a camera in your face. It's kind of like, thought we dealt with this. So I understand kind of a bit of that for sure. But you know, it is a televised case, and she is the defendant, and it be what it be.
It be what it be. Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm grabbing a quick thumb of that, but her reaction to me was surprising too, because, well, it's not. She's an Academy Award winning actress. Hate her all you want. She had to play it a certain way because, you know, if she'd played too smirky or angry, it just nothing would have played. I think she played like, yep, this is what was supposed to happen. And as I'm staring at it right there, sorry, I had a big. What did you think of that reaction, Kurt? Did you think she handled this well as a celebrity that a lot of people hate?
Yeah, I think she, other than the part where she walked up to Terry, which I'm still wondering what that's all about, to be honest. But otherwise, I think she handled it perfectly fine in sort of her reaction to things. I think she handled it in a very sort of humble way that's perfectly appropriate.
The statement is what I'm waiting for next. If anybody sees it, I'm looking for it as we're talking too, because I want to make sure we get that if it's happening. I want to see how they react to this. Owens, I thought, did well overall on the lawyer performance, Kurt.
I mean, overall, the lawyers I was disappointed with universally throughout this trial. There were definitely some good moments in the trial. Clark Kent is the hero of the case, by far and away the best of the lawyers for my money. Everyone else seemed a little unprepared and disconnected. Owens definitely had some moments. He rocketed. His direct of Terry as the last witness was masterful, in my view. Really, really well done. Really liked what he did there, and sort of the pacing of it, and the way that he was able to get so much from him was just a lawyer's dream. And he also, to get the instruction on the spoliation was a big deal. So that was something he really, really fought for and really was able to get. So there was definitely some luring that we didn't see on camera even that shows them to be really competent. And also, for that matter, to get the dismissal on some of these stuff out at the gate, like the issue about this being a hit and run, which was dismissed out the gate, or the negligent infliction of emotional distress, which was dismissed out of the gate. So they were able to get some causes of actions dismissed and some theories dismissed, get the spoliation instruction in, which was a huge win for them. So overall, you know, there was definitely some good stuff. I wish there had been a little bit more of it throughout, to be honest.
Yeah. Well, again, I'm still confused by this. It's like,
expect a short tomorrow on that one.
or now.
Ideas of what she probably told him.
Yeah, well, I mean, tomorrow's video as well. Like, to me, it's like, I'm sure there'll be some more reporting on this. It does seem like he says, like, thank you. Best of luck or something, probably.
Maybe like an I wish you well.
Something like
Give
that.
him my dollar.
Probably not. Probably something meant to be comforting.
I mean, this is pretty baller.
Yeah.
Go on goop.com.
Not afraid of you. Touches him. Or is it, you know what I think? I got you, bitch.
I doubt
probably
that.
Not, probably not that. No.
Yeah, I doubt
Chat,
that.
I want to see your super chat or put it over there. Best reaction. What do you think she said? I know what it is. How do you
skiing.
like them apples?
Enjoy skiing. Have a nice camel ride.
You know what? No, I know what it was. Ready? I got it. I had a microphone in there, guys. You know what she said as she walked over?
I'm just a simple country lawyer.
No, I got it. It was this one. It was this one. It was.
Is that lawful law?
My goodness. All right. I'm waiting for the. Are they still live? Are they going to cut to? I think they are. I would not be surprised if they don't also cut to the feed outside.
Andy, please check
Yes?
boss level.
Okay.
And go back 7 minutes. It looks like Terry was interviewed
Already.
very shortly. Yes. I have no idea
Okay,
what it
here we
said, but I saw someone in the chat. Thank you very much for sharing that with us. And I did look at it.
Oh,
briefly.
yeah, here we go.
Like there is a conversation, so it may
Here
be
we go.
worth watching.
So I've got a few things.
Here we go. We're waiting for the feed.
A long time. How does it feel that is there some conclusion now? Is there closure? Just how are you feeling about that?
It takes too long to get to this point to get closure like that. It will be a while to get back to my life again.
You put a lot out, and this was national attention. A lot of people watching, a lot of your personal life just out there. How is all of that making you feel now?
Well, we joked about it a bit. It's so much for dating sites, right? There's way too much information out there for me, and so, yeah, I'll start over again and spend more time with family.
What the fuck is this?
Add about all of this, kind of what's next, what this means to you.
Well, I like the term that he used. We fought the good fight. We worked very hard on this. It's hard to try a case. It's a lot of evidence. A lot of things happen that we don't
I'm
do.
just a simple country lawyer.
That happens in every trial. Okay. But Terry conducted himself nobly. He kept us cool. He stayed with us. He helped us. We're grateful for that. So he's a good man.
So is there anything you would redo or do differently in retrospect?
Well, I rethink a little bit about how I could be characterized. That's a real disappointment that it wasn't just about the facts of the accident, was it? There were things brought up like anxiety, which I got a prescription for in '91, and I refilled it one time a few months ago for this trial, enough for 12 days in '91. But that stays in your record as having that issue for the rest of your life. And there were many of those kinds of things that, no, I'm not that crazy person. I think that I listened to that whole thing about how I was characterized, and it wasn't just about the action, was it? It's about the character. They drugged that character in there. And, yeah, I wish I could have that back. But when you go down this, I didn't realize that when you go down this row, I thought it'd be about a ski accident that I knew I had the truth, the absolute facts, and it wasn't about that. It turned out it was about the narrative about the life I've lived, things said that absolutely were not true, and I'll never get a chance to change that.
Did Gwyneth Paltrow say something to you as she left?
She did. I wish you well, she said to me.
There it is.
That was very kind. Yeah.
Very nice. Very kind.
She did. Yeah.
And, the jury found 100% fault for you. How do you reconcile that with all your injuries and everything that you've been through?
Well, obviously I missed somewhere in communicating the issues I have, and I didn't get a chance to talk about many of the other issues. One of those I call the walk of shame. You walk to the fridge and you go, why am I here? What if you did that all day long? What if it was like the very next thing you did, you turned and did something else and went, why did I do that? And I remember putting on double the miles, triple the miles of what I should have walked in a day by just back and forth and undoing and redoing. So those kinds of issues are very real. In fact, I'll tell you a cute story if you don't mind. You get so down on yourself if you're doing
This
that all the
guy
time.
was so wanting this the whole time. I don't even want to play this
Walk of
clip.
shame to walk of shame. Why am I here? What am I doing? That I read about the invention of the dog clicker by a husband and his wife, who used it to train seals and penguins and such, and now dogs, and condition them to a good response. And so I told one of my daughters, I think I need a dog clicker. I need to be reminded of the good things. I'm losing track of that. And I got a little gift in the mail with a little tag said, good boy. And I clicked that clicker, and it got, after 2 weeks, what's amazing is that you don't need to click the clicker. All you have to do is think about, I'm going to get the clicker and click it. And the goodness is done. The good hormones, the dopamine is running in your brain, and so
Pavlov's theory
it helped me get me out of the doldrums when I was having these issues, and I still do. I got it out the other day again.
So once and for all,
One last question.
Okay, the GoPro video. Is there a GoPro video?
There never was. If there was, I would have locked that thing up behind security, because it would have shown the absolute truth that I wished for, and we tried to encourage it to come out of the woodwork, and it never did. Never had one. It actually is a link to the lady who saved me and got me off the mountain, who came, Whitney, and got me. It was a link to that and said, here's a witness, an eyewitness, meaning she was an eyewitness to what I left, what condition I left in. And And I just praised her, sang her praises for getting me off the mountain.
Thanks,
Can I
folks.
ask one more quick question?
That's it. One more.
Okay, what do you want people to, who are watching this trial, who know what was happening, what do you want them to be able to take away at the end of this?
The takeaway is the preparation for this by the attorneys, by the team of people, and the time they invested in this that you don't see them doing is so significant. They get so vested in this. And of course, I participate in that too. And it's a huge expense of your personal energy going in that direction. So you got a lot committed to that. And so that's all the work you don't see. And for 7 years, we haven't just been sitting around. There's been lots of work to do. So you look back on that and you go, well, I'm not so sure we got the outcome we wanted. It doesn't feel like the effort. I should have gotten the Olympic Games, we would have gotten some medal, like a silver or something, right? But no, it didn't work out that way.
That's it. Thanks, guys.
Thank you so much.
It's nice.
Appreciate it.
Thank you for your kindness.
Time.
Thank
Good
you
luck.
for-
Thank you. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Pleasure meeting
He's
you.
like, I'm not getting paid
Bob,
anymore,
thank
so. It's like,
Depending on the agreement, he may not be paying at all.
I got an appointment over at Cracker Barrel I got to get to.
There might be a
Some
lot
Southern
of
fried
money
chicken.
going out the door of the law firm with nothing coming back inside it. Because all those experts certainly got paid no matter what happens. So someone's
Yeah, well,
paying for
Gwyneth's
that.
team's getting paid, right?
Gwyneth's team's getting paid because I mean she was only suing for $1 in the first place, so you'd never take that on contingency. So she's almost certainly paying for it out of pocket.
Well, no,
Although
but
she's not gonna ask for
it was
attorney's fees.
revealed
She's gonna
that
ask for
she's
attorney's fees from
paying.
him.
It was revealed that she's paying the dollar and more. And oh, here comes the other. I guess the other interview. It was revealed that not only is she getting the dollar, but she's getting attorney's fees. So these guys are clearly going to get paid. I assume through insurance or something.
Yeah, maybe we'll see.
Slip where you're going to get a longer statement, but this is a 3-sentence statement.
There's James. Are you reading a statement?
3 sentences.
Okay.
Any further statements will be through this email. We're pleased with this outcome and appreciate the judge and jury's thoughtful consideration and handling of the case. Gwyneth has always had a history of advocating for what she believes in, and this statement was no different. And she will continue to stand up for what is right. Any further statements will be made through an email, press@harmonyhouse.com.
Steve, we just went live on the air. Could you read that statement again, please?
Yeah, since I botched it.
One more time.
Write that email down, Steph.
Steve Owens, attorney.
This is James.
for-
The only thing you botched today,
For
Steve.
Gwyneth Paltrow, James
You're
Deacon,
okay. Come
also
here,
attorney
James.
for Paltrow.
We're pleased with this outcome and appreciate the judge and jury's thoughtful handling of this case. Gwyneth has a history of advocating for what she believes in. This situation was no different, and she will continue to stand for what she believes is right. Thank you. Any further statements will be made through press@harmonyhouse.com. Thanks, everyone.
Did you have a conversation with her after
Sure.
today, and what did she say to you?
Thumbs up. Very happy.
Okay.
That's a pro. They're not there for the press.
Attorney for Gwyneth Paltrow,
A lot of press there. Look at this.
All right. Good.
And now everyone's like, all right, it's over. We all got to go home.
We're not done yet.
Bailiffs. All right, looks like. All right, I'll keep the feed on. If something else happens, we'll cut to it. But it looks like we got both statements, the Terry statement and lawyers. Looks like that is going to wrap us up soon. But all right, gang, thoughts on the statements? Kurt, what do you think?
I'm not surprised by Gwyneth's statement at all. Just really short, thankful, easy. I think that's probably about pitch perfect. Terry's statements are very revealing, I think, of his overall personality. It betrays who he is. He says that he's been mischaracterized by the evidence, but based on his own testimony, based on his own words, even now as he's saying these things, I'm like, no, I think we got a reasonably good sense of who you are, Terry, and I think this verdict is at least partially reflective of the fact that you're just not believable. You're not a credible witness. And so the jury chose to believe Gwyneth over you, which is completely unsurprising. So I think the jury reached the right conclusion based on the evidence that's available.
Agreed. Double B Studio said, Gwyneth said, fly, Terry, fly, spread eagle. I don't think that's what it was. No, it was, I wish you well. Brenda Ferguson sample, great job following this trial. Thank you so much. The White Tower of Genesis. This man loves to hear himself talk. 100%. Those interviews at the end, even the lawyer's like, all right, enough, Terry. I've heard you enough. It's over. Miss Missy, does he pay his attorney's fees? Yeah, I mean, we don't know who paid this, right? So does Kurt assumed his attorneys were doing this on a condition. So is there a version of this where the attorneys see nothing?
Oh yeah, sure. If it's straight contingency, then they get zero, which is common in federal court. I mean, it can be anything in between. There's all kinds of combinations. So I mean, I don't know. This could be just pay cash and you get all the award at the end. It could be straight contingency, in which they would typically take a third or 40% would be pretty typical. But it's like, we don't win, you don't get paid. You hear that all the time on like commercials. They're not kidding around when they say that. So that means the attorneys put up all the money up front for all the fees, all the court fees, all the expert fees, all the everything. And if they don't win, they get zero on the back end. And of course, it could be some combination in between. It's like you pay for fees, you pay for this, you pay for that. So, but you know, I just assumed it was straight contingency on Terry's side because that would be pretty common if you're asking for $3 million. And I'm assuming that this law firm sent out a lot of checks and getting nothing back. So sad day for them.
Yeah, I mean, is there any benefit to this? I mean, because sometimes you do this even if you lose, there's still some sort of like coverage. But do you think there was, you know, was this all press is good press, or do you think
I'm just a simple country lawyer?
This is not going to help him and his firm as much? What are your thoughts on that?
I suppose that will be up to each individual person as to whether or not they think that these lawyers would be good lawyers for them. Personally, if I were looking to hire representation, these would not be my first choice. So I would keep looking, but you know, maybe someone thought it was really, really good and speaks to them. And if so, you know, hey, that's cool. That's why there's many different attorneys for different people.
Kim, thoughts on this? Do you think
I'm just a simple country lawyer
is going to get paid, or do you think he's going to get paid some other way? Do you think this was worth it for him?
I feel like this whole process has been a colossal waste of time. So I'm going to go with it's probably not going to be worth it for them.
Yeah. I mean, I might hire the girl, the lady. She was brought in for, I think, to work with them for the countersuit. I liked her. And Mob Boss guy wasn't like the worst. But Bueller and Bob, I guess was the name, was this Mr. Southern.
I'm just a simple country lawyer.
Yeah, I would not want to ever hire them. They seem so just stereotypically bad. Steph, thoughts on them?
You win some, you lose some. If it is that they were hired on a contingency, well, they rolled the dice. They knew what they were gambling. They're going to leave with zero in that scenario. It is what it is. It's the nature of the game. If it is a contingency, if it's not, then either Terry has the insurance to pay them. If not, well, dude's been on a lot of holidays over the years. It does seem, opinion, conspiracy theory, whatever, that he, you know, is very fortunate potentially money-wise, so could still potentially afford the legal fees. Who knows? But ultimately, I called it. Gwyneth Paltrow firstly was going to attend for the verdict. She came in. And secondly, she was going to get $1. She was going to win. And so, yeah, 2 for 2. I'm proper happy about that. Booyah.
Yeah. Again, I'm impressed with her. At the end of the day, I'm impressed with her lawyers, even though he was a little annoying at times. Like I thought her team was pretty solid. And James Egan, I have a man crush on his singing stylings, his lawyering. I'm with Tinkle Tits on this. Good dude. Kept it very calm, collected. And I think, they did do a good job. And any of my grievances towards Owens here, I think was justifying that he had a celebrity client and he had to do a lot to protect. That's his job, is to seem annoying and be annoying on her behalf. So yeah, I think he did a pretty good job. I got to say, at the end of the day, I would much rather hire that firm than
I'm just a simple country lawyer.
in a heartbeat. Let's see. You guys have any other comments? I want to make sure you support my friends here. Please support It's Kim. She's been here with us all week and she did such a great job. You can PayPal Kim over there or just subscribe to her YouTube, her Instagram. Steph the Alternerd. Also, the link trees to them are in my link tree, which is pinned as the pinned comment. So click on over there. You can support me, but support them as well. Her Cash App is here. And please go support my man, Kurt, over on Civil Law. Legal Education with an Edge. So grateful for his commentary. And I want to make sure he gets monetized today as well. So go support him. Or at least let's get him a wife. Clearly he's looking for a lady. I'm sure he'll accept that as worthy too. Because look, this trial wasn't the easiest to cover. There were some ups and downs. There were some fun moments for sure. There were some hot math teachers for sure. But overall, this felt like a waste of time if I'm keeping it real with you guys. And the verdict came in. We were right. The guts were right. Everyone agreed. Look at this. We had a poll. Did you close the poll? I was going to take a screenshot of it before it was closed.
I haven't closed anything.
The poll's not there anymore.
I didn't close it.
Expire?
That's weird.
Is that a
I
thing?
don't see the poll. Is the poll still there? Right? It's gone for all you guys. I didn't click. Anyway, we had almost 15,000 people were about to be on that poll. I was going to take a final tally. But yeah, it was about 70-something% of you always saw this coming. And Terry's interview at the end was very telling. And now, is that security? Is that the guy? People kept saying he had his own camera crew. I didn't see that. And he's leaving now with that guy. Does that guy have a camera? The guy in the leather jacket does seem to come in with him and is holding something. And I guess the guy in the green vest also. Is that this weird crew that's been with him? Are they just friends? There was definitely something. Is the green jacket guy going to follow the lawyers? Yeah. Yeah. Those are either just buddies, security, or something. Because everyone kept saying Terry had his own team. And they did exit with him. I don't know if I'm speculating here, full speculation, but it does feel like he's walking with them. Anyway, I can't confirm or deny that. That was something people kept trying to share to me, and I've been trying to pay attention as they came in. I'm going to look as they walked in, but there you go. For the if you want to see the reaction, we just posted it. There she is. She was thrilled. Good for Gwyneth Paltrow. Never thought I'd become a Gwyneth Paltrow fan, but here I am. What a surprise. Let's see here. Last chances for support. I appreciate you guys. Rosemaria Tardo says, this interview seems like all he wanted was attention, to hear himself talk. Time for him to go home. Thank you for the great coverage and feedback. Well, thank you, Rosemary. Boston Irish Bear says, suffering succotash.
I'm just a simple country lawyer.
Boston Bear also says, Boston Irish Bear, Terry Heard. Yeah, now anytime someone lies in a court, or Amber Heard's, people have lied before her. Let's not keep comparing. Let's not give our enemies that fuel, but I hear what you're saying. Craig McCourt, love this channel, Andy. I am from Toronto, Canada. Thanks to you, Steph, and my fellow Canuck, Kim. Also, Kurt, love the insight. Well, yeah, go follow him at Uncivil Law. Jen Decker says, come at me, bruh. All right. Double B Studio, she said, Aquaman. Corina A. Hi, Lewis. Nerd Report. Navy sailor missing wake. Okay. I know what that is. Lewis will be next to Nerd Report. I think he's going to take some calls. So we're going to be here for a bit and then a little bit. And then we'll send you over there to take calls if you want to chime in. M for A now. She whispered a coupon code for a gold tickler. I think it was the vibrator necklace. Holly Mommy. She probably said, I'm sorry. Anything else, Terry will tell the press. He can't wait to get in front of the cameras. Yeah. I'm wondering how many more people really want to listen to him. Ray said, she said, nice try. To Terry, she said, all the best. That is what she said. Sarah, you were right. The whole White Tower Genesis, yes. Lechy's channel, thank you. Jen Jet Decker. And then scrolling back up to your more recent support. You guys are incredible. Martine Verhulst, thanks for covering the case until the end, for sticking with it. You all made it more fun to watch together. The raves, love the community. Oh, we'll end on a rave when we're over. I'll do one last one. Kirsty Riley, let's get it. Who's rallying up our last tip? Last super rave as we get there. We'll get there at the wrap up. Kirsty Riley says, great coverage, guys. Keep the great work. Keep up the great work. Loved having Kurt on. Yeah, we love having Kurt on. You let me know when you need me, buddy. I'm always there, and you're welcome anytime. Jen Vamp Vegas says, she didn't get the legal fees paid, right? Gwyneth? She did. I mean, we knew that was
they
part of
have
the
to- they
plan.
have to- They have to file that separately, so not today. That'll be
We
done
don't
in motion
know.
practice on
But
paper.
that'll be part of it, I guess, later. But that was part of the plan if she wins. So I don't know how that works, but stay tuned. We'll try to keep you updated. Jonathan Prezois, if Clark Kent hooks up as Superman, is he cheating on his wife? Yes.
No.
They're the same person. No?
No. And I'm always happy to swap a bit of gold for a bit of steel instead. Not a problem for Superman.
So you're saying they're different people? Aren't they the same
Bonk.
person?
Piss off, you cowbag. There you
I
go.
found it. I found it.
Is that lawful law?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know if that's lawful law, Steph.
It's all good.
Here's-
Just be-
Kirasudi Rando-san, member for 10 months. Oh my gosh. We got so many of you watching, but I just want to thank the people who are here. You guys are incredible, who stick around and still watch us. Caddy, great coverage of Popcorn Planet. Well done. With thanks to Kurt. Perhaps a poll on which trial is next. Ugh, I need a break from trials, guys. I cannot wait to be done next week from trials. They take so much energy. It is rough, but there's something fun about getting invested. I get why you guys do it. But yeah, we just hang out and have fun every day without that and find other fun pop culture cases to get excited about. So you'll still see us here. And yes, we'll cover another trial. I'm sure there'll be nothing. But yeah, I don't want to cover the dead body suitcase thing. That sounds a little intense. KF said you lose. No, that's not what she said, but we'll tell you tomorrow as we get, if those of you tuned in late. Any other final thoughts here as the last things come in? Any guys get any thank yous or anything?
I have two quick ones. Thank you so much to Kelly and to Christy for the PayPals you just sent me. Just saying thank you for sticking it out, which I really appreciate. Thank you so much. It's been a lot of fun to be with you guys and have this experience. And I will ask, if you have not hit that like button yet, please do so. It really does help out the channel, and we really appreciate it.
Sweet. Steph, anything to add?
Thanks for all the support. Really appreciate every single one of you that liked, donated, joined as new members. We've got 35 new members from this stream today. So welcome to the Planeteers. Really appreciate every single one of you. Watch out for the new and improved perks that will be coming shortly. And stick around, because if you liked our coverage of the trial, you're going to definitely like all the upcoming future videos and streams that we do. We usually stream Monday to Thursday, sometimes Fridays, for Pop Culture Justice, every single day pretty much. So you'll absolutely love that, and the rest of the content that we've got flying your way. Also as well, I'm going to put in the chat right now links to Uncivil Law, It's Game, and Resen, because we also have YouTube channels as well. Much appreciate if you come on over to our channels and you hit that friendly subscribe button as well. And yeah, help us all get to our next milestones. For me personally, I'm about 1,400 away from 60k, so if anyone can help me get there, thank you.
Let's do it. Let's get her there. Let's get all these people there again. Steph, the Alter Nerd, go support her. Here's her link tree. It's in my link tree. Go check it out. Lots of fun coverage over there, and she's been crushing it, and really crushing it, Steph. Bravo to all her coverage. She's doing really well, so go support her, and make sure you go support It's Kim as well on Civil Law. They're all there. Appreciate it. KAF, Gwyneth said you lose. That's not what she said. Caddy, we got that one. Great coverage of the panel. With thanks to Kurt, perhaps a poll. Oh, we did that one. Sorry, I thought it said it was 3. There was one that came in. And no, she didn't say you lose. That would have been amazing. That would have been pretty baller. I still think she should have said
I'm just a simple country lawyer.
that would have been
Jim
baller.
walked out.
And just walked out. I guess I'm just better than your Southern country lawyer. I used all my famous Hollywood lawyers from my island. Was that the best moment? The best moment was the island, right? When she dropped the island. How do we remember this? How are you going to remember this trial, Kim? We'll go back around, each of you. How are you going to remember this trial?
Honestly, I think that line paired with that interview we just watched with him, saying he didn't realize that it was about, attacking his character. He certainly did a lot of that to Gwen.
Mm-hmm.
Far worse with that one line than anything that was said about him in that courtroom. And so much of what he even said there of this only happened in 1991 or whatever. Dude, we saw the documents. That's not true. And you know it. You're lying the whole way out the door. It's just ridiculous. Ridiculous. I'm glad she won.
Kurt, how are you going to remember this trial? The Gwyneth Paltrow ski crash trial of 2023.
I'm going to remember it mostly through the luring, which left me confused and wondering why it wasn't better prepared and practiced and rehearsed, and why the openings were so weird and not delivered well, and public speaking issues, and just many problems on both sides of the lawyer fence. That'll be pretty much my takeaway. It instills me with confidence that I'm actually a better lawyer than I thought I was. So I got that going for me. It was a nice ego boost. That's how I remember it.
All right, here's what I'm gonna do. Lewis is gonna be live in a minute, but I haven't done this in a while, and I'm gonna start it here, and then Lewis is gonna continue it for us. I'm opening up the phone line, and if you need to go, Kurt or Kim, go. And I'm gonna hang another.
I do need to go.
Go head out. I'm gonna hang another 10 minutes because I want to see what the audience thinks, and I never give you guys a chance to comment. But I just threw the Zoom link in. Kurt, thank you so much. Head on out. Kim, if you need to go, well, let's say goodbye to Kurt first. Kurt, thank you again. Make sure you guys support him over on YouTube at Uncivil Law. Any final words, buddy?
No, thanks, man. It's been fun. Until next time.
See you next time, my man.
Thank you, Kurt. Speak to you soon, hon.
Okay.
Zoom in. If anybody wants to get in quick and share again on Gwyneth, let's talk about Gwyneth. Come on over. Kim, you sticking around or you need to bail?
I can stay for a few minutes.
Okay, we're good because we're not going to stay too long, and then Lewis will continue the conversation. But I thought it would be fun. I never get to talk to you guys. This was such a big case. Let me give a few more minutes to set the tone, and then you guys can keep calling over to Lewis. All right, I've put the link. I know it's a delay. Get on in there. You will be on live. We got 4,000 people watching, so just be prepared. You will be on the show live if you click the link. It could be your video, could be your audio. Please don't be naked. It has happened. It has happened before. But let's see what you guys think. You can also send over your chats.
I've been scarred by cow milking. Please don't.
I like helicopters, don't get me wrong. However, right? And yes, please no milking.
No milking. Please, no milking. Oh, Jesus. What are we doing? Maybe we shouldn't do this. All right, we have our first caller. Again, make sure you change your name. This is a disclaimer for all viewers. I'm not responsible. You are giving a release. If you enter the Zoom room and you call in on your own accord, you are giving Popcorn Planet the release. I've just posted the link, so you wouldn't have gotten it unless you're watching right now. So that is the legal release. And please, if your name's on your Zoom or whatever, I'm not responsible, okay? But yeah, I'll try and take a couple quick calls. Let's see what you guys think as we come in. I'm going to cut to me first in case someone is naked. But I see a Nate on the line. You can also, don't forget to tip your creators. We were here for a while. Appreciate you guys. They say he was, $33 an hour. We were here for 8 hours for 8 days. You do the math. Throw a $33 to Kim, to Steph, to Kurt, to myself. Last chance to tip the jar before you leave. Nate, are you there, Nate?
I am.
Oh, I can hear you. Okay, great. Please don't jump on naked. Well, you can, but just don't be naked. Whatever you choose.
I'm not naked. No, okay, I'm working. But I was following this. The reason that I hopped on it was because I actually live in Utah, and I'm an avid skier, and so this was really interesting to watch this case because I've been in collisions before a number of times where I felt like it was totally the other person's fault, and collisions where I felt like I was absolutely at fault. And so I can really, I have a hard time sympathizing with Terry, but I understand where he's coming from, because when you're skiing along and you just happen to get whacked, it's like it happens all the time. And he probably just had no clue what was going on and felt like he was wronged. And so it's like, yeah, he's a douche, but what can you do?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's interesting. Have you been to Deer Valley?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I grew up skiing all over Utah. And so it's like,
how does that compare to like the other ones? It seems like we're now, it's pricey and Gwyneth Paltrow, but is it bougie or is it regular?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Deer Valley, it is. Absolutely. It's
like the Four Seasons. You're paying for the extra bougie.
It is. It's the Ritz. I mean, you're paying the surplus for that extra bit.
Now, O.J. Simpson said that the runs at Deer Valley are more narrow. Can you confirm or deny that?
I can't honestly. It depends on the resort, but yeah, I'd say on average they've got a good mountain. Park City, they're pretty sprawling hills with shorter runs.
Interesting.
And no, yeah, they're really well maintained. I mean, excellent. I would give a 2 thumbs up if you want to go skiing at Deer Valley. But anyways, yeah, the main reason that I called in is because I'm like, I know exactly what these guys are going through, and I can chime in with a little bit of insight. So
Yeah, no, and you got a good mic. So I appreciate the call in. That was good insight. There you go. Any questions, Kim or Steph, for Nate? Sorry.
I do have one. And it's one of the things that I found kind of fascinating about this trial as we've listened to, you know, the plaintiffs in the defense, is this idea about Deer Valley being bougie, being super expensive, and trying to kind of shame Gwyneth for that. But can we then, based on what you said, it would definitely suggest then that Terry would not have been able to go there, you know, if he couldn't have afforded it. Is that kind of, is it like that way that it is a very bougie place? I
mean, to be fair, anybody can ski anywhere as long as you can afford it. You know, it's not like a country club where you need to, you need special access or membership, anything like that. But yeah, I guess to shame one person for being at the same place that you're at is just not the move.
Okay. All right.
Well, there you go. Appreciate it. Good to call. Good to hear from you, Nate. Thanks so much.
Yeah. Hey, thanks for keeping me entertained.
Anytime. We'll see you in the next one. Appreciate it, man.
Thank you, Nate.
And then we had someone else. She left. Sorry. I got one more. If anybody else wants to get in quick, I'll take one or two more. But jump in the waiting room. We'll try and do this quickly. Go ahead. We have Phil. What's up, Phil?
Phil.
Connecting audio.
Connecting to audio.
There was someone in there. Last chance. If you want to get in there quick, I will keep it there. If anyone else wants to get in, we don't always get to do calls, and some of you guys get annoyed. But here we go. Phil, are you there? Oh, your audio's not connected. Phil's got to connect his audio. We're watching as Phil tries to connect the Zoom audio. That always becomes the one problem with this thing we do. And then Saskia Schmidt, the guy was skiing blind, seems negligent to me. Yeah, the same guy who was reading books while driving. It was pretty odd. All right, Phil, if we can get your audio, we will wrap it up. Phil, let me know if you get your audio connected via Zoom. Click it. And final words. I thought I saw something here. Nope. Okay, good. Oh, yeah, there it was. I lost it. Member chat that I had. Sorry. I always like to read your... Oh, there it is. Sarah Boyer, member 4 months as a Planeteer. Appreciate you. Phil, as you get that sorted out, let's let in Allie. Let's see if Phil gets it in. If not, we'll try to see if Allie works. Phil, we're waiting for you to hook up your audio. But Allie, connect your audio or video, and we will say hello. Let's see. First one to connect her audio wins. Kirsty Riley, excuse me. I saw a couple comments that Gwyneth Paltrow has posted on Instagram.
Okay. Then I guess we should be going to Instagram.
Going to Instagram.
Instagram.
I felt that acquiescing to a false claim compromised my integrity. I'm pleased with the outcome, and I appreciate all the hard work of Judge Holmberg and the jury and thank them for their thoughtfulness in the handling of the case.
There we go.
There we go. That's why she didn't settle, I guess.
Yep.
So there she is. Statement from Gwyneth. Neither Phil or Allie know how to work Zoom.
Sorry, guys. We can't.
Sorry, we tried. Allie, you got to set it up. Let's see here.
Oh, Allie is connecting to... Allie, are you connected to audio?
Oh, Allie, you there?
Oh, hi, yeah?
Hi,
yes,
Allie.
Allie. All right, you got in, Allie. What's up? How can we help you? You're live.
Oh, wow. I wasn't necessarily expecting that.
There you are. Okay. We like the unexpected. So how's it going? What's up?
Well, I guess I wanted to say a couple of things that I kind of found interesting. One of the things when I kind of first jumped into this trial because I hadn't watched it from the beginning is that I have a family member that has a TBI. And so theirs is rather severe. And so I was rather like, almost like, oh, let me know more. I kind of felt more on the side of Terry. So yeah, it was kind of interesting watching it unfold and realizing how different experiences can be.
Absolutely, yeah.
Yeah. So are you happy Gwyneth won?
I am.
Justice served.
Yeah. My family member's condition is like quite different, although he's a lot like Terry in the way that he is actually very high functioning and like, he can walk and do things. He could go hiking and stuff. A lot of the things that, we worried about for Terry, like, this is very different than what his daughter-in-law said, or not his daughter-in-laws, his daughters. Very different one than what they said. It was kind of interesting that like, I was like, well, my family member can do that. They can do those things. But, their logic's function of the brain has been severely impaired. So, yeah, it's just, I guess I feel like there should be a lot more awareness about how vast the effects of TBI can be.
Well said. No, I feel for him a bit. It looks like Gwyneth did too. Sending you all love. Appreciate the call, Allie. Thanks so much for watching.
Bye.
Keep tuning in. Appreciate you. Have a great day, okay?
Thanks. You too.
Thank you. We had Elizabeth, I think, got hers set up. And then Cindy, you got to set up your audio. Sorry, Phil. You can check Connor over to Lewis next. See, hopefully you can get yours sorted out. But we'll try wrapping up quick. Elizabeth, you were next. You there?
Yes.
Hello.
Yeah,
welcome to the show. You're live.
Hi.
Okay.
Hi.
Can you hear me?
Yes. What are your thoughts?
Okay, cool. So listen, this whole TBI thing, my son was had a TBI where he had to learn how to walk and talk again and how to read all over again. And his personality changed horribly.
Yeah.
And even his memory and everything, he would distort reality.
I'm sorry to hear that. Must have been very difficult.
Yeah, it was. And he was actually attacked in high school by a football player who slammed him on the ground and caused him to have a bleed on the brain.
Oh my goodness.
But now he's fully okay. So seeing what Terry did, I don't know. I just have a hard time believing some of the things that he said as far as his concussion and everything that occurred for him. It didn't seem as severe. Now, if my son could come back, and he actually does American Ninja Warrior, he is and
for him.
He does amazing things still, but he does have difficulties with learning. Like if he has to read something, it takes him probably 4 hours versus if it takes us an hour to do it. But I'll tell you, watching Terry, I saw some things that I thought was more to do with old age and getting older. Rather than concussion.
Yeah.
And there's tests that they can do to test him on to see if he's improving with the concussion symptoms as well.
Good thoughts. Yeah, no, good thoughts, Elizabeth. I agree. I'm glad you were here watching with us. I appreciate you. Thank you so much for it. Enjoy the rest of your day, okay?
Sure. Thanks for all that you guys do. We love you.
Pleasure to see you. Thank you. Go Planet! We got recapping as I get we had I think Cindy and then Jenny, you're next, but Cindy, you there, Cindy?
Yeah.
Okay, got your audio real quick. We're gonna get to you, but thank you to Rochelle. My gosh, Rochelle, thank you for the super chat. Hey, all, you're worthy, you're loved. Treat yourself to something special. Huge squishy bear hugs to anyone that needed today. Thank you so much, Rochelle. Appreciate you supporting at the end. Last chance to support these wonderful hosts of mine. It's Kim on her PayPal, Steph on her Cash App. Mods or Steph, put it in there, the links to everybody as well, and Linktree. You guys can send last minute support and tips. Appreciate you guys as we're about to wrap up, and then we're gonna send you over to Lewis. You can keep the calls going there in a second, but Cindy, real quick, what did you want to add?
Well, I was watching his daughter testifying, and she just, the more I noticed her, the more she looked very familiar to me. I was in a right lane turn to turn right, and this woman came from the left of me and went right in front of me into the parking lot. So I went after her, and she looked just like his daughter.
Wow.
And
Small
when
world.
I confronted her about it, she goes, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. She just kept apologizing. And I'm like, well, you almost hit me. And I had to put on my brakes just to miss her. But it just reminded me of the trial. And when they were talking about him, you know, when somebody's asking him when the thing happened, that he was saying, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It just reminded me of her. And she looked so much like her. I couldn't believe that, you know, I kept thinking that is her.
Were you in
That's
Utah?
got to be her. Yes, and yeah, I'm in Utah.
Okay, maybe.
And,
Well, there you go.
so
Well,
I don't know
she's
that-
going through a lot right
was
now,
in-
so could have been her. That's pretty impressive. Are you glad Gwyneth won?
Yeah, yes, I am.
Okay.
I never, I guess I was a fan of hers, but, you know, I just never knew her, you know, who she was and what she did and all that. And behind this, you know, out when she wasn't in movies, but, yeah, so, but it just seemed so familiar to me when I was watching the trial that.
Small
that,
world,
you
man.
know,
That's
she-
wild.
Like, yeah, just I'm sorry, and she
You
just
never know
acted like
who
she
you're
didn't
gonna
even know
run into in
why she
traffic.
had done anything. So,
Crazy. Well, thank you for sharing the crazy story. Appreciate you, Cindy. Enjoy the rest of your day, and we'll see you here later, okay?
thanks, sure.
Have
I'll
a
be
good
there.
one. Woo, thank you, Cindy. And then we got Jenny to wrap up us.
Hi,
Jenny, are you there? You're live.
Hello.
Hi.
Hello.
This is Emily.
Hello, Emily. You're live on YouTube.
Harassing me. She wants to show Steph and Kim her pictures.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Go for it.
So I got Steph's favorite thing.
With the chili oil.
And
That's amazing. You got to send that to us.
We're going to.
Yeah.
Okay.
Now that Steph has a P.O. box, we're planning to send it.
and then I drew a puppy.
Oh, I love it.
Is that Lacey? That's Kim's dog.
Yeah, it's Lacey.
Mm-hmm.
And then I drew me and Steph.
Oh, look at that. That's so good.
Awesome, Emily.
That looks just like her.
I really want to meet you guys soon.
Oh, Emily, I hope there is an opportunity that we can.
Where do you live, guys?
We're in Arizona. So we're
Okay.
hoping Mad Monster this summer to meet up with Lewis.
Lewis will be there. I think some others are trying to get there. I don't know if the ladies will be there. I was trying to see if I could go. We'll see. The timing's not great for me, but yeah, you'll at least get Lewis in Arizona. And then if you're in Arizona, we are planning a California trip. I'm hoping this summer sometime. I know that Lewis and Steph are working on it, so stay tuned. That's probably not too far from me if it happens. We'll give you guys warning.
It's about 8 hours, so not bad.
There you go. Yeah, I've done it. My folks are in Tucson, so I've done the LA to Tucson. It's a trick, but you can do it. Amazing, Emily. That's awesome. Steph, what do you want to say?
Emily, yes, Emily for the MVP. Yes, I love the drawings. Oh my goodness! And you did the cactus one as well with the chili oil. Like respect, last for the detail. Really appreciate that. Thing is, though, my PO box has been shut down.
Okay.
It expired. So as soon as I put it back up again, I'll let you guys know. And yeah, definitely send those over. Keep them in the meantime.
Also, can we just wait 1 second? Give me 1 sec. We're back.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Wait.
Oh,
She's
and
waiting.
Andy, I will send
Yes.
you a DM for tips for Greece.
Oh, yeah, please.
It's been
might-
a few years since I've been there, like 10, but
Yeah. I don't know if I want to
it
go to
was
the
fun.
touristy spots. I'm trying to look for if I go. I was thinking about it, but it's sort of a bucket list thing I was talking about if I could pull it off. But yeah, thank you. Message me. Oh, well, look who's here. Look who's
I
here.
just have to comment because if you look at the picture of Lacey, she literally has the same color. Like you got it.
Yep.
I am.
Way to go,
I am
Em.
amazed. Thank you so much, Lacey.
Aww. Lacey's so
That's so
cute.
cool. Thank you so much, Emily.
And I've met
That's so-
Lacey. Lacey is the best. The best.
She's pretty
And
great.
I want to show you our cat. His name is Paige. He is a giant furball, and he's very, very adorable.
Aw, Paige the giant furball.
Hi, Paige. That
I'm
is
sure
one cat
Paige-
I would not drop kick.
Our own Paige would love to see that Paige. She's a
cute.
cat person too. Yeah, that's
he
that's
is
cute.
an absolute love.
Yes. And
Oh, now she's got to go get the other ones. I'm sorry, guys.
You got to do them all.
Right.
How else do we win?
It's a long 8 days, but
How about this though? While you get that ready, I set the rave up for our finale. You ready?
All right. Oh, who's this one?
This is Fatso Masso, also known as Ash.
Hi,
Hey,
Ash. How's it going? How's it hanging? Is it all Gucci over there?
Oh yeah, he's not
Nice.
happy. She woke him up from his nap.
Yes.
All right.
Beautiful. All right. Well, Emily and Jenny, you want to join our rave? We're about to go raving. You ready?
Yes.
Finale
sir.
rave.
All right, let's rave it out.
Let's join the rave fund.
Thank you so
We're
much,
wrapping up the
everyone.
finale. Louis Lecca's next over at Nerd Report, but man, we got to end this thing in style. We'll let Emily and Jenny can get involved if they want. Here we go. It's time for DJ Andy. Throw those Gwyneth Paltrow dollars in the air.
I wanna see those Gwyneth Paltrow dollars in the air, like you just don't care.
I'm just a simple country boy. I'm just a simple country boy. I'm just a simple country boy.
Another one.
I'm just a simple country boy. I'm just a simple country boy.
Is that lawful law?
Oh shit! Finish him. Get to the chopper!
This is from the beginning. If there's anything you want to comment. What this means is Mr. Sanderson can fall to the ground without Miss Paltrow landing on him and sustain the rib fractures according to Dr. Bain's calculation. So if done correctly, he can really say his opinion that Miss Paltrow had to land on Sanderson to get the rib fractures, which means that this goes through the rest of his analysis. So the rest of his analysis is wrong. So this is really critical.
Another
that
one.
1/2 that you did for the velocity, the wrong
I'm just a
velocity,
simple country boy.
really through the rest of his analysis in the question.
I'm just a simple country boy.
My dog stepped on a bee.
My arms are getting tired.
Is that lawful law?
I'm just a simple country boy.
Another one.
Bazinga!
entertained? Are you not entertained?
That's how we do it here!
Thank you guys so much for watching. We had so much fun with this trial, even though it didn't look like it. So grateful for all you guys ranting and raving with us through this trial. Could have done it any other way. Thank you so much, It's Kim, for coming back, being here through this craziness. Thank you to Steph, the altar nerd. Hey up!
Not you, cowbag.
Thank you to Kurt from Uncivil Law. He was so amazing to have him here. Thank you, Lewis, everybody else who came in. You guys are so incredible. Thank you for your support. Mary Gale came at the end with the last tip of the night. Don't forget to tip your creators. Always appreciate you guys. Enjoy the rest of your night and head on over to Nerd Report is next. He'll be there taking more calls, hanging with you. So go show Lewis some love and start the call-ins. He's got a lot of people already watching. A lot of people called in. Get involved in the conversation. Keep it going over on Nerd Report and tell him we sent you. Ask, say, I'm just an old country lawyer in the chat over there. There it is. There's the link. I'm paid. Oh, no, that's not it. It's this link. Heading over there. Support him. Watch him next as we go finally get a break from the internet. We will be back tomorrow. We might not be live tomorrow, but we'll be back tomorrow with something. Go watch Nerd Report next. The song wasn't supposed to end yet. There it is. Go support Nerd Report next. Boom, boom, boom. Appreciate you guys. My God, how long did we go, Steph? 8.5 hours. Holy crap. 8.5 hours. Yeah. Oh my God. If you want to go continue the calls, head on over to Nerd Report. Tell them you're a simple country lawyer. We'll see you over there in the chat. Love you guys. Thanks for watching. Congratulations to Gwyneth Paltrow. You got your $1. Well earned. My God. And Terry, I don't like you. Best of luck in your next travel. Thank you, Emily. Thank you, Jenny. Thanks to all our amazing callers, all our Planeteers. We love you guys. We're here every day. Come hang with us. We'll see you next time. Bye, everybody.
Bye. It was really nice to meet you guys.
Nice to meet you. See you later.